a rich life feels like or something like that. And I would say it would be even richer if you had a better father for your kids sending prayers. That wasn't the only thing I said. I was really on her, y'all. I was really on her. Like, I don't stop. Seriously. It's best for people to leave me alone. So she got her man to make a fake page and like try to spam my my post. So for one, you spamming me from a fake page. Blocked. What you thought you was gonna eat? Block that fake page. Come on there with your main page and I won't block you. So it was another thing that was like, oh, you need to know your worth or whatever. Don't let nobody treat you wrong. I said, and the worth mentioned in this post is less than a penny. So she screenshotted it and posted it to another post and said that I look like a troll. So I'm like, bro, you was a grown ass woman with kids saying I look like a troll and you look like an average ass bitch. No tea, no shade. Like, what is we doing? So mind you, I didn't report her post because she clearly needs the views. Like, she don't have no type of views at all, y'all. She reaching for it. So I'm gonna give it to her. I'm like, you know what? I'm not even gonna report you stink. I'm going to repost you. So she saw that I was loving it and I was still eating her up, and I reposted it and she deleted it. Then she went on her page saying that I reported it. Girl, what I report you for? You're not cooking me. What am I going to report you for? You're not eating me up. You can't eat me up on no levels. You have kids with a man that gets mad over live and cuss out random people he don't know because he was wrong. Let's logically think about that.
On top
So
of that, she was okay with him. Like, she knows what he means when he calls you a Jezebel.
exactly.
Like, and she was okay with that. Like, that's insane. And like, but what the fuck does he mean? You can't understand the Bible with human words. What words does he think the Bible is translated in?
Apparently giraffe words. That's literally what I said. And then that's the funny part. I'm happy you mentioned the Jezebel thing again. So I was going on her page because I'm looking for ways to eat her up. She posted a thing that was like, ever since I was a kid and I ate cookie dough, I knew how I liked it raw. So I said, and I'm a Jezebel? Girl, are you even married? This is so distasteful. I really think that's what set her off. I really think that's what set her off. And then she made a comment talking about people being passed around. And I said, how are you going to talk about people being passed around and comment on other people's pages when you can't even post without a filter? No tea, no shade to anybody in the chat that uses filters. Y'all still tea with y'all filter, but I just know she's not because every single post she has a filter. So I went on my page and I tagged her because what you're not going to do is tag me on your page and think I'm not going to tag you back. I tagged her and I explained the situation and I said, let's go face card for face card. No filter. I'll go first. So I guess I ate her up too much. Her feelings hurt. So she posted on her page, womp womp. You bitches hate me for no reason. Girl, shut the fuck up. You know why we going back and forth? Like, don't even play with me like that.
That is insane. That's insane. That sounded like a conversation I would have cussed the motherfucker out too. But yeah, somebody in the comments said, you're like a baby thinker. And I swear your ass, it reminds me of me when I was your age. But y'all, we gonna get it popping up in here. It is Maddie's hour tonight. If you want to have a conversation with Maddie, 18 and up, 18 to 24, and actually, I think Maddie can handle conversations with older people. But I will lead off the conversations with 25 and up. Maddie will lead off the conversations with 24 and up. That does not mean you will only talk to one of us. You'll talk to both of us throughout the conversation. But let's go ahead and get it popping. The YouTube is no longer echoing. So if you came from YouTube to TikTok, you can go back home if you want to, or you can stay over here and chill with us. I love both of y'all six. I love both nerd families, YouTube and TikTok. We're going to play a song. Tap the screen up. If you haven't sent your heart me, go ahead and do that. If you are a super nerd, especially on YouTube, say what's up in the chat. Smash the like button, share the stream out, y'all, so that we can hit the FYP. I appreciate all of y'all for being here. This is a new one. This is Samson and Delilah. Tap the screen up, y'all.
He was a victim of himself. infatuation. Overconfident as hell. Now I'm his justification. I didn't know that man a damn thing. When a woman says no, that's exactly what I mean. Pursuit got caught up, but you vilify me. Girl, please. Just because a man thinks you're cute doesn't mean he has a right to you. Let me tell you what happened. I never lied. I told him what I wanted to know, and every lie he fed me. I tried, I didn't hide it. He thought with his little head kept giving me grace. Had a whole wife at home, but crave another woman's space. I didn't like him, a womanizer, a wolf, a natural heartbreaker. So when they offered me a bag, he became a money maker. And his wife was a bonus, 'cause she benefited too. He left her alone so long, she went and got herself a new boo. He was a victim of himself, his own infatuation. Overconfident as hell, and now I'm his justification. I didn't know that man a damn thing. When a woman says no, that's exactly what it means. See, pursuit got caught up, but you vilify me. Girl, please, girl, please. Just because a man thinks you're cute doesn't mean he has a right to you. Listen, you say Delilah betrayed him, but forget I came from a different nation. I wasn't his emotional support system, my people were my obligation. You say, well, she was wrong, 'cause she knew he loved her. His love was lust, and none of it included my trust. He escaped my attempts, not once, not twice, but 3 times. Yet he kept coming back, I guess that's why they say love is blind. 'Cause in his mind I was willing to be a traitor, even though I never touched him to betray him.
Y'all tap the screen up. Feed the bees. Help us get on the algorithm. Thank you.
Let me make this real clear. I never say yes, he just never listened. A boundary isn't broken, 'cause a man refused to pay attention. He heard what he wanted, believe what he imagined. Turn my silence into promises that never happened. You call me the downfall, the setup, the betrayer in the story. But my loyalty stayed true to me. That's the real poetry. Samson didn't fall to Delilah. Samson fell to Samson's ego, and somehow that's my fault. Girl, please. He was a victim of himself, his own infatuation.
What's up, Linda?
And now I'm his justification. I didn't know that man a damn thing. When a woman says no, that's exactly what it means. People still got caught up, but somehow you vilify me. Girl, please. Just because a man thinks you're cute doesn't mean he has a right to you. I didn't ruin him, he handled that himself. But you needed a villain, so you pick on the woman who just agreed to help. They call me the danger, but forget he chased me first. Ignore his choices, inflate his virtues, and paint me as the worst. Funny thing is, I never claimed him, never promised, never vowed. He stepped into my life wide open and walked out, cut down. So write your story, spin your legend, sing about his fall. Just make sure you tell the truth. I didn't take his strength, he handed it over all on
What's
his
up, Ducky?
own. And if that makes me the villain, girl, this is more about him than me. Yeah, that's my real story.
Hey y'all.
These kids on TikTok at midnight is crazy as hell.
Thinker, if you don't go get signed to be somebody ghostwriter, I was just thinking. Also, we're beefing until you put the song about the church and the reference to your life growing up in the church. We're beefing until you put that song on Apple Music. I'm not gonna lie, 'cause I really like that
Which
song.
song?
It's
Oh, the one. Oh,
the one you wrote for the little girl when they was
yeah,
trying to demonize her.
yeah.
Yeah, we're beefing. Also, you should really be like A ghostwriter, like you could go so far. I know you got a lot of money, but like you could have
I don't.
more
Who
money.
told you I have a lot of money? I don't have a lot of money. Where are you
Um,
getting that from?
Nigga, you own your own company and you don't have money.
Girl, do you know how much money I put into that company? That's I don't have a lot of money.
Well, even better. You could have so much money. Somebody ghostwriter because you literally write so good. It sounds really, really nice.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Um, yeah, y'all, the guest box is open if you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you are deconstructing from that God or thinking about it or deconstructing what you believe about that God. For example, studying more about Job and his story. Did y'all know that there was a apocryphal text that said Dinah, Jacob's daughter, was the new mother of Job's new kids?
His wife, his wife had to watch him impregnate another woman for the kids.
But listen to who the
Okay.
wife. But listen to who the wife is. Listen to who the wife is. Dinah. You know who Dinah is, Maddie?
Wait, isn't that like years apart? Am I
It's years
tripping?
apart. It's years apart. But Dinah is the daughter of Jacob, who was raped by the king of Shechem.
Oh,
And so, in the testament of Job, his new children are by Dinah.
ugh. It be too much going on in this goddamn book. I'm irritated. It's so much going on.
Well, this is a apocryphal text, a pseudepigraphal. So it's fan fiction written by. It was written in. It was either written 1 BCE or 1 CE. So
Mm.
I mean, it was written way before the second book of Enoch was written. It was written before Jesus's Gospels were written. But in this apocryphal text, Dinah is the mother of Job's new kids. It's crazy as fuck. That's a twist like a motherfucker. I swear, as I write these songs, I feel like I'm writing a fucking drama. Like real field wives of Jerusalem or something like that. Uh Sheep wives. That's what I feel like I'm writing sheep wives.
Real Israelites of Hebrew. Real Hebrew of Israelites.
Like it's so crazy. And then so he does not give his daughters any of his wealth when he dies. He says that he's not leaving them anything good, any of his goods. But they like, why? We're your kids too. And he says, go and get this gold casket, a gold casket that he's gonna be buried in, and bring it to me. So they, one of his daughters, go get it. Her name is Day Yemamin. So she goes and gets it and brings it to him, and he gives her these gold. He gives each. He only had 3 new daughters, so he gives each one of them this gold string and tells them to gird their loins. And as long as they gird their loins, they like chase themselves with this gold string, they'll have good things in life. Like even when Job is dying, his blessing to his daughters is protect your il nana and you'll have a good life. But he leaves his land, his wealth, all of that to his new sons. Crazy, huh?
That's very crazy, actually.
The book is foolish.
And I was telling my daughter today when I was writing Delilah's song, she was listening to it, and she said, "Wait, what do you mean? His strength was in his hair?" She said, She said, "Is this a cartoon?" I said, "No, it's the Bible." She said, "Wait, this is real?" She said, "Is this like Hercules?" And I was cracking up because she was so confused. She said, "Wait, what do you mean his strength was in his hair?" And I said, "As this isn't this crazy? I was like, this is what adults base their life on." She said, "I thought this was like a cartoon."
Actually thought the same thing when I heard that story. I think I was like 15. And they were talking about, I was like, but why would God put his strength in his hair? Like, I thought that was like the stupidest thing in the world. I was like, what if he wanted a haircut? He couldn't even get a buzz cut if he wanted to. He gonna be a weak, noodly armed man if he get a haircut. Like, ooh, now that's
He at some
that's
point he had to get a haircut because I mean, unless his hair just kept growing.
oh my God, he was Rapunzel. That adds even more to the story. He was Rapunzel. He was going around terrorizing all them goddamn people. He wouldn't leave that lady alone, even though he had a wife. This is just so jam packed.
It is crazy. Melissa?
I'm sorry, y'all. I'm using this topper and it went crazy. I
Oh,
didn't.
that's okay.
Thank y'all. I'm listening.
You're welcome. Have a good night.
Okay.
All right,
My
y'all. Yeah, keep tapping. Make sure that we hit the FYP. Make sure that it's not just us in here. We had to do 2 restarts on YouTube. I don't want to have to do a restart in here, but we'll give it 15 minutes to see if we need to do a restart on TikTok. Because right now it does look like it is us in here, but we'll see. Go ahead, Maddie.
Yeah, I'm just saying. Then I asked my mom, I was like, why would God put his strength in his hair? Like, that's kind of stupid. And my mom was like, why do you think it's stupid? I said, because wouldn't it be put it somewhere like in the crevice of his butt crack or something? Like, somewhere he would have to be like awake, like, you wouldn't be able to catch him off guard. My mom was like, all
What?
that matters is just, like, I was like,
What?
y'all, I'll be thinking really hard, like, give him like a butt crack hair that got all his strength in it. And like this hair is like, you know what? I don't know that because the Greeks was getting freaky and nasty now. So I don't know. It might have got pulled out or whatever, but it was no stuff back in the day. So I'm just saying that feels like a smarter place to put it than just his hair. Like what? I don't know. Anything could have happened. Like a metal rod could have flew by and just chopped it off. Now what? My mom was like, just think you're thinking about this too hard. The whole point is he couldn't trust the woman he loved to not cut his hair off. And I was like, well, did she like him? My mom was like, Maddie, does that really matter?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Just because, like, men give these unwanted advances all the time. They don't get, responses, and they don't hear a woman say, "Yes, I, welcome your advances," and they tell themselves in their head that this is my woman. And this story teaches society that that is okay. And when they demonize Delilah for doing what the fuck she would do as someone who is on the opposite team. She is not an Israelite. She was being her people were being killed by Samson. Like, why would she not take the opportunity? She knew he liked her. Just because he was in love with her doesn't mean she owed him shit.
Exactly. And again, if God ain't want his powers to be taken, why did he put that strength in all his hair instead of just one hair follicle on his booty crack? That's all I'm saying. Like, I feel like it makes more sense to have it somewhere like there. And this hair it wouldn't like fall out of them. Like, you would have to like, was they shaving their butts back then, thinker?
What do you mean saving them?
Aving.
Oh, I don't. Probably not.
But yeah, see, that's a perfect place to put it, and I know it's steak too, so be a perfect place to put it. Like, I don't know, it just seems like it was very ill planned to me. You don't want your man to get his hair cut off, and you put it, please. This God is not an all knowing God. How you set him up for failure? Think about that.
The God helped Samson self unalive. That's the thing that people don't pay attention to. Like in this story, first off, Delilah never lies to him. She tells him exactly like, tell me when your strength is so I can have you bound, bro. She knows, she tells him what the fuck she's going to do. She never lies to him. And because he's in his head, so in love with her and thinking that, oh, I'm fine, I'm gonna get what I want. He keeps playing games with her. He keeps lying to her. And as soon as every lie he tells her, she immediately tries. And then she realized that he's lying. She's like, all right, bet. She's like, how you gonna say you love me and you keep lying to me? That's all she
Mhm.
said. She like, motherfucker, you don't love me, bitch. Like, how you gonna say you love me, but you keep lying? And then he like, all right, let me go and tell you the truth. And that's what got his ass got. Samson got his ass got. Delilah was a
Exactly.
Philistine. She didn't owe that motherfucker shit.
The way I think about it is, have you ever seen the TikTok where it's like it's the sound and the woman is talking and it's supposed to be in the man point of view and all the man is hearing blah blah blah, proper name, place name, backstory stuff. That's Samson. That's Samson while Delilah is like, can you please tell me how to cut off your hair? Like you pissing me off. That's all
Yeah,
he
like
hearing is that.
she like, let me get away from this motherfucker. I can't stand this motherfucker. Like
I
that
don't
is
know what he
crazy.
thought.
And then the God is like, yeah, I'll help you commit self unaliving.
Because you
Like
was
we supposed
whipped
to,
by some stuff you ain't even get yet.
yeah, we supposed to feel sorry for him that he took his own life, or asked the God to have him take his own life because he was embarrassed. She didn't even. She all she did was get his ass locked up. She didn't even kill him. He killed himself with the help of the God.
Why
She,
God
she
ain't
just
free him?
got him locked up because he was wreaking havoc. And the Israelites was tired of him too. The
Why
Israelites were tired of him.
God ain't help him get out of prison? Instead, God just like, you right. Let me go ahead and help you on alive. You right. It was a fail. I'm gonna go ahead and help you. Like, why you didn't get him out of prison? What's going on?
That don't even make sense saying that Samson just wanted to embarrass the Philistines. He
Nah, he loved him some Delilah.
how did he want to embarrass the Philistines with Delilah? He got embarrassed. Then they have to interpret his story as, oh, it's her fault because like half the people that talk about Samson and Delilah thinks that Delilah was Samson's wife and that she betrayed him. She wasn't his wife. He had a wife that he left at home to chase after Delilah, to chase after to go and get kill people so he could steal their shit to pay that childish ass bet he did at his wedding with the help of the God, by the way. And then he was gone so long, her daddy found her another husband. Samson embarrassed himself.
Oh my God, that reminds me of that song. I feel like all of y'all up in here should know this song. Know that song that's like left home, yeah, yeah, to be on my side, please. That's Samson, except he's delusional and Delilah is not his piece. That's what Samson gives.
I don't know what song you talking about, but you kept cutting in and out.
You don't how you don't know what song? It's like I left home to be on my side piece, to be on my side piece. You don't know that
Uh
song?
uh.
You down south and you ain't never heard that song. Maybe that's a
I've
little bit
never
too
heard that
old.
song. Well, I told you growing up I wasn't allowed to listen to secular music. We had to sneak, so I only know some I don't know most of the secular music from my generation.
Oh.
Raven, how are you? Are you up on purpose or on accident?
Oh, I chose to be up, but
Okay, how are you?
I'm doing pretty good. How are you?
I'm doing good. Can I get your age and then let me know if you are a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist?
I am 23. I did deconstruct. Um, I would say that what if Adam was abusive? 100% you are right. And after hearing the song that you have made, you mentioned a lot of things that, clicked. And one of the main things I caught on to was before Eve, it was Lilith. And I just wanted to ask you, because you did stated that there's no damn way that a woman came from a man, and I 100% agree with that. And um, I wanted to ask you, based on Adam and Lilith equal, do you believe that they were formed as hermaphrodite beings, each holding a penis and a vagina, each containing masculine and feminine energy, each able to create and procreate within themselves?
So I don't believe that the story. I think it's symbolic. It's symbolism or allegorical. But in the Jewish tradition, in the Midrash, there is a Jewish tradition that says that the first being was intersex, and so it was one body with two faces, and then they were split apart. So it's basically metaphor for the atom splitting, and the cells dividing, and becoming either male or female. But there is Jewish tradition that says that the first human was intersex.
Okay, yes. Well, I would definitely agree with that. The way how I'm looking at it is the symbolism of the Ankh. I really believe that Adam and Lilith were both whole, both their relationship was a partnership, not what you see like today. And I just don't believe that this divine order that we see today was the correct or the origin of creation.
Yeah, like the Hebrew Bible is very patriarchal focused. The goal is to stump out the matriarchal um, worship that was in the ancient Near East at that time, and replace it with this patriarchal culture, the patriarchal ideals, and so that's why the the story is written the way that's written. This is why the female character in the Genesis story gets demoted. Like it actually says in there that she was above, like not above, but um, it's kind of hard to explain because in a matriarchal society there is no hierarchy, but the woman is seen as the wisdom, the strong, like the strength, if that makes sense,
Mm-hmm.
the spiritual strength. That's the only way I can say it. And she did lead,
Yes,
and
100%.
yeah, and it was more communal. So the word azer there is meant to be like a strong opposite, not a subordinate. It's not sexual in any way. And then she gets demoted in Genesis 3. She gets demoted, and so this is allegorical for the matriarchal societies being replaced with patriarchal society.
Okay, so would you agree with me that if I say that, okay, if Adam and Lilith were both whole, since Adam rebelled, that's what the story have stated, the divine split Adam, um, penis and vagina, or the masculine and feminine that was within Adam, and split the feminine from Adam to create Eve.
So
It's that
so, so
you
in
want to
the
say that?
in the The way I see it, from reading the Jewish tradition, um, Adam and Lilith were eventually split. Right, they were created intersex, and then he made them male and female, so they were split either way. But then when Lilith refuses to allow Adam to put her in a submissive role, the
He
God
became.
then creates a clone. So Eve is not a separate entity. Eve is a copy of Adam. She's a clone of him. And that's what Adam was satisfied with that. And there is a tradition where the God kept making different versions of women, and he wasn't happy until the version came from him, and she was just a clone of himself. He
Mhm.
didn't like he didn't like he didn't like females. Period. He just wanted another him that could help him, like that could be a slave.
Okay. So, but besides that, and based on this divine order, and we can understand that, obviously, this divine order that we see is not the origin of creation. What else, or like, do you? I guess I will put this question as: do you see the man and woman being equal? Do you see a balance when it comes to this humanity of this masculine and feminine actually being balanced?
When you Are you asking me, do I think it's supposed to be that way, or
Do you think it can get back to that way? Because it's like,
I don't know. That's a hard one. The patriarchy has a lot of power, and especially like when we have women who are willing to help hold the patriarchy up. It will be a while. It would be a long time if the matriarchal societies come back in. That it would be a long time. I don't see it anytime in the near future. No.
okay. And my next my last question would be, does anything like come to your mind if someone like had a spiritual awakening?
What do you mean?
As in, like, I would say that I had a spiritual awakening, and I have been like, going down, this bug, and actually, looking at others, the Jewish, the Rastafarians. I came across a lot, and there's a lot of things that came to mind. And I'm just like, I really believe that when it comes to these ancient texts, 100% it has been tampered with. Um, or like the way these scriptures are put is more like a parable that I have to crack, or like this game that I have to play, if that makes
Um, so I think I understand what you're saying. You're seeing a lot of the symbolism, metaphors, allegories for life is
yes.
what you're saying. So and that's how these stories were written back then. The thing is that they were based off of what they understood life to be. They lived in a very different world than we live in today. And what we see today when reading this are the effects of people taking these stories and either uh, teaching them as literal accounts, like literal
Mhm.
historical accounts, and indoctrinating people into a specific way of thinking. Or we see that people approach these stories from a literary standpoint and choose to use it as a guide for their moral foundation. And with that, it has been, I wouldn't use the word tampered with, because I don't see them as safe. I don't see them as like untouchable sacred documents. um People have interpolated, redacted over time in order to change society's way of thinking in order to push a specific theology or doctrine, or to get humanity to stop doing something, or to get them to start doing something. So they have changed over time, and they're changing before our eyes today with the electronic versions of the Bible. They're changing as we speak.
True. So, do you think the way we're living now is the correct way we should be living?
Well, I don't know how everyone's living, but I can say that there's, looking at the world today, uh, there's a lot of things in the world that I I don't necessarily agree with, that I think are immoral. Right, um, the rampant trafficking of women and children, the subjugation of women, um, the high amounts of oppression when it comes to a specific percentage of people who control the resources on the earth and deciding who gets what and
True.
who's allowed to have what, right? That, like, there's a lot of things that I don't necessarily agree with, but I'm not the, like, I can't say whether we're living right or not. I can only say that what I see, and where I have the power to make an impact, um, then I'm going to speak up, and I'm going to make sure that my hands are doing what I can do to try to make that better, if that makes sense. But I can't say whether we're living right.
Okay, I agree with that. I would say that that's all. That's all I have.
All right. Well, thank you so much for coming up. I don't know, Maddie. Do you have anything? I know she's 23. You have anything before she leaves?
Just thought it was interesting how she that they could have both been intersex. I like never heard that thought process before. That's the only thing I've been thinking about was how that was interesting. I've never thought of it like that.
Yeah. So even Abraham and Sarah, there's a Jewish tradition that says Abraham and Sarah were intersex, and that's why they were barren. And Isaiah 52 uh, talks about how the God created their genitals to make them no longer barren.
Oh,
Yeah, that's why I said, yeah, they were called tum tums back then. So back then, there were, in ancient Israel, there were 7 genders. Um, and when a person was born as an androgynous being, they typically classified them as female. But if they took on the male phenotype, they would allow them to do uh, things that males could do, but they would still, when it came to sacrifices, like going up and offering the sacrifices, they still would not allow them to do that. They put them with the females. And back then, because there were a lot of people classified as tum tums, the the male to female ratio was high. The female ratio to male ratio was higher because of the tum tums.
Another question. This will be my last one. In your words, what would divine mean to you?
I honestly don't know. I mean, I
Okay.
know how, like, I don't have a divine. I know that people see divine as spiritual or holy or all powerful, but I don't have a divine.
Okay. I would say that's all.
Okay, well, thank you for coming up. Okay, Joshua said a famous drag queen. There's a drag queen named Divine. Vanity, are you in the box on purpose or on accident? Y'all, I'm thinking that it's just us in here. Jack in the Box?
No, that's by mistake.
Okay, no worries. Have a good night.
You too, thank you.
Oh, okay. I didn't know. I gotta look them up. Y'all, the guest box is open. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist, it is 18 and up tonight because it is Maddie's hour. But I honestly think that it's just us in the live right now. I'm not. I'm seeing nerd after nerd after nerd comment. So what I'm gonna do is restart. Yeah, I'm gonna restart the TikTok, YouTube. Hang on, and we're gonna do one restart to see if we can hit the FYP. So stay right there. Well, come back. All right, Maddie and Selena, I'll be right back. Okay.
Alrighty.
All right.
I feel like if
Believer is an interesting one, and I could swim in that motherfucker for a long time. Cause what do you mean when someone says to the man who invented zero, thank you for nothing, and the believer says you're talking in code? What do you mean? To the mind of the believer that says Satan is evil, but Satan wouldn't want to do anything that goes against God's will because God already knows everything and Satan doesn't want God to be wrong. He's Satan. What made you say that? The mind is an interesting place, especially YouTube. I know y'all saw my video. I was talking about the believer's mind. I saw y'all over there laughing. I was There was a live that I was listening to where the believer, like, they were saying the craziest things, and I was like, what the fuck? Like, why would they say that? Like, Satan doesn't want to upset the God? Like, what? He doesn't want to go against the God's will? Like, but he's Satan. What? Right, the mind is an interesting place. Y'all keep tapping the screen up. Help us get on the FYP. We had to do a restart. I couldn't even shut TikTok down when I restarted. I had to restart my whole entire system. So that's how I know that there was an issue. So yeah, let's get on the FYP. Let's get to 100 shares within the first 15 minutes. Y'all know what to do. I can't read that. I can't read that name. I'm sorry.
Like mallet.
It sounded like it was a kid. I'm sorry. To the guest on stage, what's your name? Malak. Okay.
Okay, let's see it.
I'm gonna take them down. They're not saying anything. Okay. Yeah. Let me get all my systems back up here. Technology grosses me out sometimes because, like, that's the whole purpose of you being tech. You know, is
Yeah.
that, yeah, like, but the fact that we have to do this shit almost every live now is nerve wracking.
Did you hear about Meta about to use our
Yeah,
direct messages to train their
yeah,
AI?
yeah. But I don't have Meta. I don't have Facebook or Instagram. But because the way their data practices, I don't like. So I've been deleting my shit from them, except for Messenger. And the only reason I had to download Messenger was for AX. But I don't fuck with Instagram or Facebook.
That's real. I don't have a Facebook. I think it's for old people. I used to think Instagram was for old people too, but I have one now, and I post occasionally. And I don't text like I did text when I was arguing with people about CK death, and I was telling all these black people that was defending him what he was actually doing, and they were like, "Oh, I didn't know he was doing that." Yeah, so you should stop defending random people you don't fucking know. But yeah, that's like the only crazy things I've said, and I just feel like I don't know. It put me on the news. I be having some crazy takes that shouldn't be crazy, but they're
You
crazy.
said they put you on the news?
I said, yeah, what if they put me on the news? I mean, I
Oh,
talked about the orange peel like a dog. I said some I said some stuff that would get me locked up. You know, I'll hear from you for a little bit. Just know they violated my freedom of speech. Clinton, the age of old people is if you have Facebook downloaded on your phone, you are hence grown as fuck. Cause I don't know what you would use Facebook for. You got Facebook, you grown as hell. You might be just as old as the Bible itself. I'm not gonna lie.
if they keep trying to come back, I don't think they're gonna be able to come back from being the platform for old people. Facebook is where old people and Christians are.
Yes,
It
it
might as
really
well,
is.
yeah, yeah. It might as well be like just call it the Bible instead of Facebook. Oh, church book. Change it to church book.
God. I was watching your live on YouTube for a replay, and they kept giving me this advertisement to join an all Christian social media app. That shit gotta be boring as hell. Like, it gotta be so
What?
boring.
What?
Yes, they
I'm pretty sure there's gossip. There's gossip and like, come on now. Christians are very. They have a lot of drama. They just have this expectation to not air their drama out. But there's a lot of drama around Jesus. So
no,
that
it's
it
like
probably is very drama filled.
it's heavily filtered though. Like you can't say certain images. Like all your posts have to be related to like Christ in some type of way, and then you gotta pay for it. Who the fuck finna pay for to be on social media? Like,
Wait,
hello?
wait. You can only post about Jesus on there.
They filter it so like um when
Y'all
I
keep
went
sharing
through
the
and I
live
was
out.
reading.
Hold on, Maddie. Y'all keep
Sorry.
sharing the live at. We only at 57 shares. Keep tapping the live. Feed the beast. We only at 163 coins. Y'all know what we need to do to get to the algorithm. I'm trying so hard to get the live started and conversations going, but of course I need y'all's help to do that. Y'all know I hate having to ask, but that's the only way. That's how the algorithm works. I appreciate y'all. Go ahead, Maddie.
Yeah, but it's like it will flag you. So I was looking at the I grabbed my roommate's phone because he has an Android. And I was looking at the reviews, and the reviews was like, you're getting flagged if you don't mention Jesus in a post, or you don't thank God in a post, or if you like post something and like 10 people feel like it's not Christ-like, they can report you and get it took down. And they
What is the
also,
What's the name of this all Christian social media platform?
I'm gonna have to find it. I'm pretty sure literally if you look up all Christian social media, it should pop up because I've never heard of it at all. And it's gonna be like a white woman with dirty blonde hair talking about it. Like it was pissing me off because it was letting me skip it at first and then it made me sit through the whole fucking thing. Like, oh my God. I'm gonna find the name. Matter of fact, I'm gonna find the name before I go to sleep tonight and I'm gonna send it in the Discord, but you have to pay for it, and it's supposed to be an all Christian thing, so you don't see unchrist-like things on social media. Whatever that
Do that.
means.
That is insane. That I swear that is insane.
Yeah, and you literally have to pay them to be on the app, which is insane. Who wants to pay for social media?
Like, why can't they just curate their FYP to where they just see Christian shit?
That's what I was gonna say, because Instagram is super pryy, and if you like one thing, it gives you like 1,000 more things just like that. They even pay attention to like the things you repost on your story. You can easily curate your Instagram or your TikTok. TikTok does an even better job of it to be all Christian, and everything you see is Christian. Like again, why would I need to pay for this boring ass app? Like why would I need to pay for that? It seems like a bunch of old people finna be on that app. Like, Mimi probably got it on her phone.
And to me, that's like to do that. That's like them making the declaration, just outright saying that they are morally superior than the rest of the world.
Yeah, I mean, that's basically what the ad was saying. It was like, are you tired of seeing all these ungodly posts that tank your mood because of how unholy they are? Bitch, if you don't scroll past that, ain't nobody forcing you to watch that. What's wrong with them? Like, that irritates me so much. Nobody is forcing you to watch a video. Nobody is forcing you to watch the video. You can easily hold it and say not interested. Let's be real. They acting like somebody got them at pew pew point, making them watch somebody twerk or something. Like, it's never been that deep.
I can tell y'all. Hold on. I know y'all. Are y'all gifting? I'm sorry. The reason why I'm asking because I don't think the TikTok studio has caught up the with the phone because I'm seeing 137 people in here, and I'm only seeing 109 on TikTok studio, and then I see 163 coins and only 2,000 likes. Um, so I'm
You're
thinking that
behind.
I'm behind. Okay, so there's still a glitch. Like I swear this shit is like I don't know. Like if they don't get their shit together, America is about to fuck this app up. It's gonna be another Instagram. It's gonna be another Facebook, and I can't fuck with it when it becomes that.
Thinking about that too. They said that the people in China was trying to get our personal data. But really, it was Meta that was trying to get our personal data. And that's why Meta wanted to get TikTok to get our personal data. Like, that is weird.
They're going to fuck it up, and they're mad because China has figured out how to reach the people, right? They wanted the algorithm that China built, and China told them no. They gave them a copy of it, and then America has to manage that algorithm themselves. They don't fucking know how. They don't have the skill sets, so they're going to fuck it up. They don't have the skill set. They're not as advanced um, as China when it comes to technology. Like this is crazy. I'm so behind on TikTok Studio, which means that the algorithm is not like it's gonna take a second that like it did Wednesday night or Tuesday night. It took a second to catch up, and when it did, that's when we hit the FYP. So it's still trying to catch up on my end. So just bear with us. I can't open the guest box. I don't know if one of the mods can. There's someone in the guest box, and I can't see who it is. Y'all keep sharing the live out. I see 104 shares on the phone.
That's true. That's what it says for me too.
Okay.
105 now.
Okay. All right. If you're in the guest box and your account is private, I won't be able to bring you up because TikTok has me behind on TikTok Studio. I can't do anything. Um, so the mods cannot bring you up because they can't see private accounts. So I apologize about that. We're just gonna have to chill until TikTok allows TikTok Studio to catch up with the rest of y'all. Y'all are, I don't know how many minutes ahead y'all are, um, which is odd because TikTok Studio started first. Very odd. I think the other night it took us what 2 hours to get started to get it going.
Mm,
Yeah, this is fucking. It's irritating because that means I have to do small talk.
you know, I know you hate small.
I
I'm
hate
here for
small
you,
talk.
thinker.
I hate small talk.
I'm here for
Like
you.
I and in my life, I do not talk unless I have something of value to say. Unless I'm talking to my kids. Now that's different. We joke around all the time. But like I'm really a quiet person unless I have something of value to add or say. I'm quiet in real life.
Well, that's perfect because technically I'm your kid. Thinker, how do you feel about pineapple on pizza?
I love it.
Oh my God, queen. Oh my God, you're a queen. I love you so much.
Who
You.
doesn't like pineapple on pizza?
I get how you pair it together. Like, I feel like you can't have pineapple and marinara. I feel like that's where people go wrong. Like, I don't know. I don't like marinara sauce either. I really hate. tomato sauce. I don't like ketchup neither. Disgusting. But I'm gonna put y'all on while we waiting for our algorithm to catch up. Wait, is
You
somebody
know,
on
you know.
stage?
Hold on. You know what my daughter had me eating the
Yes.
other day?
Oh, somebody on stage
Wait,
sticker. But
somebody's on
yeah,
stage.
yes, I'm looking at them right now. Hold on.
What's their name?
Their name is the self love. Wait, friend, what's your actual name? Because that's a long name.
Oh, y'all gotta warn me when y'all
Uh,
bring up somebody. You gotta warn me. Let me know you're gonna do that because I did not know. I can't see. I'm behind. Like it still shows only 163 coins, only 2,000 likes. So I can't see. So let me know if you're gonna bring somebody up. Um,
I go by
Hi,
D.
y'all. Yeah, there they go. They're right there. People in the chat
but I
saying they
can't.
can't say them.
I can't see them because TikTok Studio is still behind.
Oh
Y'all
wow.
don't see them. I'm looking.
Y'all hear me?
Yeah, I
No,
can hear you.
Oh.
I can hear you. I can't see you because my TikTok Studio is behind. And I don't know when it's going to catch up or if it's going to catch up. The other night it took like an hour.
Oh.
Yeah, so who whichever mod let them up, and y'all are gonna have to manage the because I can't manage muting. I can't do anything because I'm behind. How old are you?
I'm over 21.
I need to know your
Oh, you know
age,
my
please.
specific age? Oh, okay. I'm 30. My name is
Okay.
Divine. Hello.
Are you a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist?
I have my own special relationship with God.
Do you
Mm,
believe in the God of the Bible?
no.
Okay. So we are discussing the God of the Bible in here. We're discussing deconstruction or atheism. So you have to be one of the three to participate in the conversation.
Mm.
Are you deconstructing your belief in the God of the Bible?
I think I've already destructed or deconstructed rather.
Okay. But you're not an atheist.
No, I'm not an
You,
atheist.
okay. Yeah. So we're looking to talk to people who either believe, who are currently deconstructing, or are atheists.
Okay. I mean, I can still have the deconstruction conversation, but it's up to y'all.
But you're not deconstructing though.
I feel like I've already deconstructed. Like I've
Right. So you
gone through the
wouldn't
process.
fit the.
Okay.
Right. So you wouldn't fit.
Oh, no worries. All
All
right.
right. Thank
Have a good
you.
night. Thank you.
You too.
You have a nice night. I don't know why y'all couldn't see them. I saw them pop up and I was kind of staring at them because I thought I was tripping.
Can't see them because TikTok Studio is behind.
Yeah. But let me go back. What was I talking about? Oh, I was talking about the pizza. Y'all probably sleeping on Domino's pizza. Thinker, you too, listen to me. I'm going to put y'all on beautiful game because I really feel like Domino's should make this a special pizza. Get the pizza, get the I think it's the Parmesan sauce, if I'm not mistaken. The garlic Parmesan sauce. And then you're gonna get cheese, bacon, pineapple, and spinach. Follow me. Yes, Joshua, I told y'all to eat spiders, and y'all still judging me about that, and I'm really upset. Don't sidetrack me right now. But y'all gonna get the pineapples, the bacon, and the spinach, and then you're gonna put the extra cheese on there, which is the sago, I believe. It's really good. It's really, really good. I be messing it up. Don't knock it till you try
I
it.
don't eat bacon though, Maddie.
Girl, you let me tell you something. I love
I
you.
eat
You're so
turkey bacon.
complicated and
I eat turkey
complex.
bacon. I eat
Well,
turkey bacon. But listen, I'm gonna tell you what my daughter had me eating the other day. Um, uh, uh, pizza rolls, dipping it in Alfredo sauce. That shit was good. I was not expecting that because she normally dips it in ranch, and we were out of ranch. And so she brought it to me. She's like, taste this. And I was like, pizza roll and ranch? I was like, I already know what that tastes like. She's like, no, taste this. And so I dipped it in there and I ate it. And I was like, dang, that's good. I was like, is that Alfredo sauce? And she was like, yeah. I was like, dang, it is good.
No, that sound good. Y'all, please stop bullying me. Just because I told y'all to eat spiders one time, y'all sit up here judging me for that. Like, y'all, let that go. If y'all not gonna eat the spiders, just let's just forget about it. Okay? The pizza really is good. I'm telling y'all. It's a really good pizza. Thinker, I'm pretty sure it will still taste good with turkey bacon. Like, I just like having a meat on there. I'm kind of fat, so I really like bacon. But I'm pretty sure the turkey bacon will still taste good.
Hold on. There's someone trying to connect. I can't delete them, but I can see them trying to connect, which means that my TikTok studio is about to start catching up. But can Ahmad take them down?
I don't see him.
Hold on. Ahmad brought them up. Are you able to disconnect them? Whoever brought them up. TikTok studio is pissing me the fuck off. Like the fact, this is fucking ridiculous. Let me see if I can.
But yeah, why Thinker get that done? I really need y'all judging me, man. Like, I'm just a woman that has certain taste buds. Okay?
Like I don't know if I can like keep going, like because I can't delete this person that's trying to connect up here. Um,
Joshua said they already disconnected them.
oh, they're still showing trying to connect on my end, and I've turned off my Wi-Fi, turned it back on to try to get TikTok Studio to catch up, but TikTok Studio is still behind. I can't open the guest box, and this is pissing me off, y'all. Let me see. I wonder if I pause the live and then unpause it. Um, I can't pause the live while people are on stage. Can y'all drop for a second? Let me see if I can
Yeah,
fix this because this is pissing me off. See if I can fix this because
yeah.
this is pissing me off.
You, you should still be able to pause it though. I think your
I
stuff
can't
tripping. I'm finna drop for you.
I can't pause while people are on stage. Selena, can you drop for a second? I can't reset my gift card. I can't do anything, AG. Selena, are you there? Can somebody remove Selena? Thank you. Okay, let's see. Unable to pause live when you're live with others. I'm not live with anybody. This is pissing me off. It still thinks that I'm live with other people and it will not even let me pause the live.
or whatever, but venerating them, whatever. And it's like, who's going to bring justice to this, right? And God is saying He is. So it's not whether like it brings me joy or anything, but to know that God is a just judge and He's gonna, He's gonna do His judgment. It's just like it's fine.
Does God allow deathbed conversion?
I was just
Uh,
about to get there. You made me read, Auntie. You made me read.
yeah, definitely. I
There's a
mean,
couple things
yeah.
going on.
Wait, what? Like, yeah, I think that's definitely
So by that
possible. It happens
definition,
all the
then
time.
Jeffrey Dahmer, the people Dahmer, he's up there since
Yeah,
he claimed Jesus before he unalived.
yeah. So Jesus, like, um, so that's the thing. Like, Jesus is merciful, right? So, like, it's not like oh, my good deeds outweighs the bad deeds type of thing, because then nobody will be saved, right?
But all I have to do So I could go around, I could schmurder, I could grape, I could be mustard.
An hour and 30 minutes trying to get TikTok to fucking work is ridiculous. This is the stuff that I be dreading. Just trying to get the technology to work. Like, I just want to be able to come on live and just start having conversations. An hour and 30 minutes? It looks like we're on the same time frame. All right. Hopefully this will be the last restart. If it doesn't work this time, y'all, I don't know what to say. If it doesn't if it doesn't work this time, I don't know. YouTube, I appreciate y'all's patience. It's crazy that both of them was acting up tonight, but we got it and we still here. It is what it is. But it does look like we're on the same now because I can see 50-50 on both. So we're good to go. So go ahead and share the live, tap the screen, feed the beast, do all the things. I'm going to play some music so we can get the vibe right. There we go. Let's see.
You played the first one. Can you play the church song, please? I'm addicted. I'm about to start.
That's a slow song. I'm trying to get the vibe up, not down.
Every time they come in, they be trying to save. But think I don't wanna be saved, no way. Here they come in my chat, talking sister, repent. Nah, flexing with a Bible like they haven't sent. Trying to be my hero, cake dragging in the dust, but I'm left.
Why you on slow music right now, Maddie? We trying to get people up.
Tap the screen right quick, let the likes flow heavy, make the numbers flip. Hit that share button, tell your cousin, tell your crew.
Let's get to 100, y'all.
Dropping facts, that's true. Tap that screen for thinking,
It sound low, don't it?
Every time they come in, they be trying to save. But think you don't wanna be saved, no way. Look, I ain't asked nobody to fix my crown.
Does it sound low?
From the ground on down. Men get triggered cause they can't control the sound. But the more they hate loud, the more my people tap around. So double tap, triple tap, flood that screen. Let's go. Push this live to the top of the feed. Be laugh and learn it. Breaking chains in the night.
It's behind again, y'all.
Exit stage right, yo. Tap that screen for thinking, shut this live, let it ricochet. Every time they come in, they be trying to save. But think you don't wanna be saved, no way.
It's lower than usual, yeah. And TikTok Studio has disconnected again.
Here they come in my chat, talking sister, repent. Nah, flexing with a Bible like they haven't said. Trying to be my hero, cake dragging in the dust, but I'm laughing on the mic. Y'all just doing too much. If you rockin' with me, tap the screen right quick. Let the likes flow heavy, make the numbers flip. Hit that share button, tell your cousin, tell your crew. Think I live in the room, dropping facts, that's true. Tap that screen for thinking, Tap, tap, share this live, let it ricochet. Every time they come in, they be trying to save. But think you don't wanna be saved, no way. Look, I ain't asked nobody to fix my crown. I built this whole vibe from the ground on down.
Oh my God. TikTok Studio has fucked up again, y'all.
The more my people tap around, so double tap, triple tap, flood
Can somebody let the person in the guest box up? Oh, never mind. They don't want to be up here. Take them down. Never mind. They're definitely up here on accident. Yeah, TikTok Studio is messing up again. It's got me behind again. I don't know if we're. I I don't know, y'all. I'm trying. Technical difficulties tonight, like a motherfucker. Yeah, Paige, I got you. This is ugh. Is it 107 people in here?
It's 112 now.
This is irritating me. The other night this happened, I don't have the patience. I don't have the patience. Like this is the third restart and TikTok Studio is showing me uh 2,000 likes, 29 coins and 120 people. Yeah, it's such a drag. I don't have the patience for it. Like again, I think it's just us in here. It's not pushing us out to the FYP because the TikTok Studio is messed up. But we're only 8 minutes in. So keep tapping the live, keep feeding the beast. Okay, it's starting to catch up. Are we at 1.3 thousand coins? Is that the right number? We're not Christians, Scorcher. I don't know. Is that are we at the right thing? I think we're catching up. I can see the gift go now. Okay. Okay, y'all. So now my TikTok Studio is working. Yeah. So okay, keep sharing the live, tapping the screen, send your heart me's, feed the beast. Let's get on the FYP 1.75. Yep, I can see it. Yes, we're back. That's a fucking shame.
You on the FYP.
Okay, it's a fucking shame. Hello, Ro doing inner child healing. That's good that you're doing inner child healing. That's amazing. Glad to hear that. Hey, Lovey. It's so frustrating. Like I just be wanting to go live and talk. Like god damn, just work. Debbie, are you going to connect? I guess not. We're gonna take you down because I don't know why you're not connecting. Let's move on.
Yeah, it's caught up. As soon as you said you're gonna take her down, she went down.
Mr. Master.
Hey, how y'all doing? Good morning. Good
Doing good.
morning.
How are you doing?
It's midnight where I'm at.
Yeah, it's midnight. It's midnight here too.
Yes,
Um, can I get your age for TikTok purposes, please?
sure. I'm 43 years old.
All right. And are you a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist?
I grew up in the church and everything, so now I question the faith.
So you're deconstructing?
Yeah, that's what it is. Okay.
Okay. All right. And do you still have a belief in the God of the Bible or God
Uh,
or
I believe in God. Yeah. I
okay.
believe it's in a supreme power. Yes.
Okay. And which topic did you want to discuss from the post?
um, I wonder, the Job's wife suffered too and was done wrong. That one right there is the one that I was looking at like, huh?
Why did you
That's
say
the one I
huh?
was looking, because I don't know. I know the story of Job. You know what I'm saying? And I don't see where she was done wrong. I guess.
That is interesting.
Yes, ma'am.
How many children did Job pop out?
He had a Job had a good amount.
That's interesting. How many did he carry?
Um, how many did he carry? He
Yes.
didn't. Yeah, he didn't carry any of them.
He didn't carry any. Who carried Job's kids?
Who carried them? His wife, I guess. Yeah.
Oh, oh. So when they were killed, that only affected Job.
Um, no, that affected the whole family. I suppose.
The whole family?
Yeah.
What would have been the other part of that family if the kids were killed and it affected Job? Who was the rest of the family?
Well, all the kids wasn't killed, were they?
Yes.
They were.
But even if they were not, who else is a part of the family?
I guess it's just the kids, the Job, his wife, and his kids, and Job had a lot of stuff, right? Job,
Hold on, wait. I'm trying to figure out how you in 2025 can get on TikTok and act as if you don't understand that it takes two people to birth a child. And one of those people have to carry that child for 9 months. And that if that child dies, that there is not just one parent who hurts, but two. I'm trying to understand how in 2025 that is a difficult thought for you.
because you said Job's wife was suffered too and was done wrong. Okay, she suffered as far as the loss of her children.
What
You
else
know,
did she lose?
what else did she lose?
What else did she lose? This
Um,
this that the way you answer these questions lets me know how, if you are married, it lets me know how you see your wife in your marriage and how you see the things that you have acquired in your marriage, your home, right? It's yours. It's not your wife's. Your income is yours. It doesn't belong to your wife. Your children are yours, not your wife, right? If you get sick, that's her job to take care of you. It doesn't matter if she has to also pick up what and take care of the things that you can no longer take care of because you're sick, because she's your wife, she's a slave. Like the way that you are looking at this, it's very telling at how you look at women and how you look at your wife if you are married or your significant other, because it shouldn't be hard.
yeah, no, I'm saying it's not hard. You know what I'm saying? It's not hard. I was just wondering, the how was she done wrong?
What do you mean? How was she done wrong? First off, even let's say she said curse God and die, which she didn't. They lied. They mistranslated that and lied to demonize her. But let's say she did
How
tell
did
Job,
how
hold on,
how, how
hold
did
on,
she
hold
lie?
on, hold on, hold on. Don't cut me off. Let's say that she did say curse God and die. All of you have said something against this God, this religion. No, all of you have doubted this God at some point in your life, and you think that a woman who sees her husband go through all that he went through, who goes through it with him, who has to take care of him, having a moment of doubt, having a moment of weakness, and telling her husband, it's okay, go ahead and take your rest. You don't have to fight anymore. You think she deserves to be demonized for that?
Um, I think I don't know about demonized, but I know she wrong for saying that.
What do you think demonized means? So you now saying that you believe in a God, you are deconstructing this God. Are you wrong?
I mean, I don't know. We'll never know until judgment
So if
day.
you don't know if you're wrong, how do you think you have the right to say that she's wrong?
Because she said, "Curse, you
Do
might
you
as
know
well."
what curse means?
Yeah, why you keep cutting me off? You
No,
ain't even
because
answering the question.
I am answering your questions. Do you know what curse means? What does curse mean?
I don't know what curse mean, man. What does curse mean?
No, I want to know what you think when it says she said curse God and die. Do you think that she was putting a magical spell on your God?
She can't put a magical spell on God.
Right, right. So what do you think that means when it says curse God and die?
Maybe say fuck you and just die.
It could mean that. It could mean that. So with you saying that you no longer believe in this God in the Bible, but you believe in some God, are you saying fuck you to this God?
No,
What are you saying?
I'm not saying anything. I'm
Oh,
just
yes, you
saying.
are. Yes,
No,
you
I'm
are.
not. How
You're
you
saying
gonna
that
tell me
this
what
God,
I'm doing?
you're saying that this God either is not real, you either don't agree with this God. You're saying you're renouncing this God.
Right?
You literally are saying fuck the God.
No, I'm not.
Yes,
I'm
you
just
are.
saying. I'm just saying. I don't subscribe to a slave master's God. That
Oh,
don't
you
mean
call
fuck
so you
God.
just cursed them. You just called them a slave master God. So
He
you just cursed
is.
them. Like it's interesting to me that you can renounce a God that you believe is a slave master God, but at the same time say Job was wrong for Job's wife was wrong for telling Job to say fuck that slave master God. That is so interesting to me. Why is she wrong? Why is she wrong? Hold on. Why is she wrong for saying fuck a slave master God? Why is she wrong for saying that if he a slave master God? Why- Uh, if he's a slave master God, why is she wrong for saying fuck him?
I said that. I said I don't subscribe to that. Know what I'm saying?
Because he's a slave master God.
Yeah, but he wasn't. They
Okay.
wasn't. They wasn't
It-
doing
it-
that back
hold on.
then.
Job had slaves.
He
How
didn't
you
have
gonna say?
slaves.
Yes, he
He had
did.
servants.
He had slaves and servants, and
Okay.
servants are slaves. Like what?
Okay. Okay. Okay.
But it's the same God. So how are you going to say that now today it's fuck that slave master God? Or
You said
I
that.
don't
I
say
didn't say
you
that.
are literally saying fuck the slave master God. I don't subscribe to that slave master God. You just scared to say fuck him. I'm not. But I don't but the fact that you are saying that you don't subscribe to him because he is a slave master God, but at the same time say Job's wife is wrong for saying fuck that slave master God, that is crazy as fuck. It
To
sounds like
you.
it, yes,
Okay.
because you're doing what Job's wife wasn't scared to do in your eyes. That's the
No,
crazy
no,
thing.
I'm not.
Yeah, and then you're demonizing her or saying she's wrong. She told Job, first off, again in the text they lied on her. In the Hebrew, she says, bless God and die. She does not say curse God and die. The King James, the Targum later translated that as curse. In the Septuagint, she tells Job, I'm wandering door to door as a servant trying to make ends meet. I've lost my kids, the fruit of my womb. You've lost yours. You no longer have a lineage. You're sleeping outside in your dung. She said, how long? How long are you going to persist in this? She said, I wander door to door waiting for the sun to go down just so I can rest. She said, say a word to God and die. That's what she says in the Septuagint. She does not say curse.
Well, why did he say, well, woman, you sound
Again,
foolish?
because she's telling him to give up. And he's saying, no, you sound like a foolish woman.
When you said curse God, curse
No,
your
she
God and
said,
die.
no, she told him to bless God and die in the
He
text.
wouldn't have
She does,
said you sound
hey,
foolish
hey,
for blessing
hey,
God.
homie. I read Hebrew, you don't.
You don't,
Yes,
bitch.
the fuck I
You.
do, bitch.
You bitch.
With your scary ass. You so fucking scary. You don't even worship a fucking God that you think is slave master, and then you want to call her a demon because she had the fucking bigger balls than your ass did to say fuck that same God. Dumb motherfucker. You misogynistic ass bitches. How the fuck you gonna get up here and say you don't worship this God and then say she wrong for saying fuck him? Y'all some. Oh, I swear, y'all got the game fucked up. And that's why you ran, scary ass hoe. These misogynistic ass motherfuckers piss me the fuck off. How the fuck you gonna hold reverence for a God you fucking renounced your damn self just so you can fucking say a woman is wrong? Little scary bitch. Come on, that's a slave master God. Like, what the fuck? I cannot. I cannot. What the fuck?
Then it's him whispering, "Man, fuck you, bitch."
He said, then how the fuck, motherfucker don't even know me. Motherfucker gonna say, you don't read Hebrew, bitch.
It's like when somebody say you're fat. No, you're fat. That's literally what he did.
But the crazy thing is that he could not see. You don't believe in this God because you have deemed the God a slave master God out of your own mouth. You too scared to say, fuck that slave master God, motherfucker. You are too scared to say this shit. And you still hold reverence in your heart for the same motherfucker who you believe enslaved your ass and your people. You weak, motherfucker. Then you hide behind your weakness to pounce on a woman. You brought your whole motherfucking ass up here to say a woman is wrong because she could do what the fuck you can't.
And show his whole big funky ass because you said he can't read.
I swear. Oh my God. That shit crazy. I would never understand that shit. I would never. That had to have been the weirdest shit ever. And then I sent Fee a screenshot. Somebody commented on the Hagar song and was like, I like this song, but I can't receive it because it makes it sound like God just didn't care. I said that's a blatant admission that you're going to reject the truth of the story because you want to keep this image in your head that this God gave a damn about sending your people into slavery. You just admitted that shit, and I can't comment on the Hagar video or the Joe video for some reason. TikTok deletes every comment I motherfucking made. But that's a blatant admission. The story says he told her to go back and submit under Sarah's hand, the same hand that afflicted her. The story says he told Abraham to listen to Sarah when Sarah wanted to kick Hagar out. The story says Abraham kicked her out with bread and a skin of water. The story says she wandered in the wilderness until an angel of the Lord saw Ishmael crying or heard Ishmael crying. Then they opened Hagar's eyes to a well. The story says he told Abraham, I'm going to bless him because he's your seed. He did not protect Hagar. And she commented, she was like, well, I just want to believe that God protected her. How, Sway? Where in the text does he protect Hagar? Where?
Man, can't do nothing wrong. Can't do nothing wrong.
Talking about I just can't receive it. Then you don't receive your book. Power Pig.
Yes, hi.
Hi, how are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing good. Are you a believer, deconstructing, or an atheist?
I'm a closeted atheist.
Oh, okay. Have I talked to you
Uh,
before?
I don't think so.
Oh, okay.
I usually stay in the guest box. In the yes, in the guest box. I mean
Okay.
in the
In the
comment
chat.
section. I'm sorry. Right.
Okay. And how old are you?
I'm 46.
All right. And which topic did you want to discuss?
Well, um, maybe Job's wife suffered too, and I just wanted to go off base for a little bit, if I may.
As long as it's about Job's wife. When you say
Okay.
off base, what do you mean off base? What do you
Well, I wanted to congratulate you on the community that you
Oh,
have been
okay.
building and continue to build.
Thank you.
And I want to congratulate you also for the clarity that you come with, and your team, by the way. Your whole crew. Um, the honesty, the courage, and the diligence that you displayed in going through and learning the language and all of that. I think is very commendable, and
Thank
I
you.
kind of wanted to kind of just touch on that. Um,
I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
you're welcome.
What were your thoughts about Job's wife?
Yeah, on the topic, um, I think the story is very one-sided. It really just gives the male perspective. It just gives Job's side of the story, so to speak, and it totally ignores the fact that other people were affected, and namely his wife. His wife was uh, equally affected, and in some cases you could say make an argument that she could have been more affected, because then he's sitting there and he's sick and he has sores and all that stuff, and then she has to take care of him. um so he has like a physical aspect of it, uh that's laborious. um in addition to that, the story is also misogynistic, as it tried to paint her uh as the villain in the story. And it also, I think, highlights the way, when you buy into the story, how you're led to think a certain way, and you cannot see another perspective. And as when I was a believer, and you learn about the story, you never think that she was affected. And it's kind of, when you look back at it, it's kind of embarrassing that you get such a myopic view of this story. And it's also the way they presented it to you, but you didn't even take the time to think about it for yourself. So it's a little heavy. And the song that you did about it actually hit home um with all of this.
Uh, Thank you. I agree, and I think the way they took the Septuagint version and stripped it down, uh, in the Puritan Bible, stripped it down to just that one line. They knew what they were doing. They wanted to create this very myopic lens to where you only see her as this hateful hag that was against the
Absolutely.
God. Yeah. Because in the Septuagint she talks about, the struggles and how this is affecting her, and you would have to have anybody with a heart would have empathy for her, and they didn't want that, so they removed all of that.
Uh, well, I mean, it's still a little bit embarrassing because even if they structure it a certain way, and that's why I have to congratulate you for even discussing these topics and bringing them to light, because it does give so much perspective. Even when you don't believe in the story, it's almost like, wow, we never thought about that, and I know that they painted it a certain way, but then even as a believer, and you care about people, and you care about uh, the persons in these stories, and you try to put yourself in the situations. How do you not see? How do you not see that perspective? And that's what's kind of, it's so embarrassing that well, we who kind of left, when you look back at it, it's like, wow, that just, you lack so much empathy there. And then it could be said for like almost all of the stories. It's the way the Israelite could go and wipe out a nation, and then we're just okay with it. It's insane.
Yeah, that it's uh Bash has a theory that the stories were written in a way to where the God says, if you let me do XYZ, then I'll be your friend. If if you let me kill my son and call it good, I'll be your friend. If you let me kill people and take their land, I'll be your friend. And you call it good. Like, so if you can see these atrocities and allow the God to do it and continue to do it, and you call it good, then you're good with the God. And that's the way the I see the stories, because even just like I was saying, when the live first started, even with Samson and Delilah, the demonization of Delilah in that story, saying that she betrayed him, while the only line in that story about them is that he loved her. There's never the reciprocation coming from
Right.
Delilah, and it's just inferred, right? People just say, "Oh, she belonged to him because he loved her." And that's how it a lot of times in society, just because a man thinks he wants a woman, he's entitled to her, and she's
Right.
emotionally obligated to him because he wanted her. And if he, like that guy that came on stage a couple of weeks ago and said that God had to heal his heart because the first time he met a woman that he didn't want to play with, he wanted to be serious about her because she was intelligent and her conversation turned him on, and it wasn't sexually, and she turned him down. and he said he came on to her really strong, and he thought that she would accept his advances, and she didn't, and she didn't want to be friends with him anymore. So he said he cried for like 4 days, and the Holy Spirit had to come in and heal his heart and all of this, and he felt like, she was wrong because he had decided this is the first time that
Right,
I'm in
right.
love with a woman's mind. Like, that is the Samson and Delilah story to me.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, absolutely. That's a funny story, actually.
I like and I like I it's crazy because I understand like heartbreak. When you like somebody and they don't return the emotions, I get that, but the expectation of that person returning it and saying that they're wrong and Jesus had to heal your heart, like, that's crazy to me.
Right, right, right.
But I think like when we look at what Charlie Kirk did say about how empathy is a made up term, a woke term, that to me is an interesting thing for Charlie Kirk to say and for the conservative right to push, because we see that in think about Moms for Liberty when they got mad at schools for teaching empathy to children, because the book stomps out empathy. If you think about it, you are to empathize with only the chosen,
Right.
no matter what the chosen does, whether it's incest, whether it's rape, whether it's genocide, whether it's lying, whether it's scheming, blatant murder, adultery. You are to empathize with their inability to be perfect. But the victims, you cannot empathize with them. Empathy, what is that? What is that? They're against the chosen. They're against God.
Right. And a lot of times it's to your own detriment too, because then when the shoe is on the other foot, then would you be looking for empathy? I mean, like the vast majority of what are considered or who are considered Christians right now would be on the out group. They would not be on the in group. You would be the ones getting slaughtered. You would be the
Mm-hmm.
ones uh, being victimized. Now, would that have been okay? I don't think so. But um, it's yeah. So there's no empathy um, because I guess you want to be on God's good side with His chosen and all that, but it really is it's disturbing and embarrassing. I think, um, yeah. I mean, it's yeah. That's I'm speechless with it.
Yeah. The good thing is that you're recognizing it, right? That's the good thing. I mean, because we all were taught that. We all were in this indoctrinated place of in our mind, and I don't think that you would have come out of it if you didn't have the mind to empathize and relate to other humans. It's when people are willing to turn that off, let their human side die in exchange for this eternal life or this salvation, that and even in the face of being shown it, they reject it. That to me is something to be embarrassed of. I wouldn't say you don't there's no need to be I get what you mean by it's embarrassing, because we all should be embarrassed that we looked at that and we didn't think about,
Right, right.
yeah, but at least you're learning and facing it and dealing with that and adjusting and growing.
Yeah, I mean it's to the point where you have, well, I have family, and it's the way you're disgusted now, the way they talk. And I guess if I came out to say I don't believe in this stuff, because I just tell my immediate family, my parents and spouse and whatnot. But I don't really, tell everyone um, that I don't believe in it anymore. But then, when I'm around people and they talk about it, it's almost like it makes you so uncomfortable um, when you have people that are really espousing the same ideas that you know to be harmful, that you now know to be detrimental. It's very it's very disheartening and disenchanting. Um, and you kind of kind of toe the line between, do I want to make um, a fuss about it right now or just leave it be? Um, but it's disgusting nonetheless.
Yeah, I think what helps make that decision is if you are able to sit by and see the harm that it causes and just go on about living your life and say, well, at least I know, you know, um, and not speak up, then by all means. But I think when you see the harm in front of you and we do have the responsibility of speaking out against other people being harmed or people harming us.
Absolutely, I agree with that. um, I do have two children, and I have a weird relationship still with the church, in which I still allow them to go, and this was basically one of the conditions when I started to deconstruct. That was kind of an agreement where, okay, I will allow them to go to church still, but on the condition that I tell them that this stuff is not real. And I was very open with them, um, and to the point where I apologized to them for kind of bringing them up in something that I now discovered, one, wasn't real, uh, two, was harmful. So, and I encouraged them to just ask me whatever questions that they had, and if I didn't know the answer, I would try to seek it out so that I could give them an honest answer to it. Um, so I kind of still do have a relationship with the church in terms of they still go there, um, and that was just to kind of keep the peace, so to speak. Um, so I can't just be indiscreet about how I speak and just throw a caution to the wind. But it does affect you. Like you're in a situation where you believe a certain way, and you have family that you care about that believe like the polar opposite. It does put a strain on your relationships in that manner.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's unfortunate that something that's supposed to be about love and peace creates so much division. And the family member doesn't ask themselves, why would if it's love, like who runs away from love, right? Who runs away from peace? That question is never really asked or considered when dealing with family members who choose not to, subscribe to this belief system or this God.
Yeah. So yeah, but it definitely just the way the book is structured, the stories are structured. They do kind of funnel you in a certain direction. Um, and if you don't have the wherewithal to sit and think about it, which I guess the vast majority of Christians don't anyways, like when I was, and all the people that I know who are Christian, they don't read the book. I guess when I started to step away from it was the more I took it seriously. And the more I started to read it, and the more I started to study it, and the more I went deeper, that's when it kind of started to fall apart. But if you're lukewarm, then I guess it's all fine because you don't even know anything, anyways.
Yeah, you use your imagination, like the young girl that commented on the Hagar post and said, I choose to believe that God was there for Hagar, that God protected Hagar, even though the story doesn't say that. She rejects what the story actually says, and she refuses to go and read it because she doesn't want a different interpretation of the God that she's been believing in her whole life.
Right,
So they've
right.
created their own God. They've
Uh,
created their own version.
And I get it because when I was kind of stepping away from it, it was scary, because this is all I knew. I grew up in church, and there were periods where just for years you never miss a Sunday at church, and that to me is like, when I look back at it, I'm like, wow, that's some kind of dedication, even though I wasn't really dedicated, so to speak. Like, I wasn't dedicated to reading it, I wasn't dedicated to studying it, and knowing it, but you grow up in it and it becomes a part of your whole system, your whole ecosystem, and it's tradition, and you just follow it, and you follow it blindly. um and it's to take that now and then say, okay, I no longer have that. I understand it's scary, and when the people that I open up to, um I don't think that they could uh fathom it, and they don't understand why I would. And it's like you said, the question said, like, who runs away from peace, who runs away from love. Like, it's not something that I wanted to do, but it became necessary. um after what you know certain things, like, you can't unknow it. It's like, I could have went on and pretended that it didn't matter, but then it did, because now it affects your whole outlook on almost everything, because everything that you thought of, now you have to go back and reevaluate if what you thought was even your thought.
The real dilemma. Yeah, which is it is a scary thing. When I first started deconstructing, I describe it as the like the feeling of walking a tightrope or riding a bicycle for the first time, the wobbly knees and you know um, a lot of anxiety and feeling like having to learn how to be in the world alone
Hmm.
is what it felt like to me. I didn't too much worry about what family was going to think. It was more so me having to now be, acknowledge that I am responsible for myself. Um, that this umbrella of protection that I thought I had did not exist. And this relationship that I thought I was in with this deity wasn't real.
Right, right. Yeah, so yeah, throwing that all away can be scary. So,
Yeah.
I kind of understand, the people that I told, and they just, like, they don't want to really hear it, or let's change the subject or whatever. And I understand, um, and I'm not trying to um take away their faith. I'm not trying to do that. It's just that, if the same way you feel that there's a truth there that I should know about, I feel like there's a truth here that you need to know about also. So I think that's fair at that point. If you're going to share whatever with me, then you know, I'll try to be honest with you too. I'm not, going out on the street telling people to get rid of Jesus.
I don't think you should do that anyway. I don't think anybody should do that. That would make you an atheist preacher, and like I, no. Yeah, no.
I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't do that. I'm talking about family, right?
Oh,
Or close, yes. But but I know that they get tense, and there are people in my circle in particular that think that it's a phase, and it's kind of they're thinking, well, he'll come around, but I'm like, well, I don't see anything changing anytime soon. If I'm reading the book right, which a lot of us have read it, like there's nothing to fix it. There's nothing to fix it. So that's kind
well,
of
except for
it,
critical thinking.
right?
It's going to be critical thinking that's going to fix it. And unfortunately, because so many people have been indoctrinated to not think, they've been told that this Holy Spirit thinks for them. And that Holy Spirit typically comes in the voice of someone who has authority over them, or their own limited knowledge that they refuse to add to, right? And so if we continue to have conversations about critical thinking, teaching the process of critical thinking, the process of analysis, logic, the correct way to research, how to identify credible resources, how to identify propaganda, how to identify narcissism, the manipulative tactics, scapegoating. We name things. We have to call things as they are. I think that's going to be the way that we fix it, and it's not going to be an overnight fix. But teaching that and not being afraid to think critically out loud, being unapologetic about being a thinker is what's going to fix it. I believe. And like we see people deconstructing, but they're still afraid to let go of the idea of a God, but they're deconstructing from the things that no longer make sense because they are thinking about them now. So they're saying, yep, that doesn't make sense to me. I got to move away from that, but I'm not ready
Right,
to move away from the idea of a God.
right,
Yeah.
right.
So I think that's the way that we fix it is thinking, critical thinking.
Yeah, absolutely. I do think too that um, when I guess when you have the Christian lens on everything takes on uh, the meaning that comes to with those lens. Uh, because even now, when you pick up the book and you read it, now that you're not looking through those lens, everything takes on a new meaning. Everything, or it takes on a meaning that was, actually intended in most cases. When you're reading with a Christian lens, I think you miss so much because you're already programmed on how to think about the thing. So and you can't think about the thing any other way. uh, or well, I guess the different denominations think about it in different ways. So, but you're kind of programmed based on your peers and who has taught you and all that as to how to interpret it, and then you look at it that way. Um,
Right. But
so
you got there regardless of being indoctrinated, right?
right, right,
So, and there's going to be people who will never get there because they just don't have the neurological makeup to question it and to accept facts or data. There's only going to it's this is only going to be possible for those types of minds, in regards,
Hmm.
even if that mind has been indoctrinated. Once that mind is shown facts and data, and it makes sense to them, they reject it, or they voluntarily choose to accept the fact or in the data, and follow it anyway. But we all got there because we were all indoctrinated. And I was a Christian. I was a missionary when I, you know, started deconstructing. And I didn't even know I was deconstructing because I was actually trying to get closer to the God.
Right, 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 right. Yeah, I think, well, I think maybe, well, it's as you say, it's if you're of a certain mind, then you'll get it. And if you're not, then you probably won't. Because a lot of people who, again, that's what I'm saying. If you read it and you got the lens on, then it you miss most of the things. If you're reading it and you're trying to, you know, gain understanding, or you're trying to get a deeper relationship with the God, then I think you'll kind of see through all of what is going on there, because that's kind of the path that kind of led me out of it. Is going deeper and trying to take it seriously, uh, to where uh, I was being asked to teach it. So I'm like, okay, if I'm gonna teach it, then I need to understand what is going on here. And that was that was probably a bad idea on the part of the people that were encouraging me to do it. But um, but again, to your point, I guess if you don't have the mind to question what you're reading, and look in depth at if what you're reading is what you're reading. If you don't even have that mind, then you'll read it 100,000 times, and you still don't understand what is going on. So
Hmm.
um, so you're 100% correct on that.
Did you have anything else?
That is it. That is it. Thank you for having me up. And congratulations again on all that you're doing. I wish you all the success in the world. Um, you're great. Very good. Thank you.
You're very welcome. Thank you, and I hope you
Yeah.
have a great rest
All
of the
right.
day.
Yeah. Yeah.
Bye bye.
Can you
Yeah,
take me
I got
down? Thank you. All right.
you. Somebody bring up another guest? I can't get the guest box open. Never mind. Here go. Cameron.
Hello,
Hi. How are you?
I'm doing alrighty.
Can I get your age, please?
33.
And are you a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist?
I believe in the God of the Bible, Jesus Christ.
Okay. Um, which topic did you come up to discuss?
Um, I was reading her, I was listening, kind of
Your phone's going in and out, Cameron. Maddie, don't
the
forget
lady
you can come
finish.
in the combo, okay? Maddie.
Oh, give me just a second.
Uh,
I'll move.
okay. Maddie, are you there? Hey, y'all. I can't hear you. Are you trying to talk? Go on mute and are you talking right now? I can't hear you. Maddie, drop down and come back up. This is TikTok technology. Cameron?
Yes, can you hear me better?
Oh, that is so much better. Thank you.
Yes, I was in the car. Came in
Oh,
second.
okay. Okay. And which topic did you say? Give me just a second. Maddie, you heard me, right? Like you can come in. You don't have to. Maddie?
Can you hear me now, Thinker?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay, something's
Yeah.
wrong with my headphones.
Oh,
Yeah, I
okay.
heard you.
Okay. All right. Cameron, which topic? I'm sorry.
Are you leaving now?
Um, well, I was just gonna go to your prompt
Which
and
one?
kind of touch on all of them.
You can do one topic.
Okay. Well, I heard the chosen.
There isn't one up
Joe,
there about the chosen.
what if? Well, I'll just go with what if Adam was abusive?
Okay. And what are your thoughts on that?
I believe that the Genesis through the first five chapters of the Bible are really the first five books of the Bible are really to show how imperfect we as a creation are. And I guess the reason I brought that one up is because the lady was speaking on, how the chosen
I
people.
don't want you to address anybody else's conversation that was on stage.
Okay.
Thank you.
Well, I just choose that one because God put these stories together in a particular way to show that all of us are imperfect. However, if we hear His call and we do as He says, and we have faith and we follow His word, and we don't waver in what He asks us to do, we are blessed. And so, when they say, what if Adam was abusive? Adam, we can tell from the beginning, he had a lot of issues. He was a very fearful man. He lied multiple times. In the end, it worked out for his benefit. However, we could see that with the situation where his wife was unable his wife was unable to conceive for a while, and he
Wait,
stepped out.
what? What story are you talking about? Are you sure you're talking about Adam?
Oh, Lord Jesus. I don't know why I read Abraham. I thought that said Abraham. I'm so sorry.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was so
Baby, because I
confused.
was
I
lost.
was like,
Oh,
what?
sorry. I don't know why I read Abram.
Okay.
I
Okay. You
read
want to
Abram.
start? You want to start back over?
Okay, okay,
Okay. All right.
okay. What if Adam was abusive? Well, hey. I'll say it like this. He wasn't too abusive because when his wife didn't do when the woman that God created for him didn't do what the Lord said, he didn't like stop her and strike her down or nothing. He just partook with whatever she took. Basically, in the end, said, you are mine, I'm yours, and we're going to face this together, whatever it is. So,
He didn't say those words.
no. But just partaking in that, he knew what God said.
Yeah. So why are you like not suggesting that because he knew that the tree would make you die, that he sat there and watched her eat it because he wanted to see if she would die? No, no,
I
no, no.
don't.
I'm saying, why are you
Oh,
ignoring that possibility? You're
uh,
you're intentionally interpreting it as Adam saying, "Baby, whatever you do, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna ride or die with you." It doesn't say that. Like, you're choosing to see it that way. And the question is, what if Adam was abusive? An abusive man would allow the woman that he abuses to do something destructive and sit by and watch to see if it destructs her, to see what happens to her.
okay. I'm just gonna ask. Is it okay if I read the Bible?
Oh, absolutely, I would prefer it.
Okay. All right. All right. Okay. I'll just start in Genesis chapter 3,
Yeah,
verse.
I'll bring it on the screen so everybody can read along with you.
Okay.
Give me just a second. We'll pull it up here. What verse are you starting? Are you starting at chapter verse 1 or
Yeah, I'll start at verse 1 and I'll go down to
okay?
verse 8, if that's okay.
Yep, perfectly fine.
All right. I'm reading from the Life Principles Bible, so it might be a little different.
Okay.
It says, "Now the serpent was more crafty than any beast of the field, which the Lord God had made. And he said to the woman, Indeed, has God said, You shall not eat from any tree of the garden? The woman said to the serpent, From any fruit of the trees of the garden we may eat. But from the fruit of the tree which is in the middle of the garden, God has said, You shall not eat from it or touch it, or you will die. The serpent said to the woman, You surely will not die, for God knows that in the day you eat from it, your eyes will be opened, and you will be like God, knowing good and evil. When the woman saw that the tree was good for food, and that it was a delight to the eyes, and that the tree was desirable to make one wise, she took from it fruit and ate. And she gave also to her husband with her, and he ate. Then the eyes of both of them were opened, and they knew they were naked. Hey, baby. And they sewed fig leaves together and made themselves loin coverings. They heard the sound of the Lord God walking in the garden in the cool of the day. And the man and his wife hid themselves from the presence of the Lord God among the trees of the garden. So,
May the
I,
Lord add a blessing to the readers and hearers and not doers of His word. Go ahead.
yes. And so, um, just off, just reading the text. First thing first. I wanna say what I see, what I envision from what happened. Eve was alone.
Wait, let's go back for a second. Let's go back
Hmm.
because there is something here. Um, there's some words here,
Hmm.
right, that you read, and you
Hmm.
said that she was alone. What are those words in verse 6
And
that I've highlighted?
she also gave some to her husband who was with her, and
So
he
was
ate.
she alone?
When she was talking to the serpent, I believe so. Yes.
What does it say right there?
Who and she also gave some to her husband who was with her,
So was she
and he
alone?
ate. Hey, if you
Was
put it
she
like
alone?
no,
She
according
was
to that,
not. Right.
yes. Okay. 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 And okay, so my question would be, dang, is Eve abusive?
I mean,
Well,
it's possible. It's possible, but the topic is, what if Adam was abusive? Every time we get to this point, men want to
yes,
point fingers at Eve, and you don't want to talk about the possibility of Adam being abusive, and that's the topic. Why do
yes.
y'all always want to turn our head towards Eve and not discuss Adam's possibility of being abusive?
I guess I would have to hear your
No,
viewpoint
no,
on
no,
it
no. I
from the
still haven't heard
scripture.
yours. I still haven't heard yours. I'm still listening to yours. And what you
Yes.
did just now, right?
Hmm.
Even in the conversation, you want to turn the topic to Eve, and then you want to hand the conversation over to me. It's for some reason
Hmm.
you want to make the woman the abusive one, and then you want me to explain why I think Adam would be abusive when that's what you were doing from the beginning. When you first started the conversation and you thought that said Abraham, it was the first five books was intentionally set up this way by your God, which was a wild statement, by the way, because your God didn't set up anything. Men did. Like that was a wild statement. But you said that your God intentionally set this book up this way to show that men are not perfect. But
Yes.
but now you seem to not want to engage the thought that Adam could have been abusive in the garden prior to Eve eating that fruit.
Prior to? Oh no, I definitely don't believe he was abusive prior to. Afterwards, maybe so. Just by the way
Why
they're
not
killed.
prior to?
Because everything in the garden was perfect.
Where does it
And
say that?
it literally said, we can go back just a little bit.
Okay.
Hold on. I went to Exodus 27:1 because somebody put it. I'm sorry. Let me go back.
Good morning, Fee.
Good morning, y'all.
You here early. I'm excited.
I'm flying down to the A this morning, so we got a crazy ass early flight. I'm like, let me get up and get my mind moving and listen to my peeps.
Oh, okay.
Okay. All right. Let's go to 2 and start at verse 15. Chapter 2, verse 15. And I'll read to 22.
Okay, go ahead.
And it says, Then the Lord God took the man and put him into the Garden of Eden to cultivate it and keep it. The Lord God commanded the man, saying, From any tree of the garden you may eat freely, but from the tree of knowledge of good and evil you shall not eat, for in the day that you eat from it you will surely die. So, from right there, just reading those three verses, those two verses, what I get is the tree of good and evil basically holds the conscience of doing right and doing wrong. So at this point in time, as long as they don't eat of that, whatever they did in the garden is considered good under God's eye.
But does that mean that just because that's like saying if Adam slapped Eve, it was considered good? That doesn't mean he could not slap the shit out of Eve.
Oh, what?
It just means that it would be considered good.
Yes.
That
Okay.
doesn't mean that he couldn't be abusive. It just means the abuse was labeled good.
Okay. Okay. Let's continue. Let's continue. I'm just telling you what I'm getting from it. Is
And I'm telling you what I'm getting from that.
okay.
Like
Understood.
I'm not saying
Understood.
that I'm not even saying that you're wrong. I'm based off of your interpretation.
Yes.
Whatever they did in the garden was considered good. That
Yes.
does not mean that he couldn't trip her ass when she's walking because he's frustrated because he doesn't like the sound of her voice, and then he just trips her. That's
Yes.
considered good,
Yes.
according to your interpretation.
Yes. However, he was alone at this point in time. So
I'm talking about before eating from the tree.
yes,
You
and we're
said
we're getting there.
you hold on.
Okay.
It doesn't matter. You said the fact that that tree was in the garden
Mm-hmm.
means that the tree holds the consciousness of doing good and evil.
Mm-hmm.
And whatever they did in that garden prior to eating from the tree was considered good. That's what you
Mm-hmm.
said. So based off of your interpretation of that, whatever they did in that
Mm-hmm.
garden was labeled good, including Adam tripping Eve just because he don't like the sound of her voice.
Okay. I don't agree, but it
How
doesn't say
how
that.
how how would you how would it be different? You said whatever they did was
Mm-hmm.
labeled good.
Mm-hmm.
How would that be different?
If Eve was on her way to go eat from the tree and he tripped her, I
I didn't
would.
say on her way to go eat from the tree.
But
Why
I'm
did you
saying
add that? No,
because you
no,
adding you
no.
adding the tripping. The
No, I
tripping's
did. No,
not
no,
in
no,
there.
no, 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 no. I'm talking. You added that to my hypothetical. Why are you adding on her way to go eat from the tree? You're saying it's okay for him to trip her if she's about to do something bad. That's
Yes.
why you added that. I didn't add that. If Adam is sitting there and he's
Yes.
frustrated with the way Eve's voice sounds and he trips her, according to your interpretation, it is labeled good because you say whatever they did in that garden prior to eating from the tree is
Mhm.
good.
Yes. And I say that because the only commandment God gave was do not eat from the tree.
What does that have to do with what they did? Like it's like you're saying that if he didn't command them to go and take a shit, they wouldn't go shit.
Yes, they were. I don't believe that was a part of what they had to go through at that point in time because
They
they
were
had
robots?
everlasting life. They were
Wait,
eternal.
hold on. Wait, you're saying that first off, they didn't have everlasting life. They had to eat from the tree of life to get everlasting life. Number two, let's say they did have everlasting life. You're saying that they didn't when they ate from the tree, they had no intestines. Their bodies didn't process the food, the energy, and they didn't shit out what they didn't need.
I'm saying the way God set them up in the Garden of Eden was a completely different
I
way
mean, they had
than we
trees.
are.
He gave them trees and animals to play with. Like y'all, it's like y'all think they had like castles and stuff. He gave them trees to eat. They were eating trees. Are you saying that their bodies didn't process food? That they didn't have an intestinal tract?
What I'm saying is, according to the word, the only commandment that the Lord had
Did they
given
have an
them,
intestinal tract? How were their bodies?
they were
Did they have an intestinal tract?
they were eternal before. And the
Did they have
reason
an intestinal tract?
I don't know.
I cannot fucking believe this.
I don't
Yeah, exactly.
know.
So he had ribs. He had
Yes.
ribs, but no intestines.
Hey, look. Only reason I say that is because the Lord does something after they eat when He curses them,
No,
and
he
when
doesn't.
He does
No,
something to the
no.
No,
woman,
he does not.
he makes so he changed up. He changed three major things after they eat from the
He
tree.
he didn't change her body.
He he told her it would she would labor
He told
in
her that her
childbirth.
childbirth pains would be increased. He said increased, multiplied. He did not change her body.
I think we gotta keep reading. Can we keep reading?
No, we're gonna go because this is ridiculous at this point. He literally says to her,
Hmm.
um,
I know where you at.
hold on, right here.
It's
Look, I will make your pains
14.
in childbirth exceedingly great. And the King James, he says, I will multiply.
In
Not
pain
not
shall you
not
bring
now.
forth children.
Not now you will have pain. He says,
Hmm.
I will make it exceedingly great. I will multiply your pains. And that's not even talking about it's not even talking about physical pain actually. Like the way this is framed, Eve is like the earth. She's bringing forth children. Back then, they didn't even know male sperm contributed to reproduction. They didn't find that out until the 17th century CE. They had no idea that men contributed to the birth of children through their sperm. None. Not until 17th century. And when he says, I will make your pains in childbirth exceedingly great, and pain you shall bring forth children.
Yes.
She is the ground. She's like the like the ground that
Adam
fertilizes
came
the
from.
seed.
That
No,
she's like the
no,
ground that
no.
Adam
Stop. Hold
came
on.
from.
Stop. Please stop cutting me off.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
She's the ground that fertilizes. Like she was the fertilizer. They had it backwards. She's the fertilizer that the plant busts through. That's the curse that he gave her. And then the same thing with Adam. Thorns and thistles it shall bring forth for you. Like this, her punishment is mirroring the agriculture, is mirroring the curse that Adam got. because they did not know that men were the fertilizer. He's not saying, "Oh, I'm changing your body and now you're going to have pain." He says, "I'm going to make it great, just like the thorns and the thistles. The ground is going to be hard to produce fruit from the ground."
Okay. Oh, I'm reading it. I guess we just reading it different and see and that word, "and he shall rule over you." That right there gives me the
Mashal,
inclination.
you talking
Gives
about
me
mashal in Hebrew?
Yes, he shall rule over you. Now
Yeah.
that I can agree right there sounds like some abuse.
No, that is a demotion. She was demoted. Mashal in Hebrew means to rule, but prior to that, her desire was turned towards him. She was demoted. This is not a physical body change. This is a change in status. She was his equal before, but she
Mm.
also was his Azer, which is what the God was to the Israelites. She was to be to him what the God was to humanity. And she was demoted here. Not a body, her body was not changed, her status was changed. That's why it's a curse.
I know that I can't ask questions because I'm supposed to be making the answers. And I just
No,
want to
you can ask questions.
uh,
If you make a claim, I'm going
yes,
to address the claim that you make.
yes. And my claim is, before they ate of the tree, there was no abuse, and it was
You
good. And
don't know that.
I was gonna read it. It's right here. It's right here. If we continue, it's right here.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay. But from the tree of knowledge of good and evil you shall not eat, for in the day that you eat from it, you will surely die. He was
Can I?
speaking he was speaking eternal death here, because they lived for a very long time after this, but their flesh ended up having to perish because of their sin. So then the Lord God said, "It is not good for man to be alone. I will make him a helper suitable for him." Out of the ground, the Lord formed every beast of the field and every bird of the sky, and brought them to the man to see what he would call them. And whatever the man called a living creature, that was his name. The
What does
Can
man,
I?
that have to? I'm sorry.
I'm, I'm,
Hold on a
I'm,
minute.
I'm
I'm sorry. You're supposed to be proving that there was no abuse before the tree. First
yes,
off, you started out. Hold on. You started out your answer with talking about them after they ate from the tree and him saying that they were going to die. Then you went all the way back to him creating her. Like, where? Show me where you are proving that there was no abuse before the tree.
I'm trying to read up to that point so we can
Then
we
why
can
did you
see,
start? Then why did you start with the curse that he, the curse where he told Adam he would die? Why did you
because
start there?
he told Adam before Eve got there.
No, about them dying after they ate from the tree?
Yes, Eve isn't
No,
here
he
yet.
didn't.
Eve isn't here yet.
He, are you serious? They ate from the tree. You read the part where he told them that they would die after they ate from the tree.
The spirit. This is God talking to Adam.
In Genesis 3, the part that you
Oh no,
read,
in Genesis 2 through
that's not
15
what you
through.
read though. That's not
No,
what you
I know. I
started your.
started there. I started there
You started
to
at Genesis 3. I'm
yes.
asking
I
why.
started there. I started there to get the interpretation of what happened between Eve
Why?
and Adam, because you
Why?
said, was Adam abusive, and I was like, okay, maybe I missed something in that little moment of, you was like,
I'm talking about in
you
this part right here, not at the beginning of the conversation.
yes.
And this answer right here, you
Mm-hmm.
started out with reading Genesis 3:21. Uh hold on.
2:15.
No. You started out reading when just now you
Mm-hmm.
read this part from the dust you were taken, the dust you return, because you said they were eternal. You started reading this part when you said, I'm going to prove to you that there was no abuse in the garden prior to eating from the tree. And I said,
Yes.
okay. You started out reading 3:19. Then you went all the way back to Genesis 2. And I'm asking, why did you do that?
I read 3:1 through 8. I read
Yeah,
3
never
1
mind.
through
I
8.
don't
I'm
think you
sorry.
know what I don't think you know what you did. Uh, we are
I,
at the tree. Okay, hold on. We're
okay.
at the tree. We were discussing the mashal. We were discussing the Adam being put over her. Adam being ruling over her. Right? We were discussing that, and then you said that's the abuse. Do you remember saying that?
Yes.
Okay.
I think that
All right.
what
Now, why
happened?
did you
How
go
did you
back to Genesis 2?
that's where I was reading at when you stopped me at verse 16, and it was like I was trying to prove, I was just trying to say right here is, what I'm saying, why I believe that there was nothing, there was no abuse, because the Lord didn't command anything of that nature. All he said was, don't eat of the tree of good and evil. So there was no knowledge of good or evil. Everything that they did in God's eyes was good at that
That
point in time
doesn't
as
mean they
long.
couldn't do good or evil. It just means they didn't know that what they were doing was good or evil. We've already discussed that.
But the scripture talks about it, that he will give few stripes to what you don't know, and many stripes to for those who do know.
Okay, so but that doesn't mean
I
they
say
still
that
couldn't do it.
I'm agreeing with you, but I'm trying to read through it to show you that this is why I don't believe it.
Yeah, and I'm asking you to get to that part because you started at Genesis 3 and you
Yes,
went back to Genesis 2, which it doesn't make sense. I don't understand why you did that.
yes.
It's not making sense.
I'm just, you. Sometimes you just got to get the context around to
We
get to
know
that.
the story. We know the story. Like we don't we read the story every day. We know the story. We don't need you to read every verse. And then you're skipping around and you're not staying on one thing. You started this out by trying to prove that everything in the garden was perfect. You didn't do that. Now you're on something else. Like you're skipping. So I need you to be concise, and I'm trying to understand why you went from Genesis 3 to Genesis 2. So now I think I understand that you're trying to prove that Adam was given the command. You don't the only command that he was given was don't eat from the tree. He wasn't given the command to take a shit, so Adam couldn't shit. He wasn't given the command to take a walk in the garden, so Adam couldn't take walks in the garden. Like he can't do anything unless the God goes, Adam, go shit. That's what I understand. Or Adam, take the animals to drink water. Like he can only do what the God commands him to do at this point, is what you're explaining, right?
Yeah, yes, and the Lord did give him commandments in the garden to cultivate and keep it. So
That's a, you know what that is, right? That's planting, that's plucking up. Like he was a
yeah,
landskeeper.
yes, but you see, the Lord told him to do that, and so he
No,
did that.
you said that.
No, it's right here. I read that first,
No, I'm talking.
15.
I said Adam couldn't shit unless the God said, Adam, go take a shit. Adam couldn't take the animals to drink unless the God said, Adam, go take the animals to drink.
And I said,
Adam
I don't
couldn't
know
take a
because it's
walk.
not
Hold,
here.
hold on. Adam couldn't, like, right, because you can't use critical thinking, right? You can't. You're not allowed to use critical thinking that these are humans in this garden with human bodies, bodily functions, with the ability to speak, with emotions. Like you can't, because the text doesn't say it, because your God hasn't said it to you. You are not able to use that common sense. And so because of that, you have this belief that these were superhuman robots who never shitted.
Only reason I even pushed back on that is because they were eternal beings. They had no death. So when I look
I
at
didn't say they were.
defecation,
Hold on. I didn't say they were not eternal. I said, to you, they were superhuman robots who never shitted.
I believe that the way that the Lord formed them in the beginning was a supernatural way. Yes.
Right, supernatural robots that never shitted.
I believe that when we get called up and we live it, if we get called up to
Why are you
heaven,
talking about? Why are you talking about when you get caught up? I'm not asking
because
you
it
that.
says the
No,
scripture.
no, 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 no. I'm not asking you what you're gonna be.
Mhm. The reason
We're
why,
talking. Hold
but
on,
the
hold on,
reason,
stop, hold on. We're talking about Adam and Eve right now, okay?
uh-huh.
You believe that Adam and Eve were superhuman robots who never shitted, right?
Yes, in the beginning before they ate from the tree.
Okay, all right. That's okay. So we got that foundation set.
I'm sorry,
Maddie, hold on.
I
Yeah,
have to.
Maddie, go ahead, and then I think Fee was after you. Maddie,
Yeah, I'm here. I wanted
okay.
to ask him a question. If they're eternal and they cannot die, what do you think the tree of life was for in the garden? What do you think that was?
It was for obedience.
Not at all. Where do you get that from? Where does it say that the tree of life is for obedience?
Hold on, I'll grab that scripture.
Hmm. And don't like go on a monologue when you find that, because you be losing me very quickly when you explain with more than 4 sentences.
I know that's what the Bible. That's why the Bible the way it is, and that's why a lot of people can't
It's not. You're just
grasp
making
it.
it. It's not. You're just making it difficult. Like,
But,
and this
but
is
I
why.
get like
Like,
the whole
honestly, if
way.
you would not do it like that, you wouldn't be sitting here saying they were superhuman robots who never shit it. Like, seriously, because that's
Only reason, but
wild.
I have to. This has to be a give or take because when you deconstruct the Bible, you're using, like you said, you're using your hypothesis, or
Knowledge.
you're using critical thinking
Hmm.
to work out spiritual things that are the scripture speaks
I
of.
mean, I would rather use critical thinking than to be 40 years old talking about the first humans were supernatural robots who never shit it.
Yeah,
I mean, I
and
would rather be a critical thinker than
I
to
don't
be
wanna I don't
thinking
wanna
that.
I don't wanna like I don't wanna believe it, but the Bible does say when we get the new heaven and the new earth, we'll get new bodies. So I'm believing that
It
before
also says you
Adam.
don't know what they're going to be.
Where
It
does it
doesn't
say
say
that
it's
we
going to
don't
be human.
shit?
Like you don't know what those new bodies are going to be. It doesn't say that you're going to be a superhuman robot. And but the crazy thing about it is that when we call y'all robots and we say that y'all don't think, that you just do because that's what you believe a God wants you to do. Y'all say God doesn't want robots. And then this is the whole purpose. Like, if he had free will, like, y'all will say that your God was testing the free will of these superhuman robots who never shit it in the garden, but then say that they couldn't use their free will to do anything. But that one sin is wild as hell to me. He didn't command them to eat from the tree, yet they did it. Yet you hold this belief that they couldn't shit unless he commanded them to shit. That is wild to me.
But
And
the
critical thinking would show you the contradiction in that. But you're sitting in this dissonance, and you're not able to see that it is contradictory for you to believe that they were superhuman robots who didn't shit unless the God commanded them, but at the same time they disobeyed him without him commanding them.
yes,
That's contradictory.
but he gave the commandment to Adam. Eve was reprogrammed by the snake, by the
But
serpent.
Adam still disobeyed without your God commanding him
Yes,
to disobey,
which shows that we are as humans not perfect.
which means he could have shitted in that garden without your God commanding him to shit.
Okay.
What biological thing that do you know that ingests food, such as fruit from a tree, and doesn't take a shit? Like, I feel like y'all want us to accept that this really happened. These were really true people, or real people. But then when we ask you real people questions about this story, it falls apart. And then you tell us, oh, well, I just have to believe it. No, like, do you believe that they were actual human beings?
Yes.
Do you know a human being that eats but doesn't shit?
It's a disease, but it's very
It,
rare.
it's not, right? It's just not.
No,
There are issues with like gastrointestinal systems. There are like developmental problems, but being able to ingest food and poop out waste is a biological function of every biological creature. But you're asking us to believe that these were real human beings who your God knew needed to eat, but they never took a shit. Like that doesn't make any logical sense. That's what we're saying.
yes. Okay. Okay. I can bear that and say I'm wrong. They was in there, eating and crapping. We can say that. I can give that. But can I also get everyone to agree that before, like, if you look at it, why there was no reason for abuse before the fall of
No, we
humanity?
can't agree. We can't
There's
because how? I'm sorry, Fee.
you're good, Maddie. My bad.
I
Cameron,
asked.
how? For one, we got derailed because the tree of life
Mhm.
is not a tree of obedience. That literally does not make any logical sense whatsoever, and nor does it say that anywhere in that book, which is why I asked you to go find it. But I know you can't
Yes.
find it, so I'm
No,
gonna
no,
move
no.
on. How could they?
It's
Oh,
spoke
wait,
about.
hold
I'm
on.
sorry.
There's no scripture about it. Okay, I've looked. There's no scripture about it. Listen, how could you have knowledge of something that doesn't exist? Why would there be a tree of knowledge of good and evil if the evil didn't exist? Nowhere in this book does it say evil did not exist. It says they did not know evil and good. They did not know what that was. So
Yes.
they very well could have been hitting each other, spitting on each other, beating each other. They could have been doing all of that without knowing it's evil, but it's still evil, right? That's still a bad thing. Like if a baby slaps the piss out of you, just because it doesn't know that that's not a good thing does not make the fact that they slapped the piss out of you good.
I
Like it
do.
still exists.
I do have a good way to put this, right?
Mhm.
I have a great way that maybe we can all understand. All right. So you are married. You are married to a man who you and him have built a great wealth, and y'all have everything y'all could ever imagine, everything y'all wanted, everything y'all need. Only thing, the only thing that the man or whatever, the person who gave you all this stuff, who you inherit all this stuff from, only thing they ask you to do is not go out and cut down a tree in the backyard. Y'all's life is good. Y'all are happy. Y'all are loving. Y'all love each other. Y'all don't have no worries. Y'all don't have no problems, no issues. Is there abuse in that household?
There very well could be. Like I don't know
But
what
why?
like
But
I'm just
why?
trying to figure out
That's what
why
I'm
are
saying.
you
I'm like, why?
but money does not equal happiness.
No, no, no.
There's women married to men that are rich that get beat the fuck
There
up
was
every single
abuse
day.
in my
So
household because I made more money than my husband.
Yes,
and
but you're
I'm so
equal at this
confused
point.
on how
You're
this is
equal at this point.
analogous to my point. How was
I'm
this
saying
analogous to my point?
because
They
I
did
want.
not know good and evil, but it still could have existed. Me and my husband would know good and evil. So how is this analogous to what I'm saying?
I'm saying it in a way like if everything is going well in your relationship, y'all don't have no problem, no infidelity, no issues. Y'all don't
I
argue.
just told you that happened
Y'all are
with
equal.
mine.
Y'all are equal.
I just told you that happened in my household. And what do you mean, yes, but y'all were equal at this point?
No, no, no,
I've
because
always been
you.
equal. Like, what do you
No,
mean?
no, 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 no. According to the scripture, Adam and Eve were
I ain't no
equal.
man ever been
Hold,
over me.
hold
It's
on, no,
I've
no, no.
always been hold on. I've always been equal with any man in my life. No man has ever had authority over me.
Yes, no, no, no. But we just read that that was the curse of a woman. You
I
said
don't give
that
a
her
damn about no
curse
damn
was a
curse. Ain't no
demotion.
I don't give a damn about no curse. I'm talking about in real life. My when I was married, my husband and I were equal.
Hmm?
And he made money, I made money. But because one motherfucking time I make more money than him, he doesn't like that. He's intimidated by that.
So outside of the scripture, you became over him in a
What do
sense,
you
and that
mean
made.
outside of the scripture? I'm
I
talking about
mean,
in real life.
yeah, I know, but like if according to the scripture, because you were promoted and not under him, and he didn't rule over you, or he
No,
didn't
he
feel he
didn't
ruled
like the
over
fact
you,
that I
he
made
didn't
more
like
money than
that,
him. It ain't have nothing to do
and
with
abuse
ruling over
came,
anybody. It
and
had
that's
nothing to do. It had nothing to do with ruling over anybody. He was intimidated by the amount of money I made that year
where does the intimidation come
from his insecurities.
of what
What do you mean
being
of what?
like only thing that money does is elevate your authority to people that are intimidated.
No, it doesn't.
If your
It
authority is the
doesn't. It
same,
doesn't. It doesn't. It's your male ego. It's whatever society has told you that you need to do as a male. It's your male ego. It had nothing to do with no authority. And he knew. He knew ain't no fucking way that you finna exercise any type of authority over me. Anytime he put his hands on me, I put my hands on his ass right back.
that's what I'm saying. See, like so we have a thing
I
where
slapped his ass with a Little Caesars pizza one motherfucking time. He mugged my head. We were driving, and he mugged my head and made my head hit the window. We had just picked up a Little Caesars pizza from Kmart, and I had a slice in my hand, motherfucker, with hot cheese dripping. I took that pizza and slapped him right in the fucking face with it. Like, don't you put your motherfucking hands on me?
Yeah, see, but this was all because
Thinker said
all
anything
be-
can get these hands. I ain't mad at you.
but
Baby,
see
I'll be so mad. I'm flipping the car over. You're not gonna
I'm
play with me
not
like that.
Man,
Pepperoni in the ear, you
made
brought
my
it on
now
head,
yourself.
now
mugged my head into that window. I took that pizza, pew, right in his
now
fucking face.
Now, if we were all little kids in this moment, and you and him were both if you got $2, he got $1, and y'all was happy little kids, and y'all didn't have no understanding of how much value money was and how much more would y'all be fighting?
I'm still
We
confused on how
had
does this
money. We've
What?
analogy.
always had money. I've never dated a man without money.
But
Never.
I'm
We've
saying,
always had money. Like, what are you
I'm just,
talking
I'm
about?
just saying it. I'm using it in a way to try to get it to get back to the word because where we at,
But how are
But
you
we're at the
insinuating?
word.
Yeah, and how
I'm
are you
sorry, V.
insinuating happiness for someone else? You
I'm
can't.
insin- But I'm
It's hold on, hang
same
on.
way you're insinuating there was abuse before they ate
It's
the
not.
fruit.
That's not what she's insinuating. I don't think you all know how hypotheticals work.
It says, what
Hypothet.
if
Can
ever
you
was abusive?
can
That's
you
a
stop?
hypothetical.
Can you
Yes.
can you stop? Like, we can't keep speaking over each other. A hypothetical asks a question about the potential of something. Most believers come up here and they say what you say. Nope, he couldn't have been because there wasn't anything bad. The awareness of what is good or bad has nothing to do with the ability to do good or bad. This tree gave them the knowledge of good and evil. If they were able to do good things prior to eating from the tree, they were able to do bad things. The difference is they did not know which category those actions fell into. So when considering this hypothetical, what if Adam was abusive? He could have been. He could have done anything. He just wouldn't have known if those actions were positive or negative. That's what this tree is. It's the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, not the ability to do good or evil.
And what I'm saying is, if you don't have the knowledge of good and evil, say I do hit you with a branch or a tree or something and it hurts you, and I see that you're in pain. As a human, as a person who doesn't understand what I just did, but I see you in a sad or sorrowful or hurt state, I immediately go from then it becomes an intention. It becomes an
But
We're
intent,
not talking about
intentional.
intention, Cam. We're
I
not
know.
talking about it.
I'm
If
trying to give my own hypothetical on how I see it
but
but
what I'm
because
babies beat the
if you
living hell
see
out of each other all the time, and one starts crying and they don't stop. So again, what I'm trying to say is, 'cause I feel like you keep diverging and trying to turn my analogy into something else. What I'm saying is there is no way that evil could not have existed and there still be a knowledge of good and evil. They very well could have been batting the shit out of each other in that garden, but because they do not know that is evil, because they do not know making somebody else cry is bad, they did not realize what they were doing was evil or bad. It could still exist. And nowhere in the book does it say evil was not around. Like, it clearly was around if they ate it and they realized all these things. It clearly was around them. That's why it says the knowledge of good and evil and not just the tree of good and evil. That word knowledge right there is very, very important.
Yeah, the tree of knowledge of good and evil you shall not eat. Yes. And you know, as we continue, and see, that's why the word is so strong, because like if you don't precept this thing, go line by line, I know we can't do it, I know ain't nobody trying to hear it, but if
It won't
we
make a difference, Cam. It won't. You say it's strong. It's only strong to people who don't think, and I don't mean this in an insulting way. The
yes,
strength comes from the fact that it's not investigated, the fact that you can't ask questions about the logic in these stories and the consistency in these stories. You came up here earlier and you said it was about obedience. If it was about obedience, God could have said, "Don't eat from this mango tree." It was specifically the tree of knowledge of good and evil, and your God even tells you that in Genesis 3:22. Once they have the knowledge of good and evil in his eyes, they're damn near a God. He
Hold
says,
on. Hold on, B. Thinker, they can't see or hear. And your pause and the panel is in a weird square. I'm sorry, V. I didn't want to I didn't mean to interrupt you like that. I just thought I'd let Thinker know.
"No, you're good."
Yeah, they can't hear. Apparently, they can't hear us. And Thinker's gone. Oh, there she is.
Okay. Okay. Y'all, Xfinity and their fucking 3 a.m. Wi-Fi router shit.
they do it all
Okay,
the time,
we're
don't
back.
they?
Okay,
Man, in the
can
middle of the night
everybody
because they
hear?
think everybody's asleep.
No, they try to get their little update. Oh man,
Can
this.
everybody hear? Okay, they can
Yeah.
hear.
What happened with Fee?
They were talking. They
Send
were
it.
talking, and then the people
I
were like
heard.
they
I
couldn't
could
hear
hear
or
you.
see,
I could hear
but
you,
we could hear
Fee.
each other.
Oh, I don't see him or Fee on stage.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. I hear you now. I
Yeah.
hear.
It
But
switched to a
I
nine
don't see.
box.
It's,
Yeah, we
oh
are in a
man,
9 box. That is correct.
hold on. This is ridiculous. It won't even let me change anything, y'all. Just keep going. I'll figure it out.
Yes, I was listening, Fee.
Yeah, I'll send like
Can a mod shrink my box? Can a mod do it? Go to the moderator settings and fix the boxes for me. Thank you. Go ahead, y'all.
Yeah, I was just saying that like you have to pick a position, right? I don't think the power comes. I think the power comes in the fact that people don't actually read it and ask the questions about whether or not these things are logically possible and the implications of them as well, right? Like if the reality is that if these human beings were human beings, to Maddie's point, he could have been slapping her upside the head. He doesn't know tears mean something bad. They don't know the difference between good and evil. So you have to have this moral awareness to know empathy. You have to have moral awareness to identify what's positive or negative. Your God intentionally did not want them to have that. That's what this tree represented for them.
And I ask, is that a bad thing?
To me, it is. I think an informed decision is much more powerful than an uninformed decision. I think it's about control. Like I
Yes.
think about your children. I don't want my child to just do what I say. I want him to know how to make good decisions. I want him to know why good decisions are better than harmful decisions. The knowledge of good and evil is a moral conscience. It's the ability to look at how your actions impact others. It's the ability to say, "Oh, that's not a good thing. That's a hurtful thing. That's a harmful thing." I think what's important is to ask yourself, why would you worship a God who didn't want his followers to be able to do that?
And with that, I have to go to, well, my God is an awesome God, and he saw and he repented of that mistake, and that's why he sent us Jesus Christ, who had full understanding.
Wait, so your God can make mistakes?
Yeah, he repented. He repented. He repented.
So your God does wrong.
God has definitely repented.
No,
Yes, he
so
doesn't do
how
wrong.
so how is an all-knowing God? How does an all-knowing God make
Mhm.
mistakes? That means he intentionally did wrong.
After he flooded the world, yes, he
No,
definitely
but
repented of that.
even before, if he's all-knowing
Hmm.
and he did wrong, he did it
Okay.
intentionally, knowing he was what he was doing.
He gave a test to his children. The
Why would he?
serpent,
Is he all-knowing?
yes,
So why would he need to test something if he's all-knowing?
because everything that happens in heaven must be done on earth. Everything in heaven done on earth. And
What?
so
But he's all-knowing. There's no need for a test. I don't care if it's done in heaven. He already knows it. Why does he need to test it?
to purify, he talks about how you got to be tried like silver. You have to be purified like silver so you have no blemish. And so we go through trials and we go through tribulations to show ourselves worthy
Does he
and worthy
know
of him.
that? Hold on. Does he know what which ones are purified?
Jesus says, my sheep will hear my voice.
So he knows already.
Pretty much from
So he
the
create.
womb
So
I
he
fashioned you.
intention. Okay, hold on. So he intentionally created you sinful, knowing which ones were going to be purified.
Yes, we were born into sin.
So he
And
was not not born into sin. He intentionally created sinful humans. Intentionally.
yes, believe so.
Right.
As
So
soon as
so there's
they
no
ate from the
so
tree.
so there's right. So he did this knowing all of this. There is no test. He intentionally created sinful humans, knowing which ones were going to be purified and which ones he was going to throw into the incinerator.
Into the eternal. Well, it was only created for the devil.
No, it wasn't.
That's what the
No,
Bible say. It say,
no, no.
I
But I'm
pray
talking
that
about
no one
I'm
gets
talking about
thrown into
according
the
to
fire,
your
eternal fire.
logic. According to your logic, if
Mhm.
he knew already, and
Mhm.
whatever had to be done in heaven had to be done on earth, he knew this. Hell was created for the ones that were not going to be purified. For the humans he created intentionally sinful that were not going to be purified, and that he knew he was going to throw into the incinerator. There's no way in hell was created just for the devil with him knowing all of
And
that.
his angels. And well, I will say like this. I will say just from the faith that I understand and I gain from just reading through the scriptures. I do believe that the devil being the right hand of God, God allowed the devil to have another opportunity in earth on the earth, but immediately the devil became evil and wicked because he cast down one third of the angels, like he brought down a third of heaven with him because of he wanted to be like God. So
It
God
doesn't say
created a
that. Where are you getting he
no.
wanted to be
I
like
said that
God?
I said this is my hypothetical by faith from what I've read through the scripture. This is just what I
Where
believe.
does it but
God.
where are you getting that part he wanted to be like your God? Where are you getting that?
Oh, the old serpent who fell from heaven because he wanted to be like God.
Where does it say that?
Hold on. Give me just a second.
It's
I'm
Revelation 12 doesn't say anything about that serpent. It doesn't say that serpent was the serpent in the garden, and it doesn't say that the serpent wanted to be like your God. It doesn't say that.
hold on. Give me just a second. Hold on. I'm gonna do the little coffee thing. Give me just a second.
Look, it's on the screen. Any scripture that you need me to bring up, just ask me. That's why I have the screen set up the way I do, so you don't have to teacup or enjoy your tea.
Found it. It says yes, the devil did want to be like God.
Where in the
Therefore, he called.
scripture
I'm coming. I'm coming. I'm
the
coming.
scripture? I don't want some theologians interpretation of it. Where does it say that in the scripture?
Isaiah 14:14. Let's go there.
Okay. All right. Go ahead.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
It says, I will ascend to the tops of the clouds. I will make myself like the Most High.
Mm-hmm.
But you are brought down to Sheol, to the depths of the pit.
Uh-huh.
And I said,
Hold on. Who is the I in Isaiah 14?
the evil one.
No, what is who is the subject, the noun, the proper noun there? Let's see. It says, you will take up this taunt against. That doesn't say the devil. That doesn't say Satan or Lucifer. That says the king of Babylon. Isaiah 14 is about a human.
No. Like, so the scripture is very, very intentional on its spirituality and then also its physicality. So as Isaiah is prophesying, he's not only prophesying about what's happening right now, he's not only prophesying what's about to happen in the future, but he's also prophesying on what has happened in heaven.
Oh, wow. Okay. So when it says the king of Babylon, this is spiritual and it's about today. And that's the devil.
No, what he was prophesying on when the Lord has given you rest from your pain and turmoil and
No,
the
no, no.
hard
I'm
services.
not asking what it is. I'm saying who. So Isaiah is, when it says the king of Babylon, then you are to interpret that to be spiritual. It doesn't necessarily mean the king of Babylon. That's the devil, and that has to do with today.
It's because we
Okay.
definitely know that the devil fell. Did he not get cast out of heaven? Why did he get cast out down
Well,
into earth?
we'll deal with that here in just a second. So here in this prophecy in Isaiah 13, one chapter before Isaiah 14, and the God says here in this prophecy to Isaiah about Babylon, right? That we are interpreting to be spiritual,
Yes.
and making it applicable to today. The God says, on a bare hill, raise a signal, cry aloud to them, wave the hand for them to enter the gates of the nobles. I myself have commanded my consecrated ones. Who are your God's consecrated ones?
The prophets and those who his
I'm talking about
servants,
today. If we're making this applicable today, who are his consecrated ones today?
the ones who believe and confess with their mouth that Jesus is Lord and believe
So
in their heart.
y'all, so people like yourself.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So he says, so now that we know who the subject matter is of this prophecy, I have commanded my consecrated ones, those who follow Jesus Christ, have summoned my warriors, those who follow Jesus Christ, my proudly exalting ones to execute my anger. So those who follow Jesus Christ in this prophecy are being commanded to execute this God's anger. He says, listen, a tumult on the mountains as of a great multitude. Listen, an uproar of kingdoms, of nations gathering together. The Lord of hosts is mustering an army for battle. They come from a distant land, from the end of the heavens, the Lord and his weapons of his indignation to destroy the whole earth. Wail, for the day of the Lord is near. It will come like destruction from the Almighty. Therefore, all hands will be feeble, and every human heart will melt, and they will be terrified. Pangs and agony will seize them. They will be in anguish like a woman in labor. They will look aghast at one another. Their faces will be aflame. See, the day of the Lord is coming, cruel with wrath and fierce anger, to make the earth a desolation and to destroy its sinners from it. For the stars of the heavens and their constellations will not give their light. The sun will be dark at its rising, and the moon will not shed its light. Does that sound familiar?
Yes, ma'am.
That is the sign that Jesus gives to his followers to let them know that this is the day of his return.
Yes, ma'am.
He says, I will punish the world for its evil and the wicked for their iniquity. I will put an end to the pride of the arrogant and lay low the insolence of tyrants. I will make mortals more rare than fine gold, and humans than the gold of Ophir. Therefore, I will make the heavens tremble, and the earth will be shaken out of its place at the wrath of the Lord of hosts in the day of his fierce anger. Like a gazelle on the run, or like sheep with no one to gather them, all will turn back to their own people, and all will flee to their own lands. Whoever is found will be thrust through, and whoever is caught will fall by the sword. Their infants will be dashed to pieces before their eyes, their houses will be plundered, and their wives raped. See, I am stirring up the Medes against them, who have no regard for silver and no delight in gold. Their bows will slaughter the young men. They will have no mercy on the fruit of the womb. Their eyes will not pity children. So since we're reading this from a spiritual lens,
Yes.
and Babylon isn't Babylon, the Medes aren't Medes, because they are the consecrated ones who your God was sent against Babylon to rape women, kill men, and dash babies' heads against the stone, and to rob houses and to cut babies out of Babylonian women wombs. That's going to be Jesus's followers doing that.
No, that is
That's what
actually
it
what's
says.
happening. That's
No,
actually
no, no,
what's
no, no, no.
happening
You no, no, no.
right
This
now.
is why you don't get to
Mhm.
backtrack now because you don't like what it says.
Huh?
Prior to this,
Mhm.
you agreed that this is applicable today, that this is Jesus's followers, that this is to be reinterpreted. You agreed all of that before you knew that it was saying that this God is commanding his consecrated ones to rape women, Babylonian women, to dash babies' heads against a stone, to rob houses, to stab men, and cut babies out of the wombs of Babylonian women. So now you don't get to say, nope, that's not applicable to today when you already agreed. This is how y'all do interpretation.
No. I fully agree with everything that the text is saying, and I can visually see each part of the text where it properly is put, and when I really think about the tribulation time when you confess and you will be persecuted and things like that, the consecrated ones at that point in time will be the
We'll
people
be
that they'll
raping women.
will be
We'll
the
be
people that
raping.
the Lord allows to
No,
commit this
no.
evil.
Listen to the words you just fucking said.
I
The
know. I
consecrated
know.
ones will be the ones that your Lord allows to commit evil.
Yes. He
That
he
is a
allowed Nebuchadnezzar.
fucking oxymoron. Your God, you are literally sitting here saying that you who follow Jesus
Yes.
will be allowed to rape women.
No.
That's
No.
what this text says.
But see, when you look at the word consecrated, the Lord gives authority and power to whom he wants and who he needs. When he says the Lord of hosts is a nation or a
No. We went through this. We
yes.
went through this.
Yes.
And when he says, I myself have commanded my consecrated ones, I asked you who this is. And you said the followers of Jesus. I specifically asked, is this being reinterpreted for and applicable for today? You said yes.
Yes.
So
When
now that
when
now
Christ
that now
returned.
that you know that what he's commanding his consecrated ones to do to
Mhm.
execute his anger is
But he
raping women.
but he
It's
says who is
raping
by.
women.
He says who is by.
Hey, he said, hold on.
He said it's by
Hold
the
on, stop.
Medes and
Hold on,
Babylon.
stop. But that's my point in bringing this up, because you trying to say that the lament against the king of Babylon is to be read spiritually, and it's not the king of Babylon, that it's Satan, and that this is why the spiritual is important, because it's reinterpreted for today. That's the whole purpose of me bringing this up, is because Isaiah 14 is one chapter later than Isaiah 13. And if you're going to read the king of Babylon into a different character in Isaiah 14 than Isaiah 13, you have to do the same damn thing. And you were willing to do that until you learned that what's being commanded here is rape and
But
murder.
you read by who? It's like me saying the consecrated ones and then me putting in the Medes and the Babylons. Like, what did the Medes and the Babylonians do?
What did the king of Babylon do here? This is not about Satan. This is not about Lucifer. This is about the king of Babylon. But you want to read it as Lucifer or Satan.
Yes, because as at the same time, it's still saying the same thing.
It's
It's
not.
just saying when the Lord has given you rest from all that from 13, then you'll say this about the king of
It's
Babylon,
not.
about Satan.
It's not. No, it's not. You all have allowed later theologians to reinterpret the Hebrew scriptures through a Christian theological lens. Words that don't actually match your doctrine, you look at them and you go, that doesn't say king of Babylon, that says Satan. That's about Satan. But then when the same damn thing in Isaiah 13 specifically says Babylon, specifically says the Medes, you'll say, nope, that's the Medes. That ain't got nothing to do with us. That was Babylon and the Medes. But then your Savior Jesus quotes Isaiah 13 to say, when you see this happens, this is how you know I'm coming.
Yes, and the reason it all goes together, because Isaiah also tells you how you have to read the text in Isaiah. I want to say 33.
Does Isaiah say you have to skip around it?
Yes, he says here a
No,
little,
he
there a
doesn't.
little.
No, that's not what that means. They were mocking your God. That's a mocking.
Yes, because that's how little we read and understand what God is saying in the scripture.
You just tried to say that was a direction on how to read the scripture.
That
That
is
is
how
not.
we have to do it now.
No, it's
because
not.
of the
No,
way
it's not. They were mocking your God's law, saying that it was for babies, saying that it was mundane. That
He was
all your
saying
God
that's how
says
you'll
is
have
don't
to
do
eat
this,
it.
don't do
Yes.
that, don't
He
do
was
this, don't do that.
Isaiah was
That's what.
speaking
Why are
on
you
how
talking
you
while I'm
have to
talking?
eat it.
Why are you talking while I'm talking? That's not true. That's not what that scripture is saying. That's why the God punished them. The God tells them, you're gonna go to foreign lands and you're gonna end up reading my scripture from a foreign tongue, and you're gonna say La Saul, La Call, La Saul, La Call. Because they were mocking him. That's not an instruction on how to read your God's word.
But I'm saying, did that happen? Are we doing that right now? That's how.
What,
That's how.
are y'all gaslighting yourselves right now?
I'm
Yeah.
saying, like,
Are
what
y'all
I'm
being
saying is,
dishonest and with the text and your interpretation? Yeah. Are you cherry picking? Yes. That was my whole point
but
of
my
bringing
whole
up.
point.
Hold on. My whole point of bringing up Isaiah 13 when you tried to say Isaiah 14 was the devil, despite it says the king of Babylon, was to prove that when you have an interpretation, the way y'all do interpretation is it favorable? Do I like what it's saying? And if I like what it's saying, then this isn't about the king of Babylon. It's about who I say it is. If I don't like what it's saying, then it's about Babylon. It's not about Christians today. That's what y'all are doing.
No. Like, when I first got into the word, the first thing I wanted to do was to see if God was alive. So historically speaking, everything that they spoke of in the text, physically in this world, happened at one point in time. Now, spiritually, the final judgment and all these things about how Jesus spoke of it Yes. Now, that is a spiritual thing that you have to have faith, but that's why we believe on Jesus, and we, you know what I'm saying, cast all our cares to him, because through him we know, after reading all of this and seeing all of the unrighteousness, seeing all the deception, seeing all the wickedness, seeing all the persecution, seeing all of this, that he was the perfect man who in the end did what the Lord said, claimed the keys of hell, was able to go down into the depths of Sheol, take the keys of judgment from the serpent who had initiated sin and was holding everybody, came back to life because he was clean. He had no sin. He was accepted of by the Lord. He was persecuted and martyred so that his blood would be the last sacrifice that we would need. So when we go through
Why
the,
does your God need blood to forgive?
no,
Why does your God need
this,
blood? Hold on.
mm-hmm,
Listen to what you're saying.
mm-hmm,
You serve a God
mm-hmm.
who can't forgive a lie unless somebody's blood is spilled.
Yes, and
Satan doesn't need blood. There's nowhere in this book where Satan is requiring anybody's life to be killed or sacrificed to the Satan. Your God requires a life to die in order for him to execute or extend this so-called grace, this so-called forgiveness. Why
yeah.
does your God need blood or a life for that?
Well, I'm glad you asked that question, and that is a great question to ask, because the spirit hasn't given me that answer yet, and I've asked that question myself. But one thing I will say about the blood is that it is the way that the Lord did it was to it didn't had nothing, like the blood was shed to show that as a human Christ lived, and as a human Christ died. But the way that he came back to life and the way that he rose from death, it was like a public display. Like, you couldn't miss it. It was like Charlie
Okay,
Kirk.
stop. No, the hell you did not.
I'm saying that because it was
Hold
like
on.
public.
Look.
Everybody could see it. And then he
I'm
came
telling
back
you,
to life.
Fee, what I tell you about if I be lifted up. What I tell you. Did you hear?
Yeah, I heard. Crazy. My background is loud so much.
I told y'all that if I be lifted up, it's a fucking guide. It's a guidebook for exactly what we are seeing. It for those that oppress, for those that manipulate. It tells
Mhm.
them exactly how to fuck with the minds of the people. It's a book for fucking psychological warfare.
Yes. And I,
Yeah,
I
and
saw
your
that too.
God is the one. And your God is the one leading the people who's doing it. Like the fact that you're like you're up here trying to explain why your
Yes.
all loving God required blood of a human, even
Yes.
blood of
Not
animals.
any
And or
human.
hold on. Yes, he did.
The son.
Yes, no. Your God took a sacrifice from Jephthah. Ahaz sacrificed his firstborn in the beginning in Exodus. Your God tells them that all that opens the womb belongs to him, and that the babies are to stay with their mother for the first 8 days, and then they are to be given to him. So your God required blood, but there is nowhere in this book where this so-called evil devil required any blood or asked for any blood of any human or any animal. And the fact that you are talking about that as if it is something holy, and then the people who don't do that are demonic, That is exactly the psychological warfare that I am talking about. This is they will do things and call it good. This is the supernatural robot mind that you were talking about in the beginning. Your God is your moral conscience. Your God thanks for you through this Holy Spirit. And the evil shit you call good, and you call it good, and you say it's spiritual. You literally said, God will, the evil things God will allow the consecrated to do without batting an eye.
Yes, but they all were judged for that. If you can, like,
Who
if
was
you
judged for that in Isaiah
Babylon,
13? No,
Babylon
I'm
was
not talking
judged.
about
The
Babylon. I'm
Medes
talking
were
about,
judged.
stop. I'm not talking about Babylon. I'm talking about what your Jesus is saying will happen when he comes back. He quotes this as a sign of his time. And Luke 19, he gives the parable. And in that parable of the nobleman, which Jesus is the nobleman in that parable, he says, "Go and get the ones that did not want me to rule over them and stab them in front of me." So he's commanding his consecrated ones to go and get the people that did not want Jesus to rule over him, and he's telling them to kill them in front of him. In Luke 19. In Revelation, he comes back with a blood-soaked robe. Because in Isaiah, he's on a horse and he's killing humans, and he's bragging about how he got their human juice all over him. This is the picture that your God paints of his day of wrath, the day of the Lord, the day of his returning. And those that follow him will be with him as his army, as his Lord of hosts, raping women, robbing houses, killing babies, killing men, for them not choosing him. And you call that good, you call that holy. That is pre-tree Adam and Eve brain.
Has the Bible said anything that has not come to pass? I put my faith on the Bible and what God's word says, is because no matter how I feel about it, no matter how much information I gain about it, no matter how much, people try to tell me about this and that, the one thing that God constantly says, he's the truth. And the one thing I've never seen nobody do is prove God's words wrong or prove the
Is slavery
Bible's
good? Is
words wrong.
slavery moral or immoral?
Slavery, I'm sorry. Hear me?
Is slavery moral or immoral?
In my personal opinion, very immoral.
Is it moral or immoral to Jesus?
He says be a bondservant to him as a free man, or if you are gonna be a
Answer the
slave
question.
to
Is
sin.
slavery moral? I'm not talking about no dang spiritual slavery. Is slavery moral or immoral to your God?
Jesus said we are free, free indeed.
Answer the question. Is it moral or immoral to your God?
Very immoral. For the
So
greatest commandment is love thy neighbor.
hold on. When did it become immoral to your God?
According to the scripture, when they were in captivity in Egypt and he brought them out.
So when he brought them out of slavery, he said slavery is immoral.
I guess so. I guess you can put it that's how I can interpret it, because that's what he made the covenant on. I brought my people out of the land of Egypt, out of the
Did
land of
he
the stronghold, like out of the
okay.
land of great bondage.
Okay. Did he give laws around Israelites owning slaves?
Moses did.
Was Moses speaking for your God?
God gave Moses 10 laws, and then he gave him
Hold on.
authority to govern over the people.
Did Moses speak for your God? Yes or no?
Yes.
When your God says to Moses in Leviticus 25, say to the Israelites, and he says, of the slaves that you may have, it is from the nations around you that you may acquire male and female slaves. You may keep them as a possession for you and pass them down to your children as an inheritance after you. These you may treat as slaves. When your God says that to Moses,
Mm-hmm.
does your God see slavery as moral or immoral?
He did put it as a time limit. After 7 years, let your slaves go free.
Nope, that was only for Israelites. I'm talking about foreign slaves. That's why I read Leviticus
It's
25,
both.
46. It's not.
I
It's
just
not.
read it. I literally just read Jeremiah, and they
I'm
literally
not talking about Jeremiah. I'm talking about Leviticus 25 in the law. Jeremiah is the writings of the prophets. Jeremiah is not the law. I'm talking about Leviticus 25 when the Lord spoke to Moses on Mount Sinai. So these laws were given to Moses on Mount Sinai
Yes, you
in
see, he put
Leviticus 25.
yes. You see, he put
Hold
time
on,
limits on
stop.
everything.
No, he didn't. When Moses gets to the Israelites, he says to him, if any who are dependent on you become so impoverished that they sell themselves to you, you shall not make them serve as slaves. They shall remain with you as hired or bound laborers. They shall serve with you until the year of Jubilee. Then they and their children with them shall go out from your authority. They shall go back to their own family and return to their ancestral property, for they are my servants, whom I brought out of the land of Egypt. They shall not be sold as slaves are sold. You shall not rule over them with harshness, but shall fear your God. Then he says, as for the male and female slaves whom you may have, not from the Israelites, but you can have them from the nations around you.
Right.
And you may acquire male and female slaves. So from foreigners, not from Israelites, because the Israelites have to be hired or bound laborers, and they could only be that until the year of Jubilee. But foreigners who are acquired from foreign lands, or foreigners that live in Israel, you can make them your male and female slaves. Then it says, they may be your property. You may keep them as a possession for your children after you, for them to inherit as property. And this word right here is olam. This is in perpetuity. This is forever. There was no release date for foreign slaves in ancient Israel. This is lifetime servitude. And they were passed down as kesef to the children of the slave master. These you may treat as slaves. You can treat these people as slaves, but you cannot treat an Israelite as a slave.
Go ahead, read 47, because he get to redeeming them too.
Sure, let's read 47. If resident aliens among you prosper, and if any of your kin, that's an Israelite,
Right.
fall into difficulty with one of them, and a resident alien is a foreigner, a free foreigner, living in Israel,
Right.
renting property from an Israelite.
Right.
An Israelite sells themselves to the free foreigner.
Yes.
The Israelite has to be redeemed, not the foreigner.
Right.
The foreigners are lifetime. The foreigners are property for life. When they become an Israelite slave, they are an Israelite slave for life. Only Israelites are redeemed and set free. Just like in North America, Europeans were indentured servants, and West Africans were lifetime slaves.
Yes, and that is why Jesus is so good, because he he did not do away with the law, but he completed the law and made a new covenant where anyone who believes on him shall not die, but shall have
I ain't
everlasting
asking about no
life.
everlasting life.
But that's what
Was
I'm
Jesus
saying.
against slavery or nah?
Jesus was definitely against slavery.
Show
Yes.
me where he was against slavery.
When he say my greatest commandment, first is to love God with all your heart, mind, and soul. And second is to love your neighbor as yourself. Your neighbors are your brothers and sisters in Christ.
In
So
Christ. Hold
if
on. Wait right there. Your neighbors are your brothers and sisters in Christ.
yes,
What Jesus quoted was the law. He quoted Leviticus 19 verse 18. He quoted the B portion of verse 18. And your neighbor was a fellow Israelite. You shall not hate in your heart any one of your kin. You shall reprove your neighbor, or you will incur guilt yourself. You shall not take vengeance or bear a grudge against any of your people, but you shall love your neighbor as yourself. I am the Lord. This referred to a fellow Israelite. And we know this because in verse 33, he addresses the foreigners that live in Israel.
yes,
When an alien resides with you in your land, you shall not oppress the alien. Then the alien who resides with you shall be to you as the native born among you. You shall love the alien as yourself. For you were aliens in the land of Egypt. So when a foreigner lives in the land of Israel, then you are to love that foreigner the way you would love an Israelite. But if they're not, if they don't live in your land, there's no requirement to love a foreigner the way you love an Israelite. And when you say, when Jesus quotes this as two of the greatest commandments of the law of Israel,
yes,
and you apply love a Christian as yourself, that's exactly how the early Christians interpreted that scripture.
yes.
Early
Yeah.
Christians were indentured servants.
Yes,
West Africans were not Christian when they came to North America on those ships. So they enslaved them for life. They refused to even give them the gospel because they did not want to lose their labor. And they didn't want the West Africans thinking that they were equal to them. Until a theologian said, nope, Paul said that slaves who obey their master in the Lord, it is the will of God. So a Christianized slave is an obedient slave. So then they started allowing them to be baptized. But you're right that originally it was don't enslave another Christian for life. Christians are indentured servants. You are right about that. That is how they interpret it. And that is the correct interpretation because that's exactly what Jesus was saying. Jesus is not against slavery in this Bible. He condones it. In fact, in Luke 17, he tells he tells his disciples when he's talking to them about how they treat their slaves. He uses the institution of slavery as a parable. And he says, who among you would say to your slave who has just come in from plowing or tending sheep in the field, come here at once and take your place at the table? Would you rather not say to him, prepare supper for me, put on your apron and serve me while I eat and drink, and later you may eat and drink? Do you thank the slave for doing what's commanded? And then he says to them, so you also, when you have done all that you were ordered to do, say, We are worthless slaves. We have done only what we ought to have done. Jesus, in this parable, Jesus identifies that the slaves in that time to him are worthless. They're
No,
worthless.
he's telling a parable. He's trying to
The
show.
purpose of using the parable, he uses a real life situation in order to teach a lesson.
Yes, of how the Pharisees treated, how the
No,
Pharisees were
this
treating
is
the
the
people of the
Israelites.
day.
It
Yes.
exactly. And so he says to them, the same way you see your slaves,
Yes.
you also are worthless slaves. Jesus knew slavery existed. He
Yes.
knew they had slavery, and he did not condemn it. There is nowhere in this text where your God condemns slavery.
The thing I have about it is, okay, so it's two part. Number one, if you're talking to a slave, how will you speak to them other than let them know, look, if this is how your master is treating you,
No,
you know what I'm
they
saying?
are the masters here. He
I
says,
know, but
who
there were
among you
slaves.
would say to your slave?
Yes, but you said they knew Jesus knew there were slaves, and also slaves knew Jesus was around.
Listen,
And
no. In this parable, Jesus is
yes,
talking to the Israelites, and he
yes,
says to them, who among y'all would say to your slave?
yes,
The Israelites had slaves.
yes,
He's talking to slave masters here.
yes. Yes, I think, okay, you said two things that kind of like made me remember, like, okay, you said that West Africans went into slavery on ships. Is there any other people who you know that went into
Yes,
mass
European.
slavery on a ship?
Everybody. How else do you think Europeans were enslaved in Germany?
No, I'm
How
saying
do you
on
think
ships.
everybody did? Everybody did. How do you think they flew there?
I mean, it's land connected over there. They could walk them over there.
They
They could train
they
them over
walked
there.
from Rome to Germany.
Yeah, am I tripping? They don't have connecting bridges and things
I'm
like that.
fucking
Where
done.
am I at?
I'm fucking
Where am
done.
I
I
at?
don't know why I'm shocked.
No,
You
no, no.
believe the
I'm
first
asking.
humans
I'm
were
like,
superhuman robots who couldn't shit.
no,
Like
no, no.
what?
I'm asking, where am I at? Where am I at? Where we at?
What do you
Be-
mean? You think that the only people who were transported by ships are West Africans?
Massively, yes.
No, and nobody said
Historically,
anything about massively. Like literally, Europeans were enslaved in Rome. Rome enslaved the largest population of Europeans. The Julius Caesar had a conglomerate of slave trades, and it consisted of Europeans. In Germany, during Hitler's shit, there were 2 million Europeans enslaved. That you have the Barbary slave trade, where the Moors, they enslaved Europeans. How do you think they were transported before there were cars and horses and trucks and all of this stuff?
I honestly always thought by foot, or like they were put into a land around them, or in another territory that they owned, and they had them held up there. They didn't always bring them back to where they was at. That was only like the chosen slaves.
the chosen slaves got a
I
ride on in the ship,
the
but
reason
everybody else was walked to slavery.
the reason I say that is because Daniel, when they conquered, they took Daniel, and then they took the three boys, Meshach, and Abednego, and those three. They took them because they were the wisest and the choice of the children. Then they left all the other slaves to serve and take care of the land that they just conquered. So
What?
sometimes I don't know, but like when
Hold
I
on.
think of mass slavery on ships,
Fee,
I just think of West Africans being
hold on.
transported over here to America.
Hold on. Fee, are you able to take over? I done spilled this vape juice all over me.
Yeah, I can.
I'm
Okay,
sorry.
thank you.
Yeah.
No, it's not your fault. I spilled this juice all over me.
No, you got a lot of like context, and it always amazes me. Like the context is so great. It's so good, but at the end of the day, like where your faith at? What do you believe in? Like, have you read
Pause,
anything in the
pause,
Bible
pause,
that's
pause,
Why?
pause, pause.
Why? But I guess the question then becomes why would you replace faith with what you see in the books? Like the book says what the book says, and
hmm
ultimately what you're saying is that you outrank your God, and you tell us that it means something other than what your God said.
no, no,
That's not
no,
faith. That's fantasy.
no. That's not what I'm saying. All I'm saying is that the book is three parts. It's it's flesh, it's truth, and it's also spiritual. Like the spiritual side of things. Like he say, what's done on earth, like what's done in heaven, gonna be done on earth. Like everything done on earth has been done in heaven. Like the context of
Who gets to decide what falls into which category of those three categories that you just named? Who decides what words fall into which category?
the word itself.
No, that's not true. The word itself says what the word says. Like that's what reading comprehension gives you. You're
Yes.
positing some. Hold on. You're positing
Mhm.
things that are not in this book and speaking about it as though we should just believe it because you decided to believe it. You can believe anything based on faith. It doesn't have to be true. I say this all the time. It's absolutely indistinguishable from imagination. But y'all come up here and read in this book where this God said, your slaves who you can have and pass on to your children like our ancestors were, this is where you get them from. Just make sure they're not Israel. That's what your
Yes.
book says. Now
Yes.
you somehow want us to find some beauty in that. That shit is ugly AF. You
Yeah.
can pretend that it says something else, but you're not going to be able to convince me that it says anything other than what it says. That's not about faith. That's about being intellectually honest.
Yes, but Paul went really hard on this in Romans chapter 10. And the title is the word of faith brings salvation. And I'm gonna just read it from 1 to 3, I guess. Brethren, my heart's desire and my prayer to God for them is for their salvation. Paul is speaking to the Gentiles, the people who are not Israelites. That was his whole mission, like to preach the gospel to people who were not of Israel descent. These
Cameron,
were the
Cameron,
Gentiles.
Cameron,
And so for I
but
testify about
Cameron, I don't care what that white man says. That doesn't
white
have
man.
anything to do with how I live my life. I don't care what these old people thought about what a God told them. It doesn't matter to me. If you're telling me that someone who had a fever dream that he met, now mind you, Paul never met Jesus. He apparently got this information that contradicted a lot of what Jesus said in a vision. I don't know if that man was on mushrooms. I don't know what he was doing. So I don't care what he said. I'm reading the book. I know how to read. I know what words mean. If your God had wanted us to come away with the things that you're positing, then he should have put it in the book. And he also should have left out slavery because that's gonna make it an immediate no for me. Like y'all say these things, but you don't question them. You don't question. How can you confirm that Paul actually talked to a God?
I
How can you
question
confirm that
everything.
any of these things happen?
I questioned everything. And that's why I got in the word so hard because I was tired of people telling me about it and I got into it myself. And then I started reading and so my first thing was like, if I believe God's real and he tell me that he can give me wisdom, I prayed for wisdom and understanding and I was quickened in it and I began flipping the pages. I would open the book, Lord, where you want me to be? And he would give me the word that I was having trouble with. And he would impart that information on me. Then he would allow me to go out in the world and see it in real time. And so it's like I'm not coming from a place like I will give my life for this because I'm not coming from a place of fiction or fairy tale. I'm coming from a place where God has answered my prayers. God has shown himself to be worthy. God has shown himself to be true. God has shown me that his
Okay,
son,
I get it, right? Like we don't need testimony, and that's
yes,
great, right? I
but
can't
that
take that.
that's that's
Hold
that's
on, hold on. I can't take that from you, but that also doesn't make any of what you're saying true. Your experiences and the things that happen because you want them to happen have no indication and it has no bearing on whether or not what you believe is true. There are plenty of things that I have wanted to happen that have happened. There are plenty of things that I've wanted to happen that didn't happen. The fortuitous nature of a thing does not mean that God did it. It just means that shit worked out for you. And that happens for people who believe in your God as well as people who don't believe in your God. You're positing things that you couldn't possibly falsify. And if you want to believe that something is true, you need to have a consistent system that you use to assess claims. And you can't with belief because you have to fall back on faith. You can believe anything based on faith, absolutely anything, because you don't have to externally verify. Everything that you have just said has been internally verified. You decide when your God loves you. You decide when your God forgives you. You decide what your God likes. You decide what your God doesn't. It's all individualistic, yet y'all want us to believe that it's from the subjective God that has the scale. And it doesn't. You make these decisions as the believer. Me and think we were talking about this the other day. You are your God's God. Do you believe that your God aligns with you politically? Because I can guarantee you the MAGA people do too. And it's the same God in the Bible as you worship. So in the comments are saying I have an echo. Let me see if I can get this straight. Can you take over so they can do that?
Oh yeah, I'll just read it.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'll just read what I was just saying. It says, "For I testify." This is Romans chapter 10, verse 2. "For I testify about them that they have a zeal for God, but not in accordance with knowledge. For not knowing about God's righteousness and seeking to establish their own, they did not subject themselves to the righteousness of God. For Christ is the end of the law for righteousness to everyone who believes. For Moses writes that the man who practices the righteousness which is based on the law shall live by that righteousness. But the righteousness based on faith speaks as follow. Do not say in your heart, who will ascend into heaven? That is to bring Christ down. Or who will descend into the abyss? That is to bring Christ up from the dead. But what does it say? The word is near you, in your mouth and in your heart.
Wait, what are we talking about right now?
I was talking about faith. Like I was bringing up why she said I always fall back on faith, and I was like, this is the scripture that I fall back on when I think about like you have a lot of knowledge and a lot of information about the word, but what Paul preaches on here is about the faith that brings salvation. And it's not that I have a blind faith. It's that
You do.
I've been through this scripture and I've seen God be 100% correct. So when
About
God
what?
tells me
Correct
about
about what?
everything,
About
everything,
what? Be specific.
everything
Be specific.
about the collapse of Babylon, about the
Okay, be
enslavement, about
specific.
the
Be
enslavement
hey,
of
hey,
Israel.
hey, hey.
Mhm.
Be specific.
Okay,
What do you mean the
Deuteronomy.
collapse of Babylon?
Also, he
Be
ignored
specific.
everything Fee said. He ignored everything Fee said and started reading that again.
What did Fee say?
Fee was telling him she don't care anything about what that book says, and he just went right back to it.
What was I'm pretty sure Fee pointed out that he's like his cognitive dissonance and how he's just no
Mhm.
matter what,
Mhm.
like he just reverts to faith. Is this
Yep.
what? Yeah, that
Mhm.
because that's what I see. Like, it doesn't matter the character this God has because all you hear or care about is your faith. The God could command raping of women, which he does in this book, and you see that as good. And again, your faith puts you in the mindset of what you believe Adam and Eve were in the garden prior to eating from the tree, which are mindless robots who do nothing but what is commanded of them, and whatever it is good. Like you've allowed yourself to not think about what it is that you believe, the things that you say, whether it is morally good or immoral. No, if it has to do with the God, it's just automatically good, and your faith does that. And no, the reason I study this And the reason I don't worship your God is because I care about what I believe. I care that it aligns with who I am. And I don't like your God's character. I don't like the things that your God allows excuses. I don't like the superiority culture. I don't like the favoritism, the exclusive. I can't say that. The exclusivity.
Exclusivity.
I don't like the subjugation of women. I don't like the subjugation of children. I'm nothing like your God or its people. I don't agree with y'all. I don't and there is no amount of faith that I don't need faith, because faith is the evidence of what you do not see, and it's the substance of what you hope for. I have no hope for this Christ. I do not want to go into eternal life, especially given what this book says your eternal life will consist of: a perpetual slave to Israelites on a new earth with the same serpent that you believe started this shit in the first place. And most of you don't know that because most of you don't either read the book or you are reinterpreting the book and cherry picking it. I don't have a hope for this Christ. I don't have a hope for its eternal life. And I don't need faith to be my evidence because I fucking study and I accept facts.
And look, all I say is, God bless you. Jesus loves you.
No, don't do that.
I'm
Don't
gonna
do
leave
that. That's
you. I'm gonna leave.
disrespectful as fuck.
I'm
Because
gonna leave.
if I say to you, Satan bless you or Satan loves you, you would feel offended. So don't fucking do that to me. I have not disrespected you. I haven't offended you since you've been on this stage. Do not fucking intentionally do that. And just because you believe in a God doesn't give you the right to cross my boundaries. Y'all, and then on top of that, the way y'all do that, you turn your own God into a fucking curse. Because the only reason you did that is because I said, I don't want your God.
And I only reason I say that is because of this right here, and I'm gonna be done. I promise. Revelation.
No, what you should do is apologize for what you did because you intentionally did it. You intentionally did it after I answered your question as to why I don't have faith in your God. And you don't have the ability to apologize. The very thing that you preach and claim gives you this ability to love your neighbor, you can't even exercise here.
Yes, I hear you loud and clear, but that is not something I will apologize for, because that, at the end of the day,
Well, guess
it's
what?
not a
Fuck
curse.
you and your God. It is a curse. Fuck you and your God. Something I want to apologize for. Like you don't have the fucking entitlement over my motherfucking life. And I don't have to allow you to cross my boundaries. I don't give a fuck who you serve. That's why your ass gonna be a slave in the new on the new earth, bowing down to Israelite men who gonna put your ass in a spiritual chain gang for eternity. What's her name? What's her name? The guest box is open. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist, 21 and up, since Maddie's gone. If you want to go into eternal life and be a slave and bow down to the Israelites, that's on you. Don't try to put that shit on everybody else. Like literally, he said the evil that God allows the consecrated ones to do, and didn't bat an eye. Like this motherfucker agrees with evil shit like raping women and calls it holy, calls it good. Y'all are not okay. Just like the video that I made about the women, specifically black women, and my comments on the Hagar song, defending Sarah, defending a slave master forcing her slave to sleep with her husband, and y'all defend that shit like it is holy, and then say that Hagar was wrong for even looking down on Sarah, who forced her to sleep with her husband, who took away her autonomy. Y'all are weird. He said Jesus, Charlie Kirk was lifted up like Jesus. Was killed in was lifted up, killed in public display like Jesus. That's what he said. Weird. And they cannot see how their minds have been fucking snatched up by this God so that they could justify the fucking atrocities of the people who are doing it. The crazy thing is they're like, God's going to deliver us, but also it's God's hand that's doing it. That's the whole purpose of Hagar's song when she says, Elroy, you told me the bow. You knew the suffering you'd allow. You saw my tears, but sent me back somehow. You watched me break. That's exactly how y'all are. God's doing it. God sees it, but God's going to deliver us. But also it's God's will. It's weird. The guest box is open, y'all. Yeah, I'm finna play a song. Let me see. But they don't see it. They don't I don't know. Mm. Ooh, I don't know. Which one is this? Oh, wait, I don't know. Holy shit, hold on. I didn't know I had two of those in there. Y'all don't get quiet on me. Damn, I forgot I had two the Hagars, and I don't know which one is which. Yeah, this is it.
Taken from my home, handed to a stranger, snatched from my throne, from my chambers into danger. Arrow you told me to bow, you told me to bow. You knew the suffering below. You saw my tears, but sent me back somehow. You watched me break and right, but do you see me now? One moment I'm a daughter, the next I'm a servant in their home. A princess turned property, cause your chosen ones needed a womb. I didn't come from dust, I came from kingdoms, from women who wore freedom in their bones. They dragged me from my homeland, sold my future like it was nothing. Turned me into a vessel for the riches and power they wanted. A crown to a collar, a name to a number. I learned quick how fast your glory becomes their plunder. You said serve her, she said give him a son. After it was done she got jealous and I had to run. And you were Roy, you saw every bruise on my spirit, but still told me to go back and bear it. Taken from my home, handed to a perfect stranger, snatched from my throne, from my chambers into danger. Elroy, you told me to bow, you knew the suffering you'd allow. Elroy, you saw my tears, but sent me back somehow. You watched me break, Elroy, but do you see me now? You watched me break, Elroy, but do you see me now? They use my pain to preach obedience, use my flight to justify your capture, use my womb to excuse the taking of every black woman after. They made you Hagar in their houses, made you servant, made you womb, made you raise their children while yours was stolen from your room. And when they stole you, they read my story over your pain, as if my suffering was prophecy and yours was the same. They said I was the outsider, the slave woman he never chose, good enough to be his promise but never worthy, stripped from royal clothes and Elroy. You watched the chosen rise while my children prayed to the hand that erased our lives. You sent me back to bondage, back to the house that broke my name. Said submit, said endure, said my suffering served your claim. And centuries later my children wore the story they wrote about mine. Call wild, call wicked, call cursed because of their bloodline. If you truly saw me, you saw their cruelty. Why didn't you protect mine? Taken from my home, handed to a stranger. Took my chambers into danger. couldn't destroy. You come from a bloodline they fear so much but chose to exploit. But look at you breathing, fighting, learning, healing, existing in a world that wasn't built to prioritize your existence. I wonder, did Roy ever see your resistance?
I fucking love that song.
Yes.
I love the hell out of that song. And it's tripping me out that believers are saying that they feel the Holy Spirit as soon as that song starts playing, but they don't hear the words. How y'all are feeling the Holy Spirit, I don't know. But that's what they're saying in my chat, in my comments. And I think it's just the music, the sound of her voice. Um, it can't be the words because y'all can't be listening to the words because she's basically saying you are complicit in this. That's what she's saying. And what the guy was saying when he was on stage acknowledges that the God is complicit in it, but he calls it good because of fear. Fear that you call faith. Like y'all don't realize that you're dancing and praising to genocide, to stories about genociding people because they're different. You're dancing and praising to a father offering his daughters up to be raped in the place of men. And you call that good. And you refuse to call it what it is. Even when you are face to face with it, you refuse to call it what it is. You advocate for the trafficker, for the person taking away body autonomy, and you demonize the person who fights for their body autonomy. And then at the same damn time, you pray to the same hand who commands these things and ask that hand to protect you from the things that you call holy. It's wild to me. Tonight, Fee, there was a guy that came up to talk about the Job wife suffered too. It was done wrong. And he said she didn't suffer. So I had to walk him through the very wild idea that men don't carry children. And then he
And that was
finally,
wild for him.
that was, yeah. And
Crazy.
then he finally said, well, yeah, she had children too, but she didn't suffer. And then he said, he doesn't worship this God because it's a slave master God. Hear me, okay? This isn't his God because this is a slave master God. But Job's wife was still wrong for telling Job to curse the God and die. I said, she didn't say that in the story, but let's say she did. You are doing the same thing. I asked him, I said, what does curse mean? I said, do you think it means that she put a spell on the guy? He was like, no, she can't do that. I said, okay, so what in your head does curse mean? He said, she basically told him to say, fuck God and die. I said, okay, you are doing the same thing. When you have renounced this God and said that this isn't your God because it's a slave master God, you're basically saying, fuck the God. He said, no, I'm not. It's crazy to me that you as a like he held to the story that Job's wife was wrong for saying fuck this God who did all of this stuff to you, while you as a man today in 2025 say this ain't my God because he's a slave master God, but you want to demonize, like, what, how does that even make sense? And then he called me a bitch because I pointed out to him that he's doing the same thing as Job's wife. She just, in the story, she just had more guts to say it, and your ass don't, as a man in 2025. Yeah, he said I didn't know Hebrew. But the fact that he held that contradicting belief, if you don't worship this God and you see this God as a slave master God, you see this God as evil, why are you mad at Job's wife in the story for seeing the same thing? Just because she's a woman? How does that make sense? And y'all get mad at me for pointing that shit out. It's contradictory as fuck. The song is not released, y'all. I haven't released the song. I haven't even named it, to be honest. That's why it took me a second to find it. The way it is in my files, I haven't even named it. So I don't know what I'm gonna name that one. But the guest box is open. And to the lady that said people are scared of how I'm gonna treat them, that's why they're not coming up. Don't mistreat me. You won't get mistreated. Don't cross my boundaries. You won't get cussed out.
It's wild. They see you mistreating somebody, but don't see what leads to them causing you to treat them the way they tell you.
It's the same way they refuse to see their God, the evil that their God do, the evil that their God commands them to do, expects them to do, allows them to do. That, and they refuse to even call that out. They're not gonna. They're so used to not pointing fingers at themselves and pointing fingers at other people. They just want to hate whoever doesn't believe in this God. That's why I said with Samson and Delilah's story. Delilah wasn't an Israelite. She wasn't the chosen. Samson was. So no matter what Samson did, it was good. Delilah is seen as wrong. Like, how dare she defend her people? How dare she help her people? She was supposed to be a traitor. She was supposed to agree to be a traitor against her people to help God's chosen. That's why I say in the song, y'all praise Jael. Jael did that, and Rahab. Jael used sex against her own people to help the Israelites, and she gets praised. Rahab traded on her own people and helped the Israelites. She gets praised. That's her righteousness. Become a traitor. All those people who helped the CIA against the Black Panthers. All those people who the black people who talk against black liberation, and you help stump out black liberation. Yep, Jael. That's how you become one with this God. You have to lose yourself. You have to be willing to hate your brother, your sister, your mom. You have to be willing to hate your own people, your own life. Become a traitor in order to be in good with this God. The interesting thing Rar, is that the name, what they called this Jesus's religion when he first started it was narcissism. That was the name of his religion, narcissism. But y'all can't see that y'all are the narcissists. Y'all just use words that you just learned. And the fact that you even think that anybody would have a Jezebel spirit means that y'all have immortalized Jezebel. You have made Jezebel just like your God. She's omnipresent. She can be in any woman across the world at any point in time because she is eternal now, like your God, because of y'all. The odd thing is y'all haven't eternalized not one of the men's spirits in this book. Jezebel has been immortalized. Delilah has been immortalized. What other women's spirits they be telling women they have? Delilah, Jezebel,
Those are the only two
Eve.
I know.
Huh?
Hold on, I'm trying to.
Yep, Eve.
That's about it.
Mary Magdalene.
Oh yeah, Mary.
Yep.
The other Mary.
Y'all have made women immortal. But I don't see y'all telling nobody, oh, that's an Ahab spirit. When the men die, they die. Esther. And y'all don't even realize that. You've given the women characters in this book, oh, Job's wife, Ruth, you've given the women characters in this book the same omni properties as your God. And that is crazy as fuck. Bathsheba, Lot's wife, every damn near every woman character in this book has the ability to possess any woman at any given time across this whole entire planet. And that's what your God does with his Holy Spirit. And y'all don't even realize that. It's crazy. These are supposed to be mortals. These are supposed to be humans. And when they die, they're supposed to die. But y'all have given them immortal spirits who have come back to life to possess living women. Ain't that what your Jesus does? Y'all are a tripping a fucking half. Are y'all done? Or are y'all scared like Ramonda said? Supernatural robots who couldn't shit, and the fact that he said yes to that, and didn't see anything wrong with it. Like, that's insane. When I was telling my daughter, she was listening to the Samson song, and I was telling her the story of Samson and Delilah. The confusion she had when I said that his strength was in his hair. She was like, "Wait, what?" She said, "What do you mean?" She said, "Wait, I'm confused." She said, "What do you mean the strength was in his hair?" She said, "Wait." She said, "Is this a cartoon or the Bible?" I was like, "It's the Bible." She was like, "Huh?"
I heard you say that earlier. I'm about to cry.
She was so confused, and I could not stop laughing because it's her confusion is logical. Cause what? Like, these are adults? This is an adult story? She said, "Is it like Hercules?" I don't know. I wasn't a part of that.
I was
I don't
about to
know.
say, don't.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
don't. Please don't bring
that's
that
not our
that in
business.
here. Yeah. I'm so happy that younger kids, like the youth, when they hear these stories, they like what? And now they are being given the opportunity to question and to express how illogical this shit sounds to them, and they're not. Some are still being shut down, but there's more of them that's being allowed to say that don't make any damn sense, and they're not being shut down, and I'm glad to see that. But we still have some parents who will tell them, "Don't you say that? That don't you question the Bible?" And they're gonna have a 40-year-old son talking about the first humans were superhuman robots who couldn't shit.
That's a dang shame.
I don't know how they hold the belief that they didn't have intestines, but Adam had ribs.
Right. How I don't. He was frustrating me.
And then why do they think the God put the man to sleep when he performed the surgery? Like, if pain wasn't a thing, why did he put the man to sleep? And then like I don't know, the inability to, like, they all use their thinking to answer, like to interpret and to add missing pieces when it fits their theology, but when it doesn't fit their theology, they'll say that they can't add anything, that they can't use logic or common sense. It's just, I don't know. It's a very interesting thing. I don't know. How is she not innocent? How is she not? And most people don't even know what her charges were. What people are charging her with. They
That's why
just
I
hear,
ask.
yeah. They just hear, they just know that Jezebel is a bad thing. Oh, they're in here, Ivy. They're in here. They're afraid to come up. And unfortunately, your brother in Christ did that. Intentionally turned your God's name into a curse. Intentionally. To offend me. Intentionally. That's his fault. Y'all don't know, like, if y'all knew how to be respectful and y'all want people to just let y'all believe what you want to believe, but you don't return that favor. You think you're the only one who should be respected when it comes to your belief system. And that's why y'all get cussed out. Well, you're going to have to find somebody else to help you. I don't want to help you. I don't like what you said to me when you came in this live. You're going to have to find somebody else to help you. And I don't have any shame in my game in telling you that I do not like what you said. She know who I'm talking to. Yep. Yep. Yalla. Yep. When people say shit like that, they let me know that they have an expectation for a person to allow people to treat them like shit. Like they are the type of person that will expect you to sit there and sit quiet while someone is disrespecting you. Villain?
I didn't mean to come up here, thinker.
That's okay. What was that sound?
An alarm clock, because I should be
Oh.
on my way to work, but I'm still fighting it.
Girl, it sound like some alien. Like you got your alarm clock set to alien?
I need a weird sound to wake me up.
Oh, okay.
Anything else, I'll just blend it in the background and include it in the dream. But if it's like weird, I have like one with a rooster crowing.
Ooh, I would like that one. Yeah.
Anything that'll get me moving.
I feel you. I feel you. Have a good day at work, okay?
I appreciate you. And
you're welcome.
I thank you for all that you do here. I appreciate you. Big time.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate you for being here.
All right, bye.
Bye. Have a good day.
You too, sweet face.
All right. I would like to have a rooster crowing to wake me up. I think that would be cool. Right now, I just got the iPhone alarm. I threw away all my clocks. I don't have clocks in my house. Not one. Except for the stove and the microwave. And our phones. Do y'all still have clocks in y'all's house?
I have one in my room because it's a crazy reason. My husband saw one that projected the time on the wall, and he wanted it. That's the only
That
reason.
projected. Oh, okay. That would be
Yeah.
cool. That would be cool. You say you used to have a clock across the street? Well, I accept your apology, Ramonda. I appreciate that. You said your clock has a dead battery? Yeah, like what's up, Dugal? I don't see the point when like we have the cell phones now, so I threw them all away. Justice for evil babies. Oh, I can imagine. You had an alarm that had wheels and it went around the room. Oh, I bet that drove your dog crazy.
I wanted that one, but I figured I'd lose it because I wouldn't get up to look for it.
You must be watching. You must be falling asleep to EB. I meant to say BET. I meant to say BET, not EBT. But you must be falling asleep to that. Wow, dang, that was a big ass clock, Hector. Not Snap Network. Oh, Fee. Y'all, guess what? There is an apocryphal text of Job called the Testament of Job that says his new kids were from Dinah, were from Jacob's daughter, Dinah.
What?
Crazy as fuck. Like, what? Just when I thought the story couldn't get any more juicier. It was written between 1 BCE and 1 CE. And in the story, he gives all of his wealth, land, servants, all of that to his sons. He doesn't give any of it to his daughters, and they get mad. And he's like, chill, I got something for you. So he tells them to go and get this gold casket that he's going to lie in. They go get it. And in it are these gold strings. He gives each one of them, he has 3 daughters out of the 10 kids, 7 sons, 3 daughters. He gives each of them one of the gold strings and tells them to gird their loins with it. And as long as they're chased or girded with these gold strings, they'll have good things in life. So he makes it about their chastity, right? Like, if you keep yourself, you're going to have good things. God's going to bless you. But Dinah is his new wife in that apocryphal text. It is crazy.
Hi, Thinker.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. How are you? This is my first time on your live, and I'm glad to be here. I've been listening for a while.
I'm doing good. Well, thank you for listening. Can I get your age and then let me know if you are a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist?
I am over 40. I am actively deconstructing, and I am pagan.
Okay, thank you. And which of the topics did you want to discuss?
Well, you just mentioned something that made me, think about how I was talking about how if you are a good girl, if you are chaste, if you are this. But I'm reading a book right now called The Harlot on the Side of the Road. And it talks about how in the Old Testament, every time a woman is named who steps outside the bounds of marriage, she gets celebrated.
Huh?
Yeah, I know, right? So, with the exception of like Delilah, who, and Jezebel did not step outside of her marriage. She was a faithful wife. That wasn't her crime, which is very
Right.
frustrating to me that she's constantly being called, um, you know, promiscuous, and she wasn't even. That wasn't what she was even accused of. But if you look at Rahab or Tamar or
Oh,
Ruth,
yeah. Jael.
yeah,
Yeah. Okay, I
you
get what you're
know,
saying. Yeah.
like Ruth is one of the few women that's included in the genealogy of Jesus.
You know what's interesting is that people are asking me to write a song about Ruth, and I'm like, y'all don't want that because the truth I know about Ruth, y'all gonna be mad.
Ruth empowered herself.
Ruth was in love with Naomi.
I can hear that.
Yeah, she was. She was
Sure.
in love with She was in love with Naomi
Yeah, she
and
told Naomi what she said, and
uh,
did
hold
whatever
on.
she
Uh,
Empress,
uh,
Empress,
hold on.
hold on.
Yeah. I'm excited too. I like this conversation too. Ruth is in love. Like, yeah. So the words that she says to Naomi is literally what inspired our marriage vows today. And she's in the story. Naomi doesn't want to lose Ruth either. So her cousin Boaz agrees to marry Ruth. She suggested so that Ruth can stay because according to Israelite law, if her Israelite husband dies, she was to go back to her people, to the Moabites. And she didn't want to go back. Naomi didn't want to send her back. So they agreed with Boaz that he would marry her, and he gave her a son, and Naomi adopted that son as her own. In the story, when it says that Naomi sat that the child was sat on Naomi's knee. This was an adoption process. And so Naomi is adopting that child as her own. And so one could interpret that as Boaz was their beard that allowed Ruth and Naomi to live and have a relationship and raise their child.
Well, since I don't take any of it as history, I can totally accept and appreciate that interpretation. The part that's the most exciting to me about it is that she went and uncovered his feet and then got everything she wanted.
Yeah. Yeah. And the uncovering the feet means that she,
Well,
you know,
we
yeah.
know. Yeah, we know.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like, if I write that song, they
I'd love
gonna
to
be
hear
mad.
that. I'd love to hear that song.
I don't know that I want that type of drama right now.
I
Like
mean,
the Ruth and Boaz, the gotta find your Boaz. Like, I don't know. There's a lot of weight on the Ruth Boaz. There's a lot of women waiting on their Boaz. I think that song would crush a lot of their dreams. That it would piss them off, and I would probably be arguing with people for months about that song.
well, maybe waiting for their Boaz is a dream that needs to be interrupted.
Yeah, it's true.
There ain't a whole lot of, I mean, I got mine, but mine was born in 1972. I don't know if they make them like that anymore. Well, definitely uncovered his feet a lot before he turned into a Boaz.
Yeah.
But we aren't cousins or anything. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah. I don't know. I gotta chew on that one because, that's gonna be a motherfucker.
I think it'll be interesting. Just because you write it doesn't mean you have to put it out. You can put it out whenever you're ready. But I'd love to hear it. I think that would be interesting. I think that all of the retellings of the biblical stories, hopefully, I hope, helps people to understand that they're stories.
Right. That's the thing, right? There's stories and people can interpret them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that, I really truly don't believe they were meant to be taken literally by the people that wrote them down in the first place.
Right.
I mean, I got a bit of an argument with somebody on live last week because he was mad at me that I didn't believe that Paul was a real person, but he didn't believe in God. And I was like, I'm kind of confused.
It was a man that was mad at you about that?
Yeah, he was like, "What do you mean you don't believe in Paul?" And I was like, "Well, I don't think anything was written down until after the direction." And I'm like, "But you're an atheist, so why do you care about believing Paul if you don't even believe in God?" Because I mean, I'm pagan, so I'm okay with everybody doing whatever they need to do as long as they're not hurting others. But I really would like to see a lot of these women who have been bamboozled by shame culture find some true experience of elevation.
Yeah, I am finding that as well. Men who claim to be deconstructing, because the guy that was up earlier tonight claimed that he was deconstructing, and that he doesn't believe in this God, but he wanted to hold fast that Job's wife was wrong for saying this, for telling Job to curse God and God die, while he at the same time is saying this guy is a slave master God. Like, why? It's confusing, right?
Yeah.
And for an atheist man to be mad at you for saying that Paul wasn't real, Paul, the writers of the pastoral epistles attributed their writings to this Paul character, and in those writings, it solidifies that the man has dominion, that the woman is is second to the man, and so their hierarchy in society is solidified in these pastoral epistles written by Paul.
Yeah.
Yeah. So a lot of times when men say that they're atheists or that they're deconstructing, they're only deconstructing typically from the idea of a God having authority over them, or a church organization or another man having authority over them, but they don't usually deconstruct from the patriarchy.
It's a good point.
I told a guy last week, like you say that you're atheist, but you're misogynistic as hell. You still subscribe to the patriarchy because you don't need the God anymore. You have realized that you are the God in this story, so you don't need the God. That's why you don't believe in it. But but the patriarchy you hold true to.
They're addicted to it, to
Yeah.
that hierarchy.
Hmm.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and it's a tough thing to separate for a lot of them.
And almost all the churches are completely wrapped up in it. I have a fantasy that it would be possible, maybe, perhaps, sometime in the future, to have an egalitarian version of something kind of like Christianity, but I don't know how we would get there from here.
I don't think we need another religion.
I'm more spiritual than religious. I think that human beings have a craving for that connection, but I don't think that connection needs to be dictated or organized or certainly not institutionalized.
I think I've heard people say that there that connection that people get from going to church and these religious organizations, is impossible to build that connection outside of that in a secular sense. But I think people are attributing this sense of community and connection to the wrong thing. It's the people that create the communities, and
Absolutely.
wherever the people go, that's where you know community will build.
If someone thinks that they can't have elevation in a secular situation, it makes me think that they've never seen their favorite pop star live.
Right.
Because I mean, I saw Mary J. Blige live, and I didn't even really know much of her music except for the Hollywood. I mean, for the radio. I mean, I thought she was good, but I did not know. And we had a ecstatic experience up in there. She took us places, and
Yeah.
it was totally secular, or at least it was on the surface. Maybe not for her, but there was no, discussion or ritual or anything like that. It was just music and people that loved her coming together to enjoy that music, and that right there is a ecstatic experience.
Yeah, I wish I could articulate what I'm seeing on the in my comments on the Hagar song, because that's what I'm experiencing right now with people listening to that song and claiming it's God, claiming it's the Holy Spirit, and because of the music,
Mm.
because of the voice, they are
Or they want to.
getting that dopamine effect. They're getting that spiritual experience that they get when they go to church, despite what the words say. And so I can see what they call the Holy Spirit.
Have you seen the videos of the people in church
Hold
singing?
on, Empress. Hold on, Empress. Let me finish what I'm saying. Um, I can see the thing that they're calling the Holy Spirit from how they respond in my chat, but they can't see it if that makes sense. So that feeling that you get when you go to a concert is what they're experiencing when they hear the song on the FYP. And to me, it just solidifies even more that what they call holy, or what they're calling the Holy Spirit, it's just relatability with other humans. Does that make sense? Like,
Yeah.
or with human life itself. It's relatability, and because you can relate, it feels holy. Like it feels like this supernatural thing because somebody else sees you. Somebody knows what you're going through. Somebody else understands, and you're hearing it with all of these different tones and this beautiful voice.
I mean,
Does
they
that
think
make
that
sense?
they're projecting their own personal beliefs onto any experience of human connection.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. Have a safe flight, Fee. Let us know when you touch down.
Be safe.
Do you have anything else, Empress?
Well, I was just what you were saying a moment ago made me think about all the people that I've seen, these videos that I've seen that are people that are singing the Madonna song like a prayer in churches and not
That's the
understanding
song I was trying to remember last week. Sorry. That's the song I was
and
trying to
not
remember last week.
comprehending what the words of the song actually mean.
They're singing it in churches?
They are singing it in churches. And they even talk about getting down on my knees and I'll take you there. It is hilarious. And it's not new. This is not new. This has been going on for like 3 or 4 years. And there's a couple other songs that are kind of like, or like the Leonard Cohen song, Hallelujah, which is a breakup song. They're singing that in churches. Makes no sense.
Look, the
Leonard
words.
Cohen was a Jew. And,
Oh my
and
God.
I don't know if you're familiar with Leonard Cohen, but that's not what the song's about. But he wrote that Hallelujah song from Shrek, and they're singing that in churches. It's so interesting how they can take anything and project their own personal worldview onto it. And so it's not surprising they take this book and project their own personal worldview onto it and don't notice it when they're projecting their own personal worldview onto like Madonna.
It says, life is a mystery. Everyone must stand alone. I hear you call my name and it feels like home. When you call my name, it's like a little prayer. I'm down on my knees. I want to take you there. In the midnight hour, I can feel your power, just like a prayer. You know I'll take you there.
I mean, do you
I
remember the video?
hold on. No, I've
Hold
not
on,
seen it.
Empress.
I hear your voice is like an angel sighing. I have no choice. I hear your voice, feels like flying. I close my eyes. Oh God, I think I'm falling out of the sky. I close my eyes. Heaven help me. When you call my name, it's like a little prayer. I'm down on my knees. I want to take you there. In the midnight hour, I can feel your power, just like a prayer. You know I'll take you there. Like a child, you whisper softly to me, you're in control, just like a child. Now I'm dancing. It's like a dream, no end and no beginning. You're here with me. It's like a dream, let the choir sing. When you call my name, it's like a prayer. I'm down on my knees. I want to take you there. In the midnight hour, I can feel your power, just like a prayer. You know, I'll take you there. Wow.
I don't know if y'all are old enough to remember, but the video to that song was very controversial when it came out.
Yeah, I see. That's the video with Leon in it. Leon plays the so-called God or angel or whatever the thing is.
I think he's supposed to be Jesus in the video.
Yeah. But yeah, she's not definitely not talking about that. She gonna take him there. Yeah, she on her knee. Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah, you get it now.
Wait, it says like a prayer is a song with a dual meaning, blending spiritual and sexual themes. Madonna stated the song is about being in love with God, while the lyrics and music video also explore themes of sexuality, Catholic guilt, and racism.
Well, she's wearing lingerie in the video.
What?
Yeah,
How is this song about being in love with the God
it's
and the racism? Where's the racism?
She's white, he's black. The Klan is chasing him. They're
yeah,
burning crosses in that
Oh, I
church.
haven't seen the video.
yeah. You
But
got to
but
see the
but
video.
But the video, okay, so the video is about racism, but how is the song about racism?
I don't know.
Well, I think because Jesus has been painted white, and she made Jesus black in the video.
Yeah, but that's the video. You got like
Yeah.
the song can't be about that if you only get it when you watch the video.
Well, back in those days, that's what sold the record was the
No, no,
video.
no, 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 no. I'm talking about the concept in the song.
Hmm.
Where is the concept of racism in the lyrics?
Oh, well,
It's
no,
not.
not in the lyrics. It's not.
It wouldn't have gotten played on the radio if it was in the lyrics at the time.
Yeah.
So the
They,
video is about racism, but the song is not.
mm-hmm.
Okay. I don't see how it's about God. Where is she going to take God?
Well, some people think it's about God because this part of the action takes place in a church and there's a choir and he's dressed up as a statue and then he comes to life.
No,
Mm-hmm.
I get the video concept. I'm talking about the lyrics. Like in the lyrics, the her lyrics are very explicit that she's saying she's going to take somebody somewhere, right? I want to take you there. If this is about her being in love with God, where is she taking God in the lyrics? Like where is she saying she want to take God? Like I don't see how anybody. No, as a songwriter, if she's saying I'm down on my knee, I want to take you there, that's not about God. That can't be about God. That like anybody hear that lyric right there, they got to know that that's about a man. That can't be about God.
That's why I think it's so ironic they're singing it in churches.
Yeah. Like that's just common sense.
And they're doing it in an 8-part harmony.
No, I'm not talking about the video. I'm talking about the lyrics to the song. The video is different. Right? You can give a different interpretation or a different meaning when you put a video to a song. But if somebody just listens to the song, listens to the lyrics, or read the lyrics, they're already separate. They are separate. They're separate because you don't watch the video when you're listening to it on the radio. They're separate, and then she wrote it separate. Even if it's in the 80s when it first played, it didn't play with a video.
My first exposure to it was the video and not the song on the radio.
Yeah, mine too was the video. Like I
Yeah,
said, back then, that's what sold the records was the
yeah, I'm
video.
not. Yeah, I'm not. I'm talking about when this song was written. It was not written with a video. When it was recorded, it wasn't recorded with a video. And the first time it was played, it wasn't played with a video. Like it was played on the radio.
What we're saying is the first time it was
These
played
people.
publicly was on MTV with a video.
Yeah.
No, I get that. I'm responding to Lindaway and the comments.
Oh, sorry.
No, it couldn't have been Lindaway. It couldn't have been with a video. The first time that it was played. Think about the fact that she recorded this song. Like it's a record. It's an album. It's not like it automatically comes with a video. Is what I'm saying. Lindaway, it's a song. It if I were to play it right now, it wouldn't play a video with it. It's a song. And if I listen to the song, there is nothing in here that says that this is about a God, is what I'm saying. If you have to look at the video with it, then the video is giving the song a different context. The lyrics don't give that, is my point. Yeah, like the video is giving it a different context. Did you have anything else, Empress? I think Linda Way wants to come up.
No, that's it. Thank you for having me.
You're welcome. Have a good one.
You too.
Right. It can't be a like the lyrics don't say anything about it being about a god. That I'm trying to see whether the god and the racism are in the lyrics, not the video.
Can you hear me?
Hmm.
Yeah, you're not gonna see it in the words to the song. Back then,
Yeah,
it was
that was my
very
point.
it was very different. We saw the song, and before we heard it, or at the same time we heard it. Video was very, very big then. Now,
Mm,
you how
I was
how
I was born in 1980. This song was written in
what,
1989. I
how
was
old
born
were
in
you?
80. I was
See,
9.
all right, that's my point.
What do you mean?
You were a kid.
Okay.
Do you even remember it?
I've never heard this song, but I do remember listening to songs on the radio, and every song on the radio didn't have a video to it.
Man, if it was a hit, it did.
But I'm saying like like it's like you're saying that the songs didn't play on the radio without a video playing right
No,
along with it,
no,
and that's not
Mm-mm.
true.
no, that's not what I'm saying. What
Well,
I'm
that's what
saying,
I was saying. What I'm saying is the song played on the radio. And if you listen to the song as it plays on the radio, you don't get that this song is about a God, and you don't get that it's about racism. If you have to get that when watching the video is giving the song a different interpretation is my point.
that's true. And everybody wanted to see Leon as Jesus and the whole thing of her being sexual around God. And it was while she lost um advertisements with I think it was Pepsi. It was an uproar. It was everywhere. Everybody had to see it. Not hear it, see it.
Yeah, but that's not my point. My question was when she says I want to take you there in the lyrics and you're listening to the song, not watching the video. The I want to take you there should let them know that that's not about a God. That was
It
my
did.
point.
It did. It did. It let everybody know that, oh, this is a dual meaning. She may be on her knees in front of Leon, but wait a minute, where is she taking him?
Where is
This
the
looks
dual
sexual.
meaning? That's what I'm asking
There
you.
is a dual meaning.
I'm asking where is the dual? Where is the what's the
The,
other
the,
side of
the,
the dual?
the dual is the lyrics say uh nothing sexual. I'm sorry, nothing about God. And the video says really nothing about it being non the video is all
Well,
sexual.
no, I get the video. I'm not talking about video. I'm talking
Okay,
about in the lyrics itself. I'm
you
just talking about
you
the lyrics. I'm not
you know
talking about the video.
you're not gonna find it in the lyrics. It's
Yeah,
not
that
there.
was my point.
It's
Yeah,
not
that
there.
was my point.
You're
What
not,
I'm saying is, anybody for them to be singing this in church,
Mhm.
anybody that even sings, reads, or listens to the lyrics, they should know that this is not a song about a God. When she says, "I want to take you there," I don't get how anyone is singing this song in church. Is my point.
Well, when Christians get all riled up, taking you there to um that place where you are able to roll around on the floor and run around and act crazy, that's taking you there.
No,
That's
it
taking
says,
you to
"I want to take you there." The I would be the Christian. The you would be the God, if that's the case. Where is the Christian taking the God?
oh well okay, you
Thinking
know
he
what?
thinking too logically and too
Way
literally
too
right now.
literally. Yeah, way too literally.
They're
No,
not
It
no,
thinking that way.
there's no other way to take that statement. Like, what do y'all mean?
okay.
I'm taking it literally. It says, "I'm down on my knees. I want to take you there." What does that statement
I'm
mean?
saying that they're not taking it. They're not listening to it at
Like
all
that
like that.
at all.
Well, today they're not, but like I said, back when that song hit, no one thought that at all, until the video came out. When the video came out, that's when the controversy stirred up.
Hit. Yeah.
But that's what I'm
But
saying. Like, the video should not make. They shouldn't need the video to know that this is not about a God. The words "I want to take you there" should let them know this is not about a God. That's the
Right.
point.
Yeah.
well, that was also I'm sorry, go ahead, Nelly.
No, I'm just gonna say they did not think it was a church song when it came out. No one that that
Thought it
that
was a church
controversy didn't come up until the video. When they saw the video and they saw Leon playing a Jesus character or a God character, like, and turning, from a statue into, like a Jesus statue into a live person and stuff like that. That's when it came up. But
And that
before
was
that, it wasn't.
sorry about that. And that was also part of the hook to get everybody riled up to watch it and listen to it. Because I think is this, are they having, I think she's having sex with a black man and he's supposed to be God. And then that was when it blew the roof.
Yeah.
And everybody and the mama was talking about like prayer. Everybody.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I can understand that. I don't understand how they're singing this song in church and
Because they're
thinking that
dumb.
that it's about a God. I don't get that.
They're
Hmm.
dumb. They hear the word prayer and it's like a prayer. And that's all that, and they took it and went and rolled.
That
Pray,
Yeah.
pray,
is insane.
and that was it. That's all. It didn't, it don't, you of all people know it don't take much.
I mean, they can't be that damn dumb.
Yes, they
That
are.
that is
Come on now.
fucking insane.
Clearly, there's video of them in choir robes, big, huge choir singing the shit. Video, and everybody's uh, face palming like, I know you fucking lying. But yeah, especially those of us old enough to remember the video. We're like, what?
I don't even need the video to be like what, because I mean the song gives context that she's talking about sex.
Yeah, but there are a lot of carnal individuals that are Christians too.
I'm talking about them singing it in church. What I'm saying is I wouldn't need a video to be like, why the fuck are they singing that?
Well, you are one of the ones that would catch on and be like, wait a minute. But many of them have their eyes closed, their hand held high, and they're swaying and singing with it because some of them remember it.
The fact that there is this whole controversy around it with the video, and it's in today's time that they're singing it in church, not in 1989. It's just it makes it even more weird because the controversy has already been out there. She's put this video concept to it, right? And they know what her intentions are with it, and they chose to sing it in church. That just makes it even more weird to me.
I would contest that because I think that these people are almost a whole generation removed from the video and don't even remember when videos were the vehicle that drove a song.
So see,
I,
that's my point. If you're saying that the reason that they're singing it in church is because they have not seen the video, I don't see how they're missing that it's not about a God when the sentence "I want to take you there" is there. Who are they? Where are they taking the God? When they say I'm down on my knees, I want to take you there. Do they think that's the God saying I want to take you there, or
they don't
like where are they taking the God?
they don't think that logically or literally. They don't give a damn. I want to take you there is to heaven.
So the God is saying that to them, and
They
when they
don't
saying
care.
it.
You trying to make it make sense.
Yeah, they
No,
don't.
I do.
They
I
don't
do
get
want
it.
to know, like when they sing these gospel songs. Like I do want to know how they interpret it for them to
They
sing it
don't,
in
it don't
church.
make sense. That's why they're on your songs talking about I feel the spirit. They don't know.
Well, shit. They do if they're singing it when they sing the words, they feel something,
They're
so
not
they are
hearing the
interpreting
words.
it.
They don't hear the
They
words.
gotta hear him to sing them.
They okay, they saying and singing the words. It's
They're
just
not
like Andre
listening to them.
3000 said. You don't want to listen to the lyrics, you just want to
I
shake
don't.
your
You
ass.
just want to dance.
You just
But
want to
I
But
dance.
meant
they're
I
saying the
meant
words.
logical, not
They're
literal when
singing
I
them.
said it earlier.
I
No,
didn't
You
look.
thinking
I'm
it?
saying the ones that are singing it, they know the words. They're singing it. How are they interpreting it? Is just my thought. Like I don't know.
Can
I
you
can't explain it to y'all. I know
When
y'all
you
wanna
can you
watch.
answer?
Hold on, let me finish, please. I know y'all wanna just like cast it off and be like they're just stupid, and I agree, like they're dumb as fuck for singing this song in the church. But I am interested in what their minds are thinking when they say the words, I want to take you there. Because they've got to be interpreting that to either be the words that the God is saying to them. When they say, I'm down on my knees, and their head that I want to take you there has to be their God's voice for that to even make sense for them to want to sing it,
When
is what I'm thinking.
That
well
sounds
you
plausible.
well the
I'm
music, um, of course, and I love music too, been in it my whole life, but when you're writing a song and you put it to music, certain words in the song trigger a idea. And that's what the Christians and the believers hear. They only hear prayer, down on my knees. That's all they hear.
hmm
They don't hear anything else in that song.
But they're saying the words when they're in the choir, and the
Hmm.
and the choir director teaches them this song, and they have to sing the words back. They're saying those words, and they are thinking about those words when they sing them and from the choir. And my curiosity is, how are they when they sing these words back? What is their interpretation of "I want to take you there"?
When they say their interpretation of was when they say I want to take you there, they're talking to another person. They're talking to the congregation. That's what they're doing.
Well,
So when
and
they're
that's
singing
one
the song,
interpretation, right? And that's one
yeah,
interpretation. Another interpretation could be that they feel that that's the God saying it to them when they say, "I'm down on my knees," and the God is saying, "I want to take you there." Like,
it
that's what
could
I'm
be.
saying. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm interested in knowing what their interpretation is of that line there, for them to feel like this is an appropriate song to sing in church. That's all I'm saying. There isn't a wrong or a right way for that line to be interpreted for them, right? But they are interpreting that line in order for them to sing it. To
Well,
like it, to say that they're not for a singer, because when you sing the words, you have to learn the words, and then you, as you say the words, you have to feel them, right? When you're singing
right.
them. So they're interpreting that line to mean something, and I'm just curious to what they're interpreting it to.
We'll never know because, like I said, that's like we'll never know why there's 45,000 different denominations of that religion. We won't know. Each individual takes that a different way when
No, I'm
they're
not saying that
projecting it.
well, saying that we'll never know. All we gotta do is ask somebody who sings it, right? How
And
they
we'll get a
interpret
different
it.
answer too.
Yeah, I'm not. There's no right or wrong way. When a person writes a song, right? There's multiple ways to interpret a song. People are going to interpret it how they feel it, right? So I'm not saying that there is a right or a wrong way. I'm not looking for just one answer. I'm curious just into how people think, right? And when they sing this song to their God or in their congregation, when they say the words "I want to take you there," what are you hearing? How are you interpreting that? That's
I
what
think
I'm saying.
I'm sorry. I think that each one of them in the choir singing that has their own answer to that question.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's literally what I just said.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I just said. It's
Mhm.
there's no right or wrong way, but just because it's different, I, I I can't make you be curious about it, but I am curious to know what they think and how they're interpreting that line.
Mm, yeah, I don't know that they approach it like songwriters or singers
No,
either.
it's not from songwriters. They're interpreting it because they're singing it. They're in the choir singing it. Just like if someone was to sing "His eyes is on the sparrow," right? As I'm saying the words, um, how did that song go? How does that song start off? Damn, I done forgot the damn song. Or "Blessed assurance, Jesus is mine." I have to think of those words as I'm singing them, right? And so when they're singing these words, The words mean something to them, is what I'm saying. I'm interested in knowing or understanding how they hear or understand the words "I want to take you there" in this song, for them to feel like it is a song appropriate for church, is what I'm saying. For those that sing it, because you can't sing a song and not know the words. You have to know the words to sing the song.
Well, I don't have an answer.
I mean, I don't think that I expected you all to have an answer for that.
No, I'm just saying. I don't have an answer, but it would be interesting to know. I
Yeah.
think they just sing it and go with the flow. Heard the words prayer, need, they don't know Jack, and are going with the flow.
I don't know. I don't know. Have you ever sung in the choir?
Yes. And I've performed His Eyes on the Sparrow, and I never felt anything religious about it. I can't even,
I'm not asking if you felt religious, but you knew the words you were singing,
yeah.
right? And
I
you
mean, but I've
understood
sang,
what they meant as you sung them.
no, sometimes I sing in other languages and don't know what the hell it's saying.
But let's be real. When you
No,
sing
I'm
"His
being
eyes
real.
is on the sparrow" in English, you know what you're saying, right? And you know what those words mean when you say them, when you sing them.
No, I was being real when I said I don't know what I'm saying when I sing in other languages.
But
I
I'm
was
not
being
talking
real.
about. Why are we talking about other language, Linda Way? When
Because
you
you
sing,
said every time you sing, you
I'm
know
not
what you're
talking about.
talking
That's
about.
different. If you sing in another language and you don't know what a word means, then that's because you don't know what that word means. But
Right.
when you sing in English, you know the words that you are saying,
I do.
right? Why would we expect it to be anything different here?
Well, they know what I will take you there means for them.
That's what we don't know that. That's why I said I'm curious as to how they're interpreting that line, because we don't know how they're interpreting it. That's my point. We don't know how they're interpreting that line. So I'm curious. Like, y'all don't have to be curious. I'm not saying just because I'm curious y'all have to be, but I am curious as to how they're interpreting that line for them to sing it in church. I'm not saying y'all have to be curious about that. What's funny?
Uh, because you're right. We don't have to be curious about that. But now that you brought it up, I wouldn't mind knowing what it is that they each one thinks, because all of them are going to be different, I'm sure.
Yeah. All of them are different. They're like they interpret the Bible differently.
Exactly.
All of them is gonna be different, and I'm pretty sure it's some wild ass shit. That's why I said the mind of the believer is an interesting place. And if a person can interpret somebody saying to the man who created zero, thank you for nothing, and they think that that person was speaking in code, like, can you imagine what the fuck they thought that line meant? Like, I'm curious for them to get up in church and sing that, and the words say, "I want to take you there." What did they think that meant? Is that God? Like, did the believer, is the first line, "I'm down on my knees," is that the believer? And then the second part, "I want to take you there." Did Jesus come in like, "I want to take you there," and there is heaven? Like, I want to know.
Check this out. Andre Crouch and his choir were signed for adding background vocals to Like a Prayer. Crouch studied the song's lyrics to make sure that it wasn't not against their religion and beliefs. So that's Andre Crouch and his choir is the one that's in the song actually singing.
Does it say what his interpretation is? Because like it wasn't
No, it
against his
doesn't
belief.
say.
See what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Yeah, I'm neurodivergent. How did he study this? See the words. I want to take you there. How did he interpret this? If he studied the lyrics, there is an interpretation there. I want to know what it is. For him to say he
Did you
studied
just
this
say? Did you
to
just
make sure,
hit
to
your
make sure,
chest?
yeah, to make sure that it's not against his religion, he studied it.
that's what it said. I mean, that's all it said, though. It didn't
Right.
give a breakdown of how he studied it.
No, what I'm saying is he studied it to make sure it's not against his religion. And he
Hmm.
saw the words, I'm down on my knees. I want to take you there. That means there's an interpretation for him. That I want to
Hmm.
take you there, he interpreted it that within his religion, within his God frame. And I want to know what that fucking interpretation was. I'm so interested. I want to know. At this point, I need to fucking know how he interpreted that line. For
It
him to say
doesn't
this is
say. I'm
not against
reading
our
it.
religion, I gotta know. Right, that is hilarious as hell, Justine. I don't know if y'all don't see the fucking comedy in this shit. What the fuck? I gotta know. I gotta know what the interpretation is now. Hold on. He studied it?
That's what it says. If
And
you
came
go
to
to the uh, Wikipedia of that song, you know, then technically she didn't even write the song. There was another guy that actually wrote it. She got credit, but she didn't write it. You can pull up the songs that Madonna wrote, and Like a Prayer is not one of them.
He said this is Jesus's love. It's Jesus offering the love in the song.
Yeah,
I told y'all that they're interpreting that word. That's Jesus saying, "I want to take you there."
yeah.
yeah.
And like I said, it didn't. It blew up. I mean, I remember, that song because I really liked the song. I thought it was a great song by Madonna, but I never really thought about it. But then when I saw the video, I was like, oh shit. Yeah.
That's interesting. So Jesus is saying, life is a mystery. Everyone must stand alone. I hear you. Oh, it's Jesus saying, I hear you call my name, and it feels like home. Oh,
Hmm.
so Jesus is singing to them, not them saying. That's how they're interpreting it. This is Jesus singing to them.
Yeah.
Okay. Life is a mystery. Everyone must stand alone. I hear you call my name and it feels like home. Okay. I can understand that. When you call my name, it's like a prayer. Okay. I'm down on my knees. That's okay. In the midnight hour, I can feel your power just like a prayer. You know, I'll take you there. I can see how they could think that this is Jesus. If Jesus is the one talking and not them, then I can see how it becomes a song of love from Jesus to them. And then if it's the human talking, then it's sexual.
Yeah.
That's how it
Now,
is.
now I have to be honest. I've never ever heard about this song being played in church. I've never heard that.
I've heard
I
it. It
have.
doesn't occur often, but and it's a what do you call, not a hullabaloo, but a faux pas. It's always a faux pas when it does, and then they have to come out and
Right.
apologize. I've heard of it twice, and they have video on one or two of them.
Uh, I'm gonna see if it's listed. Um, that sound like a perfect.
It says Andre Crouch brought his signature gospel spirit and powerful harmonies to Madonna's Like a Prayer, interpreting the song's blend of sacred and secular love as an expression of deep, transformative spiritual power, similar to Jesus' enduring love. But his choir's uplifting vocals enhanced the song's intense, even sexually charged feeling of divine connection, creating a space where faith and desire intertwined. So this is so that's the dual meaning. If you sing it from Jesus's voice, it's a love song from Jesus to you. If you sing it from your voice, it's a love song from you to the person that you love.
Mm-hmm.
That's how it is.
Mm-hmm.
See? Now the itch in my brain has been scratched.
Well, I was trying to
Yeah.
scratch it, but I told you it was dual.
No, you was telling me to ignore the itch.
No, you misconstrued my point. My point was it's dual. I don't
You
laugh
were
the whole
saying it
song.
was dual because of the video. And I'm like, nope, it can't be because of the video because it's a song, it's lyrics. It has to be dual without the video for it to be dual. But we got it. That's all that matters. We got
All
it.
right, all right, all
Yeah, it's a but it's I mean, like I said, the song was like Madonna's when that song came out, that really blew Madonna. That song hit better than Like a Virgin. She had a song called Like a Virgin too, and when but Like a
Yeah, I've
Prayer,
heard that. I've heard like a
yeah,
virgin.
yeah. But Like a Prayer really just blew it up, you know, you know.
one of the other reasons also, Nelly, that it blew up because someone said that it wasn't about racism. The racism was her on her knees in front of a black man. That's where that came from. And also, America not being ready to, well, parts of America not being able to see Jesus as black. And then
Hold on.
I'm sorry.
Hold on. So I think y'all think that I'm saying that when she released a song, she did not also release a video, and that's not what I'm saying. When the song played on the radio, there was no video with it. So there are some people who first heard this song on the radio and then saw the video after. Or some people saw the video first and then heard the song on the radio. I'm not it and especially in 1989, like it is impossible for it to have happened simultaneously, right? To only have happened simultaneously. So it played on the radio and it played in video, but they were separate because the TV and the radio were separate.
Well, you know,
No,
now
I'm not talking about when I say same time. I'm not talking about. Uh, I'm not talking about. Goodness, the same day. I don't mean day. I don't mean month. When I say same time, the radio and the TV were two different things. A a song played on the radio, there was no TV next to the radio playing the video at the simultaneously. That's what I mean.
well,
Yeah, and I
some
think what some
songs.
people are, they would debut their songs on MTV because it had a video. I think that's what some people are trying to relay.
Well, that's what I was
But it
gonna
also
say.
debuted on the radio. They didn't skip the radio and go
I know
and
that.
just do MTV. That's my point. It played on the radio without a video. That's my point.
Well, yeah, I'm
Well,
just saying
some
because I know
that's
there's
what I was.
several
Go ahead.
songs that when they introduced them, they threw them on MTV because
Yeah, but
Because that was
people
they
wanted to
didn't
see
private.
it.
skip radio. I'm not saying they didn't do that, but they did not skip radio. This song played on the radio and it didn't have a video on the radio. That's my point.
Yeah, some songs
I know that.
back in the day, the music, the record executives, like if they really thought a song was going to be a number one hit, the song wasn't even allowed to be played on the radio until it dropped on MTV as a video first. So people would tune in to MTV or whatever, you know, back in the day, you know, video uh, shows to see what's the latest song by Madonna or the latest song by this person if they really thought it was going to blow up. Like Michael Jackson didn't think that Thriller was going to be a hit like it was until it was played on the radio first. And when it was played on the radio in the album, they decided to do a video to it.
Yeah, like a prayer was released on the radio March 3rd. Her video was released March 3rd. They were released on the same day.
Hmm.
hmm
Yeah. So some people heard it on the radio. Some people saw it on MTV. That's my point. That's my
And
point.
I get that. I get your point. I was just saying that there were songs that did skip radio debut to be a video debut.
But they still had
That did
radio.
happen.
I'm not talking
But
about
I know they
debut,
still
but
had
that.
radio. No, that's what we were talking about debut just now. That's what I was saying. That's the only reason why I
But
brought
that
that up,
wasn't my
because you
point.
were saying it didn't skip the radio. You were saying
What
songs
I'm
didn't
saying,
skip the radio.
when I say it didn't skip radio, I'm saying it did not play on the radio. The
That's not what we're
songs play.
saying. We're saying it
That's
debuted
what I
on.
was saying. No,
Okay.
y'all are saying that. I'm not saying that. I'm saying the songs played on the radio, and yes, they had video, but people heard the songs on the radio without that video playing next to it. Is what I'm saying. And the lyrics, without, if your lyrics need a video for people to explain to you what it is, then the song ain't about that. That's what I'm saying.
Let's see. Madonna, when she was first asked about this, it says Madonna's like a prayer lyrics are a complex mix of religion, reference, personal struggles, and sensual imagery. Madonna's famously blurred the lines between this uh between how you say that word, sacred, but sacred, I'm sorry, um blurred between the lines of sacred and profane, using the imagery of prayer to explore themes of love, power, and spiritual redemption. That, I guess that's what her idea is.
Uh, right. No, I don't know how to. So my itch has been scratched. The dual meaning is saying it from Jesus. It's about Jesus. Saying it from you. It's about your loved one. I get that. Um, yeah. I don't know how else to explain what I was saying.
Oh, I understand
Um,
exactly what you're
No,
saying.
yeah, I understand what you were saying. I wasn't even talking about solely about that song. When I said the thing about songs debuting on MTV to introduce it to the world, I wasn't solely talking about Like a Prayer. Also, the racism in Like a Prayer was um, another piece was some white men attacked and stabbed a white lady, and Leon came to help her. But when the police got there, they only saw him, and Madonna saw the whole thing, and the white man that actually did it was standing in the corner staring at um, Madonna
but you only get
as
that
if
in the video.
no,
What
no,
the
no.
person is saying
I
in the
was
comments is
no,
that the lyrics don't have it.
no. I wasn't even talking about the person in the comments. I was saying because Linda Wade was saying the thing about Leon being a black Jesus, and I was just adding to what the video added
Yeah,
as far as the racism piece.
for those that don't know, that was actually Leon's. That's what blew Leon up. That's what made Leon. Madonna is the one who introduced Leon to the world, and that was how he was introduced to the world, through that video.
I
And
don't know
that's how
who is
he,
Leon.
the one who played
I haven't seen the
David
video.
Ruffin, the one who played David Ruffin in The Temptations, the one who uh, played in the Five
JT from
Heartbeats
the
as
Five Heartbeats.
JT from the Five Heartbeats. That's Leon.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's how he got his introduction to the world. Madonna is the one who introduced Leon to the world, because he was a struggling actor and never got a break. And
So
she,
is that why she added racism to the video? Because she wanted to talk about racism. Because I don't see
Not
racism
sure.
in the lyrics.
no, I
Well, the
think, like I said, the video, when the racism part came up, it came up because he played the role of a God, of a Jesus, and he
Yeah, in
was
the video.
black, right? And that's where the controversy came up, for as
there
that part of it.
No, I'm saying for them to say the song is about racism, it's more so that the video concept is about racism, not the song.
Right. It's the
Yes,
video
yes.
concept.
There
Yeah,
are
not the
burning
song itself,
crosses.
not the lyrics.
Yeah, there are burning crosses in the video, a lot of imagery about the KKK in the video. And so they were pretty much inseparable to get the total context of the song.
Yeah. And I don't think the Catholic Church was too fond of that song either,
Mm-mm, they were
at
not.
all. When I think that song tried. I think if that's why I'm researching it now. But if I remember correctly, I think they tried to ban that song.
I remember they
The
did.
Catholic Church did.
Yeah, they tried to. There was a lot. It was a whole hullabaloo. It was a lot.
Mhm.
All
So
right. Did you have anything else, Linway?
Nope, I'm done. Let me down.
All right. Thank you for coming up.
Hmm.
All right, y'all. The guest box is open. Let's get back to the topics. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist, 21 and up, it is 5:04 a.m. Central Standard Time, 6:04 a.m. Eastern, 3:04 a.m. Pacific. And then if you're anywhere else in the world, good morning, good afternoon, good night. I don't know what time it is where you are.
well, now I guess I can do my formal. Thinker, how are you doing today?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm great. I never come on the live without asking you how you doing.
Everybody been asking where you been though.
Well, you kind of know the deal. So
Yeah, yeah.
yeah,
How is that
I'm work.
going?
It's just going. That's why I'm off work now. But yeah, it's just going.
Mm.
That's
Well, I hope
all
it
I can
gets
say pretty
better.
much. Oh, I mean, like I said, I just figure out, solutions. I don't care really about the problem. I care about the solution. Uh, so that's what I'm looking at.
Yeah,
I just don't want the small little team that I do have, I just don't want them running scared.
yeah.
Yeah.
I could understand that. Hey, Do Gold.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I did not even mean to be here.
Oh, that's
Hey,
okay.
Hi,
the
Thinker.
gold.
How are you, friend? It's been a while.
I'm good. I'm good. I'll take you
Good.
down. Have a good
Um,
day, okay?
you too. Bye, guys.
All right,
Bye
bye.
bye.
Deja, are you in the box on purpose or on accident? It's 11:04 a.m. in England. Well, good morning. Welcome to Friday. Hey, Deja.
Hey, Deja.
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. Long time no hear from.
I know it's been a while. A few things have changed, but I just wanted to say hey.
Good
I
things?
know. Hmm.
Good things?
Yeah, it was stressful at first, but then like I got it all figured out. Cause when the government shutdown first happened, my school, or they didn't pay for my school. So I don't really like to wait and not know things. So I ended up switching to an online school. I got approved for that, and then I had to find a place. So I found a place. I got approved for that. So I guess everything fell into place, but I was worried. I was worried there for a second though.
Oh, man. Well, I'm glad you got it figured out.
Hmm.
Are you getting ready to go on break? Or do you got to push through since it's online?
I got to push through since it's online. Because the plan is to do this program. It's like a 7 month program, but I'm gonna be doing two separate programs, so it'd be like 14 months. But once
Okay.
that's up, I'm gonna go ahead and move to Thailand. But
What? You just
yeah.
said that like, yeah, I'm moving to Thailand.
Yeah, So I've been learning Thai and taking my classes for app development because that's what I really like to do. So just getting that together.
That's what's up.
Mhm.
Well, I'm happy to hear that everything worked out and you got some exciting plans to look forward to.
Thank you. I just wanted to say hi, update you really quick, and I'm gonna jump down because my work is about to start in like a few minutes or so.
All right. Have a good day, and it was good hearing from you.
You too. Love you, thinker.
I love you too. That's amazing. I love hearing good updates. Y'all doing some awesome shit. Some brave shit. Tazia?
Deja,
Tasia, hi, how are you?
I'm great. And you, love?
I'm doing good. Um, which topic did you want to discuss?
I think the first one is that women have been gaslit by God and the church.
Okay. Nelly, do you want to do this one?
Yeah, no problem.
All right,
Hi, how
great.
are you doing?
I'm doing awesome. And yourself?
Okay. I'm doing great, doing great. Okay. Go ahead.
So, I believe that women have been gaslit by so-called God and the church on the historical level. Um, I think that colonialism all across the world, um, dismantling education when it comes to like anthropology. There has been a disinformation about like what's happened historically, and we can see it in with Trump, right? They just like disbarred like 3,600 books, right? They don't want people to know about their history, and to erase history is to repeat things over and over and over again. And that's been like a systematic thing that like purveyors do. They come in, they destroy, they take away your religion, they take away your history, and then they continuously follow in that map. And I think what's worse with is like being a female, you're indoctrinated with a patriarchy that says we are better, we're doing the best, you're diminished in this capacity. But if you know your history, then why are we constantly in war? Why are we constantly in friction?
When you hold on for a second. When you say we are the best, are you talking about the men saying that they're above? We are the best. Is that what you mean when you say that?
Yeah, I said patriarchy, which is
Okay, I'm just making sure I understand
yeah,
you. That's
which
all.
is men saying that our observation of control is the best because we need to protect you physically or you're emotional, and we're in rule. And it's a disillusion of history. It's inaccurate of history that men in multiple cultures around the world have been the actual point of control and the controllers of government and even social dynamics down to family. And there's been a change with that. But I think there is a gaslighting by the God in the church because we've been told that men are the leaders. They have linear thinking. We're emotional, but we're seeing that it doesn't work. The society is also like it's becoming homicidal, suicidal. Like you're killing yourself and you're killing the planet. So there's a huge gaslight because we can, even with all things destroyed, we can still look back and find the histories of great intelligence, great philosophy, great medical care, and multiple different levels that are way beyond what we are experiencing now.
Well, let me ask you this: Do you know? or do you, I'm not gonna say do you know, I'm gonna say, tell me your observation again. Um, why? I want to know the why. Why do you think the church, um, I guess, guides women uh, to that idea? Why do you think that? And I just want to know why you think that, not anything else, just why you think that.
I mean, just being a pastor's kid, just having to be immersed in it and reading stuff. I Once I have become literate and really read about history, I saw that there was a huge hatred to female spirituality and their ability to connect with spirituality in a ramification that men could not connect to. And when we look at history about how women can manifest and do things that men cannot do, when that change of transition of power happened, when it was a demonization of like women's sexuality and women's spirituality. And that shifted. So now we have religion that is very, very female demonized. Your sexuality, who you want to be, how you want to represent, is very demonized, and it's because of I control through power. If I don't control you, I won't exist.
Well, well, let me give you my thought. Um, when it comes to women being gaslit by God and the church, I only have one answer for that. That's because the Bible was written by men for men. That's what the Bible was written for.
Hmm.
And that's the reason why women are being gaslit in church. Um, they do hold a certain, um, I guess, if you want to say a certain title in the church. That's the reason why you have the every church has a mother of the church, and then first lady, if you want to call it, of the church, the pastor's wife and stuff like that. But it's always under the man, you know. and and it took a while for even women to be able to step into the pulpit uh, because of this book. Uh, Women weren't allowed to teach in certain churches. Uh, Now, me personally, I've never seen a church that didn't allow a woman to teach, like, you know, the children when they had the little, usually in early in the mornings, the children would go into one section, and it would be usually a woman in there teaching them about, of course, showing pictures of the Noah's animals, of the animals going on Noah's Ark and little stuff like that. But when it came to actual speaking to the congregation and teaching from the Bible, that just wasn't allowed. So yeah, I agree with you. Even outside of church, I agree with you on how the world uh, is being I'm trying to find the exact words, how the world is being ran right now. You mentioned Trump, so yeah, I agree with you. I do agree.
Well, and I think also we're being gaslit as not as a culture and community because not being gaslit is being demonized. You can't even practice your own religion. Every other culture practice their own organic religion.
Yes.
Amazing about the earth and what black women do, even your grandmother, if you have a great grandmother, she would give you a tincture. She would tell you, don't say this or don't say that. She had certain aspects that were not necessarily religious or in the Christian Bible, but she even if your great grandmother couldn't read, all of a sudden she knew a lot of things about the Bible. But your great grandmothers had things that they would do to protect you spiritually. to protect you and to hold on to you and say, don't do this or don't do that or don't say this. And we have gotten like that whole structure of female spirituality has been completely stripped. We will look at ourselves and the women's spirituality and we gonna say, oh, that's the devil, or that's voodoo, or that's hoodoo, or that's this. We divide, and it's not just in the Black culture. They've done it in multiple cultures where they strip women of their access to spirituality because men inherently don't have it organically.
Well,
And that's why I believe, and it's religion that men get to hold on to, and it's spirituality and grounding and being in the earth and the fruitation and
ask you this.
manifestation that
Let
women
me ask you this. When you say spirituality,
do.
how is that? And I just need to understand, how is that any different from believing in a higher power, a God, or Jesus? How is spirituality any different? Because I'm trying. That's the part I need to understand when you say that.
Okay, so believing in a higher power is not necessarily religion. Um, Believing in something bigger than yourself is not necessarily religion.
But
But
what? But what is it? That's what I'm asking. What when you say a higher power? What is
so,
it?
so organically, if you believe, if you connect with all, if you go into the mountains, right? If you go into the mountains and you look at the awesomeness of just being in the pervasiveness and the beauty of nature,
Okay.
you can see, oh my, you can see the expansiveness. If you look up at the stars and you can understand what that means for you to exist, you can see the awesomeness of that. You can
Of
recognize
that's
as
my point.
yourself.
Of
I'm
what?
giving you, and you asked me, and I'm giving you an example,
Okay.
right? So there's an appreciation.
Oh,
There's an appreciation that I am smaller than everything that's around me, and that's an
Why is
appreciation
that?
that, and we
Because
can
it's
go to that
bigger.
because you know that you did not create it, right?
And so who
And
did?
you know that you are a part. You know you are a part of something that's bigger than yourself, right? So there's an appreciation of something. Now, that's a spiritual connection that you can have versus
Oh, right.
religion.
Hold on. Slow down. Slow down. Hold on. Slow down. What I'm asking you is, and let me try to clarify my question. I'm asking you, what is it when you say this higher power? What is it? Does it have a name? Is it a thing? What is it when you say a higher power?
Okay, so this is so if you when you ask me a question, are you trying to get to a point? Or are you trying to understand what I'm trying to say? Because
I'm
I
he's
trying to
just
trying to
gave you
understand it.
an
understand.
imaginary.
That's why
I
he's
just
asking clarifying. Hold on,
yeah,
Tasia. That's why he's asking clarifying questions
right.
because you go off on these long tangents. Not
Okay.
saying that's a bad thing, but when you make a point, he needs to. If he needs to interject, he is going to, so he can understand that point, and then you can move forward once he
Okay.
understands the point.
Okay. So
There's no need for you to go all the way through if he's not understanding one point that you said.
well, so this is the thing. But this is the reason why I say this. There's a difference between people that are religious and people that are spiritual, right?
Right, and that's the difference.
and
That's what
and
I'm
this is the
asking you.
thing is that this is I'm giving you an imagery aspect of a it's like people that are spiritual, they can have these moments of humbleness and the awesomeness of what exists, and the difference is that people are religious are codified and coined and have been trained to say, this, my God is this, and it looks like this, and this is the right way, and this is how it should be performed, and this is what exists, and I am supposed to act like this is who I am, and it's based off of human dynamic experiences that are vilifying and creating negative experience of people or positive experience of people based off what you agree with in literature. It is finite. So
Okay,
when I tell you, when
slow
you
down,
go off on a
slow down, slow
mountain,
down, slow down, slow down, slow down. Uh, I understand when it comes to the a God of the Bible. I understand that part.
mhm,
What I'm trying to understand is this: what is the difference between being spiritual? Is it you feel connected to the stars, you feel connected to the trees and the grass? And I mean, I'm trying to understand what is
your
the difference.
so your spirit spiritual experience is your physical being in consciousness and being in consciousness with you understand and having that you having a conscious experience with your ability to have a conscious experience, your physical self and your actual physical environment. It is coming into that God consciousness of your essence of yourself. Even if you read the Bible talks about this, right? So you have to have a spiritual experience. Even if you believe in religion, you have to have a spiritual experience.
But
But
the
you're
fact is, you're saying all of
Yeah,
this,
thank you.
like you're saying all of this, and you're not answering the what it is. And I think the fact that this is why I don't do spiritual conversations, because you all don't know what it is. Spirituality is vague, it's undefined, and
it is yourself.
please don't talk while I'm talking,
Stop.
please.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. Um, he's asked you, I don't know how many times, what is it? And you're giving him the runaround of trying to like explain what you feel, right? And what you experience. And that's not what he's asking you. And if you're unable to tell him definitively what it is, then just say, I can't explain what it is.
Yeah, well, and so thank you for that. Um, it is it is a sitting with yourself. It is your actual acknowledgement that you are a conscious quantum being. If you don't have the experience of sitting with yourself and experiencing yourself as a quantum being, then no, you're not going to be able to do it. I cannot explain it to you as I would
Okay,
as
so
I was. You have to understand that
that
you are a quantum physical
okay, we
being.
I understand what you're trying to say. I understand that, but here's my take on that. And this is just the reality of it.
Mhm.
The reality of being a spiritual versus, I guess, being a Christian or a believer, this, that, and the other, there is no difference. It's just that you choose to believe in something else. That's all it is. There is no difference between a believer who believes in the God of the Bible and a person that calls themselves spiritual when they say the higher power and this, that, and the third. There is no difference. It's just that you choose to do something different, but it's all the same thing. It's just a different type of God or a different type of belief, but um it's still the same thing.
Yeah, as
You
long as
know,
you're not diabolical. And
well,
like you could believe in whoever you want. I don't think there's a I said I have a problem with religion, and that's because of historically what religion has done.
but don't you find it kind of ironic that neither side, whether you're spiritual or whether you believe in the God, there is no evidence to back none of it up?
That's not the point. My point is that I said I
That
don't
is the
like
point.
religion because historically, what religion has done to people, what people have decided to do based off religion. I
Well, hold
don't care
on.
who
You're
you
trying to
believe
hold
in.
on. You're trying to separate religion from spirituality. It is the same thing.
No, no, no. So I think that this is where the history and the intelligence comes. Real people have done things and choose to do things based off my God is better than your God. And I'm going to become a Christian crusader. I'm going to go enslave these people. I'm going to tell women how they should be based off my subscription of what I've been told religion is. And it's been diabolical. When I say I'm spiritual, that means my experience has nothing to interfere with your experience as a person. It's personal. I am
It's
not a Christian crusader. I am
I
not going
understand
after
that,
the Middle East.
but
I'm
I
not.
need you to okay, hold on, slow down. But I
Mhm.
need you to understand when you say what you're saying, you're not saying anything different than what they are saying.
No,
You're
I'm
not
not.
saying nothing different.
No, no, it's not. Because my spiritual experience is personal. It
And,
has
and
nothing
hold
to
okay,
do with
stop.
inoculating
Okay,
or
stop right there.
proselytizing or
Let's hold on.
colonizing
Slow down,
somebody
slow
else.
down, slow down. Let's go with the one thing that you just said. You said that my experience is personal. Isn't that what every Christian says? With their experience with their God is personal. Y'all say the same thing. That's what I'm trying to get you to understand. You're saying the same exact thing. Go ahead. You can unmute. If you're talking, I can't hear you. You're muted. Unmute yourself. There you go.
Okay, so religion is a weaponized tool to, it's been a weaponized tool on many generations of people around the world, from different classes of people and down to women. So if I have a spiritual experience, my spiritual experience is between me and the person that I'm with. It has nothing to do with you. I'm not going to proselytize you. I'm not going to colonize you. I'm if my God didn't tell you what to do, I'm not going to knock on your door and say, "Hey, my God said this." Religion in itself has been a negative connotation to everybody on the planet, physically, emotionally, and spiritually.
We understand that. So let me ask you this, because you keep going to yourself and you're saying it's personal. Let me ask you this. Do you share your spiritual experience with other people?
If they ask me,
I didn't ask you and you shared it with me.
I didn't share my spiritual experience with you. I just
You
said I just said there's a difference between religion and having a spirituality. I didn't share any of my spiritual experiences with you. I just told you why I don't like religion for the masses of people. That's what I said.
and you can't see that it is exactly the same thing. You can't see that.
No, I think that people should not be inoculized, prosectalized, or colonized and be treated unfairly or be brutalized or murdered based off the religion or the spirituality that they choose.
I understand that, and
And that is what
I
religion
agree with you.
does. And that
I
is what
agree
religion
with you.
does.
But but
Spirituality, you having your own sect of what you
Hold
believe,
on.
you
Tasia,
Please,
choose to
hey,
Tasia,
follow
let
Tasia,
him finish
Tasia, stop.
talking.
You got to let him, because you,
I'm sorry.
again, reiterating, yes.
it's a yeah. I understand what you're saying. I'm only asking. You keep saying there is a difference, and I'm trying to figure out the difference because the only differences I see is that you have chosen to believe in something else that's a higher power besides the God of the Bible, but yet you give that still the glory, the power
No,
over you. Because
no,
you said it, you said it out of your own mouth. You said there's something bigger than me.
no.
It's
So
bigger than us.
no. So that's your own capitalized mindset. You have
That's what
That's
you
what you
said.
said, though. That's literally
no,
what you said,
no. I
Tasia.
said
It
that
is what you
I
said.
grew up in. I said my father was a pastor.
No, you said you have to realize that there is something bigger than you. You did say
Yes,
that.
but that does not have to do anything with religion. That doesn't have to do anything
No,
with Christianity.
he wasn't saying he didn't say it had anything to do with religion
Okay,
or
so this.
Christianity.
So
He
I'll
was
say
saying,
it.
hold on,
Okay.
hold on. He's just letting you know that you said that there's something bigger than you. And
Yes.
for you to say that you didn't say that, that's why
I
he's
would.
coming. That's why he's
I
doubling
got
down
you.
and reiterating
I
that you
got you.
did say that.
I got you. I got you. So in my finite ego brain, I believe I'm a spiritual. There's an essence of my spirituality that's there, right? But I do not ascertain it to a Christian God. Okay.
Okay, so well, let me ask you this: what happens when a person like yourself? What happens when you die? When you pass away? What happens? Where do you go somewhere, or what happens?
I mean, I believe in the law of thermodynamics. Like energy is never taken away or removed. Like I
But
believe
Created or destroyed.
I have energy, but I'm not going to ascertain that infinite possibility to something that is finite in a book.
okay,
So
I'm asking you, where does what happens? What do you
I
believe?
don't. I mean, I believe that my energy is never based off the law of thermodynamics. That it could still be here. They could still be around. But I believe I'm going to go into a fiery hell or go up into heaven? No. Am I going to sit here and pretend that I know things outside of the space that I am? No. But I
But you
will
will
lean
pretend
on.
that the a since it is a I guess a spiritual thing, your energy just stays here or goes somewhere or goes back to the source, or that's what I'm trying to figure out. What do you believe? You
I
just
would say
believe it just
this.
floats around?
Oh, I will say this. I will lean more on um, African religion and African theology more than I would lean on anything that was taught to me in slavery. I would
Well,
believe, and that's what I will go on.
well, you do know that even African stories, you do know that those are stories. I mean, you don't really think Isis and Horus and uh, um, these gods. You don't think they actually truly existed, do you?
Do you believe that Jesus actually existed?
No, Jesus. No, I don't believe that. The reason why there's no evidence of it.
Okay, so then if you don't believe Jesus existed, what else do you like? What like we can't we're gonna cancel each other out if you're trying to put me in a box of trying to figure out why I don't believe in religion and
No,
why
I'm
I would
not.
go into my
It's not
own
easy.
African spirituality. It just doesn't make sense because
I
I
know what African spirituality is. I mean, like I said,
really because there's
I was
hundreds of them.
well, you're right about that too. So, like I said, but I do know that they are they're stories. That's all they are. They're stories,
Okay,
you know,
so
that were
I would.
created by humans,
Mhm.
you
So
know.
all I would say is, when I look at other cultures of how other cultures have a very spiritual, religious aspect. When I notice about other cultures and how they proliferate, there are definitely prayers. They definitely have their cultures, and they definitely have their gods. And I think that when we look at Black Americans and we look at our experiences, we are the only people that do not pray to our gods. We are the only people that do not have a reverence and a sanctuary
Okay.
to our own things. And I
Okay.
think, and I
Can I
think,
reiterate on
that-
something you just said?
Mhm.
You said Africans do not pray to well, black people do not pray to our God. Who is our God? Who is your God? That's what I'm
So
asking.
what I'm, what I'm, can you, when I give you a point of saying something, right?
Mhm.
Is what I said true?
Well, it could be
Just look
true
at
to
it.
an extent, but
No,
I'm
no,
asking you,
just look at it.
who is the God?
Let's follow each other so that we can get to a point, right?
And
You
that's
can't
what I'm trying to
follow if
do.
you're talking over him. You can't follow if, and he can't follow if
I'm
you're
asking
gonna
you,
talk
you
like that.
said we don't pray to our God. Who is our God?
Okay. So I asked you a point because I talked first, right?
Hmm.
So when we look at Asian, we look at Hindus, right? We look at Indians.
Hmm.
Are they praying to their gods?
Yes,
When we look at Chinese, are they
they
praying to their gods?
they pray to Buddha and all that. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. And so in every other culture that has that is sewed up, they're protected in their not only in their sociology of their culture, they protect their land, they have their own spirituality, they have their own governance, they have all those
Right.
things,
You're
right?
telling me stuff that I already know. I'm
Right.
asking you, who is our God?
Your God is our God is all ours, all the things that they said that was witchcraft.
Like who?
Like
Who do you pray to?
your voodoo, your
Okay, who do you pray
hoodoo,
to? Who do
your
you
hoodoo.
pray to?
I
Who do you pray to?
I don't in my spirituality I give reverence to my ancestors, but I don't necessarily define and pray to something exalting before me, and I don't think that that is what we do. It's been demonized and called witchcraft and called all these other things. There's a reason why you couldn't speak your language, you couldn't read, and you couldn't get into your religion. It's Mother Nature, it's the womb.
Well, I just think that is ironic that you brought up African culture. And then, I mean, because if I go to a certain, let's just say ancient Kemet, Africans prayed to Osiris. They prayed to Isis. They prayed to Horus. They prayed to these god imageries. So I'm asking you because you
They
say
didn't.
African
No, no, no. When
spirituality.
you say, so do you know what? So when you say pray, are you using the Eurocentric aspect of pray? Because that's not pray. Pray and reverence is two different things. But like people have altars and they don't necessarily pray to those things. They give reverence.
Okay.
That is not the same thing as
They would kneel down. They
deitizing.
would listen,
When you
they would
deitize
kneel
something,
down. They would kneel down and they would pray to the higher power, which they believed was Isis or Horus or Cyrus or different gods in Africa.
who?
They would pray, literally pray.
Who?
I just told you. I used an example. I said in ancient Kemet,
Okay.
okay? In
So
ancient Kemet, because what you're trying to say is that
talking
you're
about
saying the same
ancient
thing
Kemet.
that
Ancient Kemet
hold on,
means that they exist at that.
you hold on. You're saying the same thing that um my first uh I could say my first teacher, Dr. Ray Hagan, and I'm sure you probably know who he is. Sounds like you listen to Dr. Ray Hagan. Um, you're saying that, well, they didn't, when you said the ancestors, you said, well, we didn't pray to the ancestors. We paid homage to the ancestors. I understand what you're saying when you say that. But when you said that every other culture prays to their God, and then you said we don't pray to our God, I'm asking you, who is our God? That's the question I need answered. You're on mute. Come off mute, please.
Okay. Oh, I don't.
Okay,
So the
that's
essence,
the question. Go ahead.
yes, and that's the difference between reverence and prayer. There, the consciousness of God that is you. It's you. Your ancestors are here before you and have known the technology to get you through, but the essence of your soul, your consciousness is already here.
Okay, now let me
This
stop
is
you
why.
again.
This
You
is why
said,
the. This is why
hold
the
on, slow
foods that
down,
you
slow
eat.
down, slow
Can
down.
I
We
just
got it.
finish?
I'm just trying to
You didn't
break
have to
the
interrupt me.
points.
You didn't want me to interrupt you.
Of course, but I'm trying to get what
He's
you're saying. You just
he's
said that
sorry,
my
Nelson.
oh go ahead. You
No, I was just saying
said
sorry because I was about to say something.
So if you don't let me finish a sentence, then you're not going to get the full breadth of what I'm saying. Just like you don't
no.
want me to interrupt you.
Okay, you know
No,
what? Go ahead. Go ahead and finish your sentence, but I don't need a speech or a dialogue. Go ahead.
So just like there's a fornication of the Bible and all these things, right? When I was talking to you about like the essence of yours, the essence of God, like in the Bible, it talks about um, God made His image and men, right? Or man in His image of God. There is this concept that we're talking about where God has made His image, right? That's the fornication of it.
And you still have not answered my question.
Hold on. Can you
Now,
define fornication? What do you
I was
mean?
just about to ask that. I was literally about to ask, what is fornication?
Okay.
I need to know.
Okay. So the formification of like a concept is changing the dynamic and the meaning of it to control and masturbate what it means, right? So
You know, say
that's
That's
masturbating?
what
not
it
a
means.
word.
Did you say
Fornication is
masturbating?
not a word.
Okay. Okay.
Wait, are
I
you
mean,
making? Wait, hold on, Nelly. Hold on.
Fornication, maybe?
You're saying it's. You're saying the text was fornicated,
Mm-hmm.
so that
And
and in a
canonized.
way that they masturbated the meaning of the text.
Yeah. So
You're
I
basically
colored
saying
it.
they jerked
I
people
colored
around.
it. I colored it with the masturbation. But
Wait, are you saying? Hold on, hello.
yeah.
Are you saying that they jerked people around with in redacting and interpolating the text? Is that what you're saying?
Absolutely. Yes. 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 You it's called canonization.
No.
You can look it up.
What?
It's a canonization.
Okay, I'm not even gonna go into the word choice, but Nelly, that's what she's saying.
yeah, I got what she was
Yeah.
saying, but the choice of words was strange. But okay, no
Yeah,
problem. I want to go back.
it's a little nasty and I
Okay,
understand that.
I want to go back to
But
what you said earlier. You said when you said my ancestors, y- do you think we have the same ancestors? Because obviously you must know my ancestors when because you said my ancestors. You said your ancestors, da 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 da. So how do you know we have the same ancestors? Because obviously we don't. We could, but we don't. Every black person that's in America don't have the same ancestors. Some of us do, but some of us don't.
Yeah, I think about an hour ago, I said, before I said what I was going to say, you can say you're indigenous to America. You can say you're indigenous to whoever, whatever you want to be. If it's Africa, if it's United States, is it South America? I, like I put that on. It's just very interesting to me, like, how other cultures, no matter where they come from, that they're very unified
It
and
doesn't
black people
matter.
always
Like we
want to
still
be
don't have the same
diversified.
ancestors though, Taz. We
But
could all
we
be
don't have.
from South.
I
Hold
mean,
on, hold
we
on,
don't
hold
have
on.
to, but we have the
Hello,
same
hello,
experience.
hello. The way this works in here, like if my voice starts, yours should end. This attack that like that doesn't make any sense, right? Common sense should tell you that you could be from the same land and not have the same ancestors, right? Like he's not saying he's not West African. He's not denying his African heritage. You don't know if y'all have the same ancestors, is what he's saying.
Yes, and I'm saying it doesn't matter. We still have the same experiences. Like I was saying, it doesn't matter where you come from across the planet. You've been having the same experiences.
But you're talking culturally right now. when you bring
I'm,
in ancestors, you're talking
I'm talking about
culturally. Hold
historically.
on, hold on. You're talking about uh historical culture. You're talking culturally right now. You're not talking about experiences. So when you bring in the ancestors and he asks, "Do you think that we have the same ancestors?" and you are bringing in your spiritual practices and assuming that his ancestors had the same. That's why he's asking that question.
Well, he asked me that right before what you were saying, and all I'm saying is that if he's in the diaspora, if he's a part of the diaspora, then it's going to be very similar when it comes to our experiences as Black people. If he's saying that he never went through diaspora, then okay.
But what does our experience have to do with your religious practice or your spiritual practices?
Well, the thing is because he was contradicting what I said about what I thought about spirituality. And
Yeah,
then
what
to say,
that's why I'm asking. What does
you
the
have to
black
ask
experience?
me.
I'm sorry, you and I cannot talk at the same time.
Okay.
What does the black experience have to do with what you believe and accept or reject for yourself when it comes to spirituality or religion?
Because it depends on your community of how you've allowed colonialism and your inoculation and the deprivation of your religion and your culture to be exonerated from you. It depends on how much you've assimilated.
You erroneously make the claim that all West Africans had some spiritual connection and that there were none who were atheists.
I never said that because I'm
That's
agnostic.
that's it, that is the claim that you are
I
making
never
when
said
you're. I'm sorry.
I
Do
never
not
used the
talk while
word
I'm talking. Do not talk while I'm talking. You, that, I don't know how many times I have to say that. Like, if I
well,
can be
I've said it.
quiet as the host while you're talking, then you should be able to do the same thing. When you make this claim that he has not ascended because he doesn't uh, attach himself to historical spiritual systems from West Africans, you are saying that it is because of colonialism and he hasn't yet reattached himself and ascended in a way. That's what you are saying. That's what you just said. But all people on the continent didn't believe in a god or didn't believe in a higher power. There were some who didn't believe in that. You can't just assume that just because we are all from the diaspora that we all have this sense of spirituality, because that's not true.
And
And please don't type in the comments while she's talking because that
I
is also rude.
I agree with exactly what you were saying. I agree with that. And that was the point that I was saying that the fact that he is religious and that I am not religious, I'm spiritual, that
He's
there's
not religious.
diversity.
I'm not religious.
Oh,
What made you think I was religious?
okay. Well, because of that,
Just
because
like you assumed we had the same ancestors.
I don't assume that we have all the same ancestors. We are diverse people. We're all over the planet. We're
But you
all over
just
the planet.
said that's the point. I need you to hear yourself. When you was talking to me and explaining yourself, you said to me, your ancestors did such and such, so and so. And I stopped you and I said, what do you mean by my ancestors? Do you know my ancestors? That's why I
Okay, so
stopped you.
I apologize for saying yours. I was saying historically, what we have gone through as a people of color around the world is colonialism. And for people to be religious, blatantly religious, because you were talking about Christianity, is colonialism because we
But
have a
you
diversity.
Okay, and I
and
understand exactly what
spirituality.
you're saying.
And you were talking to me about who do I pray to? If I'm spiritual, where is my God? And I wasn't as ascertaining a religion to you. I was saying that Black people on a global level, we don't need to be ascertained to an actual religion, and that
Okay,
if we're forced into
that's
a
where I want to
religion, that's
stop you at.
colonialism.
That's where I need to stop you at. Because do you realize what you are saying? First of all, you need to understand what religion is. Did you know spirituality is a religion?
Mm.
Did you know
I
that?
know what religion is.
No, you don't, because you're trying to separate what you do versus what Christians do. It's all
Okay.
religion.
So can we just when Thinker was talking and when she was saying that I didn't understand you, that you were codifying and qualifying that Christianity and religion is what is dividing us right now, instead
No,
of me
you,
being open
you,
to other
no,
people's
that's not it. No,
objectivity, because you just
no,
said that.
no. What I'm saying to you is that you're saying religion and Christianity is two different things, or you're
No, I
saying
said
religion and,
religion and Christianity is the same thing.
okay, so spirituality is religion. That is a religious practice. When you use the word religion, that could qualify everything. Buddhism, Judaism, spirituality, all of it's religious practice.
Okay, so can you give me your definition of what you think religion is?
I just told you. That
No,
is the definition.
just give me your
I-
definition.
Religion is a religious practice on whatever you do. That is a religious practice. That could be a
Okay.
religion.
You're using the
Uh,
same word over and over again. What is religion?
I just told you. It's
No,
a
you just
practice.
of
It's
what?
a practice of whatever you want it to be. It's a practice. That's what religion says.
Okay.
It's just a practice.
Okay.
Whether it's spiritual, whether it's hell, if I pick up my a puppet every day religiously and talk to this puppet, that is a religious practice for me.
Okay, gotcha. I gotcha. Okay, so and so I'm using the term socially, which is what like most people use the term for. And so when we talk about like religion, of what that actual term is, it's organized systems, customs, beliefs, practices that are
Practices is what he
right,
used.
right. But but it's not just that, right? Because you can still have those same principles and still be spiritual. That when we talk about
Jesus
Mhm.
Christ.
Go ahead. Because I know what you're trying to do. You're trying to still separate what you do versus what Christians do.
I'm not. I'm I'm not monotheistic. I'm not polytheistic. Right? I'm
Are
talking
you
about
theistic at all?
what religion does historically and impactful into people in social situations and our actual lives that we live. You can be religious all day in your home. I'm talking about what religion does to cultures and what happens to people. And you when I say I'm
Mm.
spiritual, you then you can go be spiritual and religious in your own home, but I'm talking about the greater aspect of religion, and this is what I've been talking about.
What you're saying is you're different than organized religion, but you are religious. You're just not organized religion.
I if
Thank you.
if that's the way you guys want to codify it, you can codify it, but
No, that's what it is.
and I don't have a problem with that, but I think religion is what we've been talking about that everybody can know on this panel can see. that religion is exactly what it is. To want to go tit for tat and go back and forth about what I do in my room alone by myself and not involving anybody else is not what religion actually is.
Well, what you should, I mean, if you was to
And
explain
that's the
yourself,
truth.
oh, well, listen, when
And
you
that's the truth.
explain yourself, you should be saying, instead of saying what you are saying, trying to separate it like that, you should just say, in my religious practice of
No.
spirituality, this is what I believe.
No, I would never do that because religion
Why?
has a connotation. It has a connotation and it has a debilitating aspect. Like, what are you talking about? Like in your religion, even if you say you're a Christian, if you say you're a Baptist, even if you say all of the religious aspect and you talk about Jesus, right? And you talk about Jesus, when you say my religion is I believe in Jesus, and a lot of black people believe in Jesus
Wait, you keep insinuating that he is religious, and he's told you that he's not.
because he told me that.
I
He
didn't
does
tell
not
you
know.
He did
that.
No, he
not.
didn't. And I told you he's not religious. He told you he's not religious. Connor told you he's not religious.
He
He
said
does
he
not
believes
believe
in
in
Jesus.
Jesus. No, he doesn't. He
He
did
did
not tell you
not.
that.
Oh, I'm
When you
sorry.
asked him, he said
I
no.
apologize.
When you
Yeah,
asked him,
I
he said
apologize.
no, and y'all went on a whole conversation about
Well,
that. He said
I
no.
apologize
You're
because
not
I thought
listening,
that he.
Tasia. That's
I
see. This is why
apologize.
you can't. This is why you're getting mixed up because you're trying to talk at the same time as everyone. You cannot listen. Spirit gave you 2 ears, 1 mouth for a reason. Listen twice as much as you talk, please.
I'm going to go ahead and you come off mute because I like to talk, have a conversation. Can you come off mute? You're on mute. If you're saying anything, you're on mute. There you go. Okay. So I'm gonna
Saying
go ahead
that
and let me
I
go ahead and clarify. I'm gonna go ahead and clarify my stance. Okay.
okay.
I am atheist. Okay. So let's just get that out the way. So now that you know, I am atheist.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I have no spiritual connection to the earth. I have no belief in a Jesus or a God of any sort.
Mm.
Okay. I
Mm-hmm.
don't care what you call it. You can call it the most high, the high power, the dookie bandit. I don't care. It's
I
not
think
me.
I think it's interesting that
Yes.
sound you made. That is the sound
Mm-hmm.
that a friend of mine made when she found out I was atheist. It's so judgmental. And you'll say that it's not. You'll say, "Oh, you're reading into it," but that sound that you made is
What?
the very thing that you've been sitting on this stage saying that you don't do that Christians do.
What are
That
you
you
talking
don't
about?
expect. That I know you're gonna say what, but that you don't expect for anyone to do to you for holding the beliefs you hold.
No, I'm more atheist and agnostic than you think. You're reading too much into it. I'm
I
just
didn't
trying to.
being
I didn't know you were
agnostic.
talking
You
about me.
you identified as agnostic. You are spiritual. You talk about a higher power. You're not
Um,
more atheist than you are agnostic.
no,
That's not
no.
true.
I
But you have been sitting on this stage saying this stuff this whole time. And then you said that people should not care or judge you for what you do in your room, to whatever it is that you believe. But the moment he told you he was atheist, you made that judgmental ass sound that but Christians make. And I'm not even going to play with you
I'm.
and
I
tell you
just.
what the sound was because you know exactly what the fuck I'm talking about.
Hmm. But
I think I'm just ADHD, and I've been not listening, and you're reading too much into it.
Yeah, I'm the
I think
problem. That's
I'm
Literally
also
said you were gonna
hold
say
on.
that.
I'm the yeah. I'm the
ADHD. I think,
problem. That is also a
but I'm just
characteristic.
trying to
I'm
listen.
talking. I done told you already. Like that's unnecessary. What you are about to do right now is exactly what Christians do, what Jesus does. You don't agree with me, you don't see what you need to see because the problem is you. You misunderstood. You have low faith. It's you are the problem. I didn't do what you think I did. I didn't say what you think I said. You're the problem. Your eyes, your ears are the problem. That is exactly what people with a belief system typically do when they lack the ability to take accountability for their actions. Because you have been sitting on the stage saying you don't want to be judged while judging.
But I just apologize. I'm not judging. Like you just, you guys were just right. And so now I'm listening. So now I'm wrong for listening?
Y'all see this shit?
What?
Yeah, where did the
What?
apology come from? It was
I
you
didn't hear an
misunderstood me.
apology.
Now all of a sudden, her you misunderstood me was an apology, and
I did
oh, stop
apologize. I
talking.
said to him,
Now it's an
I
apology, and
misunderstood.
you and now I'm wrong for trying to learn. This shit is fucking wild.
Yeah, it is.
Textbook,
It is.
textbook. You could
You
write it
were
down and set a
correct.
clock to it.
You were correct with what you said. I wasn't listening. I was over talking.
Well, here's the
And you
thing.
continue to do it.
Let me. I'm just
So
gonna give
I'm
you.
just here to listen now.
Okay, I'm gonna give you just something you may have noticed, you may have not noticed. I don't know, but usually and typically, when a person that was a Christian or a believer in the God of the Bible or believer in Jesus, whatever you want to call it, typically when they deconstruct from the God of the Bible, they usually replace that God with another so called God. And they usually run to what they call spirituality. Now, Black people, of course, we are 90% holding into that. We will run to what we call African spirituality, not knowing that we're just replacing the God with another so-called God. And then we try to separate, just like you just did, we try to separate saying that religious people are tied to the God, spiritual people are tied to something else. We're tied to the earth or the moon or the stars and the trees and this, that, and the third, or whatever the case is. All I was trying to say in the beginning that is that what you do versus what Christians and believers do is exactly the same thing when it comes to um, um, spirituality because it's personal. It's personal with the God of the Bible. It's personal with your African spirituality. It's all personal. It's a belief system that we put in our heads and create a whole totally different reality than the one we live in. That's all I was trying to say. You're on mute. I can't hear you.
She was in the comments, and if a mod can mute her while she's on stage, because no, Taz, and this is not your first time in here. You know the rules in here. If you're going to be on stage, then your attention needs to be in the conversation, focused, actively listening to the people on stage. If you're going to be in the comments, then we need to drop you down so you can talk to the people in the comments. We shouldn't have to mute you like a child. Like you're not a child.
Can you come off mute? Okay, there you go. Did you hear what I said?
Yes, I did.
And what did I say? I want to make sure.
Um, so what you were saying is, um, when we watch in Christianity, a lot of people create deities, right? Um, and we say this God doesn't exist, or you don't believe in a God. And then people that are from Christianity, when they leave Christianity, they talk about spirituality. but it still, like just kind of is the same thing. It's still soaked in the same parameter. Um,
Okay. So that right there tells me that you halfway listened to what I said. And that's not to be
well,
disrespectful,
it could
that's
be
the
that I
truth.
halfway understand, not that I didn't listen.
Okay. All I said in a nutshell is that you're replacing one God for another.
Okay.
And I'm trying to get you to, well, I'm trying to see if you even understand that's what you're doing.
Okay.
You're just changing, you're changing the scenery in your mind. So you're changing your alternate reality to something else that is outside of reality.
Okay. So can and I get that. So can I ask, so I'm gonna ask you a question here. Um, when people say that they're spiritual, right? Or if I say that there's a deity over than me, um, is it your inclination or understanding that I'm saying that there's this all-knowing, omniscient, and omnipower God? Because when I know for people to say that I'm spiritual, it is not somebody that they're sufficing over themselves. It's just saying that I'm an energetic being. I'm in this conscious world of beings, and I'm agnostic.
Who?
I
What
don't
is the
believe in
higher thing that you
angels.
said? What is the higher thing higher than
Your
you?
consciousness. So even on
And
the
that consciousness does what? Why is it higher than you? Your consciousness is your awareness. Why is it higher than you?
okay, so when I say I'm spiritual, I'm a conscious. So even on a psychological level, you have your egoic brain, right? Your brain that says don't go down that alley, but you also have a subconscious brain.
Why is it higher than you? Why is it higher
This
than
is
you?
science.
Why is it higher than you?
Because your brain and the ability of your body, and I didn't make this up. This is science.
It's not science. There is no higher self in fifth grade science class. Why is it
Well,
higher than
so
you? Is
there's
my
no
question. It doesn't say
subconsciousness.
anything about it being higher than you, Taz. Why is it higher than you?
It
Is my
doesn't.
question.
I mean, it doesn't have to be higher than you, but
That's
most
what
of the
that's how
time it
you
is.
define it though, Taz. You define it as
And I
something
can
higher than you.
define it.
Taz, stop talking while I'm talking, okay? You defined it as something higher than you, and then you say, "Well, you think that I think there's something higher than me." That's what you said.
That is
That's
what I
that
said.
it, okay, so it's not that we think that. That's what you told us.
Yes, and that's what majority of mental mindsets are.
No, Taz, that's yours. You can only speak for
Okay,
yourself.
I can speak for myself.
So you do believe in a higher entity, a higher source, whether you call that thing consciousness or not. And the
No,
fact that you feel let me finish talking, please.
yes.
The fact that you think that a person or you cannot live without the idea that this consciousness is higher than you means that you are either below it or subject to that higher consciousness.
No.
And the sound that you made when Nelly told you he was atheist is you judging him because he doesn't believe that there is a higher mind or a higher brain telling him not to go down an alley. That he has enough understanding and confidence in himself to know that that is him, his brain, his knowledge, his experience telling him not to turn down the alley. You
No.
attribute it to something outside of you, higher than you.
No, 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 no. When I was nodding when he was saying, it's because I thought he was saying something completely different before.
Oh, don't. You've
But
already
my
apologized, remember?
consciousness,
You just went a lie. So I'm not
no,
about to go back through that.
I know,
No.
but
Nope.
this is
Nope.
my.
Wow.
I will
Nope.
just say what I
Move
believe.
forward. Move
I
forward. You already move forward because we're not about to go back down Darvo Road. You've already told us that you have a higher consciousness above you. You've already
yes, and
told us
that's
that.
my above. Stop
Goodness.
doing that,
Can your
Taz. Let
higher
her
consciousness
finish.
tell you to stop
He won't
interrupting?
let me finish a sentence.
You keep interrupting. You've already told us that you have a higher consciousness above you. Whether you call that thing God, there is something that you are subject to. You've already told us that.
You won't let me finish a sentence to tell you what that
I'm
is.
not about to let you make me the motherfucking villain in
It
this one.
is
You've been
every.
cutting
It
people
is the.
off. Hey. I have told you, I don't know how many times, you have been cutting people off since you've been on this stage. You've been disrespectful by interrupting everyone that speaks since you've been on this stage.
I apologize.
I don't give a damn about your apology because all you're gonna do is forget that you did it 5 minutes ago, and then you're gonna start darvoing everybody.
I'm curious to what I'm still waiting on the question that you had for me. You had a question, and I was waiting on the question, and I never got the question. So, what was the question?
Am I allowed to? Can I speak?
Yes, I'm asking you to ask me the
All
question
right.
that you
So
wanted to ask me.
I'm gonna finish um what the woman before was saying. Um, when I say that we have a higher power, I don't mean it. There's a God outside of you, right? Like
I
we
didn't
have.
say that.
Well, I just wanted to correct
I
that because
already you're not correcting anything because you didn't listen, Taz. I did not say that you call it God. You fucking gosh. I can't. I can't.
What she's saying is that you you said there is a higher power, whether you call it God or whatever, spirituality, whatever. And I think the question you was going to ask me was about uh, spirituality. I think that's where you was going with your question. Um, I'm gonna
I,
tell you the
I
reason
you know
why.
what I think that um what I was trying to relay and what I was trying to communicate is being missed and I is being remissed, and I'm going to take responsibility for that. I don't want to be a person on any stage that creates like.
Nope. Hell no. Nope.
Wow,
No.
wow.
Take that bullshit on to whoever you be doing that to in your daily life. Absolutely not.
It's amazing how they jump to play victim.
Yeah. That shit's crazy. Sterling. Sterling is knocked out. Taz, I don't know why you back in the guest box. I am not bringing you back up here. No. Okay, this person's not connected.
God, not Jimmy.
This is getting ready to get on my nerves. No, you cannot talk about Taz's conversation. You know the rules in here. Absolutely not. I don't even know why you kept tagging me in the comments. You know I don't let anybody else on stage when there's a guest on stage unless they are a co-host. I don't know why you thought it was gonna be any different with you. I don't even know you like that for you to keep tagging me like that, thinking that it was gonna be any different.
That's already cool.
What?
No, I said I will abide by those rules. You know, I wasn't trying to impede.
Yeah, you were. Yeah, you were. You felt you could speak for her better than she could speak for herself. Yes, you were trying to impede. That's a lie.
Why? I mean, I can't really say because he told me not to speak about it.
But you were. You're lying right now.
Well, yeah, I asked you if I could. I thought she
And
started.
you just,
Anyway,
but all I'm talking about the fact that you just lied. It said that you were not trying to impede. You were. That's a lie.
I
That's why you
apologize.
kept tagging me. Yeah. Where the fuck do y'all think an apology is? Where did an apology come out of your mouth?
I didn't mean to
What do
overstep.
y'all exactly think an apology is?
Well, if I had a channel, if someone overstepped their boundaries, then
That's not what I asked you. You said you apologized. You didn't. Like, I
well,
don't think y'all know what an apology is, or y'all talking to the Holy Spirit and you forgot to say the Holy Spirit said it to you and you said okay, and then you forgot to say it out your mouth. Like, I don't know. But Jimmy, the way it works in here, right, is when you come on stage, you pick a topic and you start your own conversation. I don't want to hear what you think about what Taz wanted to say. I want to talk to Jimmy about Jimmy and
well, I
what Jimmy
mean,
thinks about one of these topics.
that's funny. I mean, I was listening the other day when y'all were talking about.
Topic.
I mean,
Which one? Which one, Jimmy?
well, psychedelics.
Jimmy, show me which one of those topics says psychedelics.
None, but
No,
Pinkbeard
guess
seems to
what,
be.
Jimmy? You're not Pinkbeard. You want Pinkbeard. You want a nerd. You don't have the privilege to come up here and talk about psychedelics. You know the rules in here, Jimmy.
I do, and that's too bad because I really would have loved
Then
to.
guess what, Jimmy? Guess what? If you
I know you're
don't
gonna
pick a
kick me.
topic, you gotta get down. That's the rules, Jimmy. You don't get to do what you want to do in here. It doesn't work like that.
No, it's fine, and I'll gladly get down if that's the case.
Okay, all right. If you don't want to pick a topic, Jimmy, go
Well,
ahead and get down.
What do you mean if that's the case and it's up to him as to whether or not he picks the topic?
I don't know what's going on in
Oh,
Jimmy's mind.
Jimmy mind is in outer space. It's
He
floating in
know
the
he know
cosmos.
exactly. Jimmy knows exactly how it works in here.
He does.
no, yes, but you mentioned I think before that you kind of opened the criteria, so maybe
No,
Jimmy,
no,
Jimmy,
no.
that was the day that you were scared to come on stage. That's not today. Pick a topic,
no,
Jimmy, or get down. Pick a topic or get down.
I I wasn't scared. You had a guest for like 2 hours.
Jimmy, pick a topic or get down. What you gonna do?
Okay, I mean, if I had to pick one, let me see.
You have to pick one. Not if.
Yeah, I
Yes,
guess
you
it
have
would
to.
be what if Adam was abusive?
What are
Like
your
you
thoughts
being.
on that, Jimmy?
Well, I mean, I understand that you view it from a certain stance to even contemplate that Adam could be abusive. The way I see the Edenic myth is that there's a perception of unity that is involved there, and so prior to the fall, there was no self-reflection to for Adam to recognize his ego to even lay his hands on Eve in such a way. It wouldn't occur in that perspective, I guess. And
So
we have
children don't when they hit their siblings when they're young. What is that? They've already recognized their ego.
no. I mean, you can even think of this yourself. Like, do you remember the earliest age you came into your own self reflection and self-awareness?
Answer the question. Can a child hit another child as early as 1 year old?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That as long
Yeah.
as you have that.
Hold on. So a child that is 1 year old, are they aware of their frustration and that it's a
Yeah.
bad thing to hit?
It depends if they have that division inside them. The one I was telling you about, where you become self-aware, aware of your
At one
self-reflection.
years old, Jimmy, does a child know
Some people
that
have it at
just
that age.
because Jimmy, stop interrupting me.
All right.
At 1 years old, does a child know that to hit another child because they are frustrated or mad or sad is wrong?
I agree. It would be wrong, and there's not
Does
many
a
people.
child know, Jimmy, at one?
Yeah, there's not much that can recognize that at that young age, but there's some exceptions. But you're right. For the most part, it doesn't happen.
So it's possible to not know that your actions are wrong and you still be able to do those things, correct?
Sure. Yes.
Okay. So
Agree.
Adam not recognizing his ego or whatever you said to as a reason for why he could not have abused Eve in the garden doesn't make sense. Just because you don't know what to call a thing doesn't mean you can't do that thing.
Yeah, but we're not talking about the difference between adolescents and ourselves. We're talking about
In anybody, Jimmy, in anyone, just because you don't know how to categorize a action as morally good or morally evil does not stop you from doing the thing.
no. I agree with you. I'm saying that in this view, this Edenic myth, this metaphor, the fall, the original division, the original sin, is that original division between you and yourself, your ego, and the rest of reality. As long as you have that illusion of separateness, then you can have, a sin comes into play at that point. Because if you think of yourself as separate from the rest of reality, then you can perform any sin. You can steal, you can grape, you can unalive, you can so on and so forth. But if you have the vision that's entailed within the religion of unity, harmony, within the revelation of the Holy Spirit, what have you, then you have a vision that is in unity, interconnectedness. It's put into
And
that.
it was sin that separated them from that reality, is what you're saying.
Supposedly, in the story, it's the fall. It's you know, the division between our perception. It's an illusion of perception.
What created the division?
What created that division? I mean,
What
that's an even
the
deeper
sin?
question.
The sin?
Well, I mean, it goes back to you were trying to tell this earlier to that your previous guest, and you said
Why
this.
the fuck can't they answer
Uh-uh.
questions? Do not.
Well,
I've
no,
already told you,
Jimmy.
don't do it. Don't do it. What created the division, Jimmy?
yeah, I mean, that's a very deep question that I think about myself, and I don't know if I have the answer to that. You know, in my
That
own.
question about as deep as a puddle after a rain.
This is why Jimmy needs mushrooms. This is exactly why he needs mushrooms, because Jimmy doesn't make sense all by himself. You literally said that it's the division that allows humans to sin. Except in the story that you believe in, Jimmy, they sinned, and that is what you believe created the division. If they were so perfect and couldn't do any evil prior to them eating of that tree, then they wouldn't have never ate from the tree, Jimmy.
Mhm. No, I consider various interpretations. I mean, are you familiar with Terence McKenna and the idea that it's a memory in our species of a psychedelic of some sort? It says if you eat of it, it will make you like God.
I don't care
And
what it makes them do. We're talking about the fact that they did. We're talking about your claim that they couldn't do before eating from the tree. That they couldn't do anything evil because they had not separated, and that they had not recognized their ego. That would make
yeah,
them want to do anything evil, except they did the evil thing.
no, yeah, and I think that's why it makes the myth mythological structure of it so complex. Like it's not something you can just you know pin down and say, "Oh, I understand Christianity. All these Christians are stupid."
I mean, it literally is that simple, but because
I
you
think
all
so.
refuse to accept it as that simple, you make it complicated because you refuse to accept what's simple is. If they could not sin or do evil prior to eating from that tree, then they shouldn't have been able to eat from the tree in the first place. But logically, since they did something evil, i.e., eating from the tree, they could do evil prior to eating from the tree. They just didn't know they were doing evil. That's just as simple as it gets. I don't care how many mushrooms you eat, that ain't changing. That's logic.
No, I agree. And, let's say Terrence's story is true that the whole reason why we became self reflective human beings in the first place is because we traveled in the African belt behind the
Nope.
cows, or
Nope.
whatever.
That ain't got nothing to do with what if Adam was abusive.
You think so? You've never heard of the
We
stone?
smarter than that,
That
Jimmy.
has
We
nothing to do
smarter
with
than that,
it.
Jimmy.
It has nothing to do with it.
It's his
Has
take
nothing. It
on
has nothing to do with what if Adam was abusive.
the Edenic. Okay, I mean, if you say so, I'm.
She
I,
says
I
so.
I still think it is it does represent some kind of shift in consciousness.
I know, Bash. He's trying to. I know.
Mm. No, I mean, I am trying to have a genuine conversation with you. I'm not.
No, you're trying to get to the shroom conversation because you want to push shrooms from my page.
No, not necessarily. It's because, if anything, I think that is, if you ignore that, you're kind of throwing the baby out with the bathwater. I mean, it is the point as far as I can
I don't
discern.
need to talk about shrooms, Jimmy, to talk about the possibility of Adam, a mortal human with a mortal body, emotions, a mouth, being able to be abusive in a mythological garden prior to eating mythological fruit. I don't need to talk about shrooms to do that.
Are you sure it's not a missing factor in the whole story?
Jimmy, you're gonna
It's a
have to
missing
push your
factor in your
shrooms
brain,
somewhere
Jim.
else. You're gonna have to do that somewhere else. How about you take a shroom, go to the spiritual realm, talk to the spiritual gods or whoever it is that you talk to, tell them you need an audience. Tell them you need an audience to push the shrooms that they want you to push.
I've already done it. That's what I'm saying.
Well, then obviously it ain't working because you keep trying to push the shrooms from my page, from Ria's page, from Zena's page. They haven't given you your own platform, Jimmy. I don't know.
I don't think I know.
You're taking the wrong shrooms, or them people ain't real.
Is
And
Jimmy
it's you,
spiritual?
Jimmy. It's you that have to build the platform. It's you.
Or-
And it has nothing to do with the shrooms that you're taking. It has nothing to do with these spiritual entities that you're talking to when you go on these trips. Because they can't do anything that you don't do, Jimmy. You don't have a platform to push your
Yeah.
shrooms because you haven't built it.
If that's true, and if you want to consider that, I think no one else will come to you with the topic, and I think
Go back to the spiritual
Wow.
world, Jimmy.
I hate Jimmy.
He's spiritual too, huh?
He's shroomy. I
Oh,
don't.
oh.
Yeah, yeah. Jimmy is not there.
He got to take a, a pill to go where he go.
Yeah, yeah. And he's trying to sell them, and he jumps on everybody's page trying to sell them.
Wow.
Yeah. Undefiled religion.
Yes. How y'all doing today?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing well.
Can I get your age, please?
26.
And are you a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist?
Yes, I am a Christian, but some people would classify. Yes.
Okay. Which topic from the post did you want to discuss?
Um, I can go with what if Adam was abusive?
All right. What are your thoughts on that? And please don't refer to the last guest's conversation.
I wouldn't even if because it don't make sense. But I don't believe Adam was abusive. Even if we look at the context in which the story is written.
Going on mute.
I think he got a phone call, maybe.
Oh yeah.
I don't think it conveys that point.
We didn't hear anything you said. I think you got a
I
phone
was just
call or
saying
something.
basically, I'm sorry. I was saying basically it doesn't convey that point in any way. But I'm listening to what you were saying previously. I'm going to let you just speak about it. I'm done.
I'm just curious for you to say it doesn't convey that point about a hypothetical. Like you don't know what they were doing in that garden. Like that, and that's an interesting response to a what if.
I have a
I,
question.
I do know, based on the context of the scripture, that it didn't describe Adam as being an abusive man. That's something I do know.
Can I ask you a question?
Hold on one second, Nelly. Does it describe him as being a non-abusive man?
No, but based on like what it means to be in a relationship with God, I don't believe that he was like that with his helpmeet or wife, which is Eve.
Okay. Was Abraham in a relationship with your God?
Abraham?
Mhm.
Yes.
Did Abraham pimp his wife out?
Well, basically, if you want to view it that way, you can say that he lied 2 different times about Sarah being his wife. So, I mean, you can say that if
Did
that's
he
your.
know? Did he know sending her into the Pharaoh's house and the Abimelech's house was sending her in to be taken as a concubine by the Pharaoh and the Abimelech?
Yes,
Did
that
he
was the
pimp
wrong
out?
thing he did.
Did he pimp out his wife?
I'm
Each
not gonna
time, each time
no,
he did
I'm
it,
not
he
gonna
got
disagree. I'm not
slaves
gonna
and
disagree with you on that. I agree
okay.
with you.
So
If that's how you view
Abraham
it.
was in a relationship with your God, and he pimped out his wife. He told his wife before they left "You owe me this." He did what an abusive husband would do. You owe me this to do this, to tell people that you are my sister and not tell them you are my wife. And he was in a relationship with your God. So it's interesting to me that you would say, well, he couldn't have been abusive because he was in a relationship with God. I
No,
mean, your
I'm just,
God did not make sure that the men that he chose men that were respectful to women.
I
That
don't
wasn't a
ag-
criteria.
I don't agree with that. I mean, even when you
Show
look
me
at the
one. Show
if
me
you
one.
look at they're fallen men, that's something that
No,
I
no, 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 no,
believe.
no, no, no,
So
no. Show me
showing
the
me that's
criteria.
no,
Hold
that's
on.
what
No, 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 no. Show. You said you don't
Undefiled.
agree with that
I'm
statement.
trying. I'm
Show me
trying
the
to.
criteria. You
I'm
said you
trying
don't
to
agree with that.
explain.
Will you stop? You and I can't talk at the same time. You said you don't agree with that. Then show me one with the criteria where he says you must respect the women in order to be in relationship with me. Show me him.
I mean, Christ said all the time, and that's something that the scripture actually encourages us to do to submit to one another.
What
So
meant what? Stop.
I'm
What
telling you the
prophets?
full
Stop. What
context.
prophets? What prophets or men that were in relationship with your God did your God say, in order for you to be in relationship with me, you must respect women or you must respect your wife?
You're gonna let me respond in
As
full
long as you
without
answer
cutting
the
off?
question that I asked, because I'm asking
Without
you
cutting.
for names of men.
You know, but that's the thing. You're trying to put me in a pigeonhole and
You
say
said
what
you
you
did.
want me to say.
Stop. You said you didn't agree with the statement that I made. If you don't agree with the statement, then you need to refute it with factual information. What
You're
men
not
did
being
he give that
factual though.
criteria to? Then don't say you don't agree with that
You're not
statement.
being
Then
factual.
don't say you don't agree with it. Then refute it. That's I'm giving you the opportunity to refute it, motherfucker. But what you want to do is give some vague ass answer and say Christ said. I made a statement that your God did not give criteria to the men that he was in relationship with that says in order to be in relationship with me you must respect women or you must respect your wives. You said you disagree with that statement, so I'm asking you to list the men
What
and
about
list the
Hosea?
scripture with the
What
criteria.
about Hosea and Gomer?
The whore, he told him to go and marry a whore.
Yeah. What about
He
that?
called her a whore.
But what about it? It's an example of a man that is actually following what Christ tells us to do or what God tells us to do.
Did you
So what about
forget the
that?
criteria? Did you forget the
No,
criteria of what
he
you're
was a
supposed to be
long
looking for?
suffering man.
You said that you're like, I swear y'all are just ill. You literally said that you disagree with the statement that your God would be in relationship with a man that he did not where he did not respect the woman in his life. And the one that you go and think of is the one where your God said, go and marry a hoe.
I'm giving you your answer. That's what you
You think
wanted.
that's an answer?
I'm giving you your answer. You said give you an example of a man that God. I'm giving you that example. You don't want me to
Hold on. An
explain
example of a man that what?
example of a good man, a
I
man that
didn't
wasn't
ask you that.
That was
abusive,
not
I
that
did
was
not
long
ask you that. Y'all
suffering.
hear what the fuck y'all want to hear. I
I
did not ask
don't.
you that. I did not ask you that. Nelly, go ahead. What the fuck?
Yeah. No, she didn't ask you that, man. But never mind. My question is this. Are you there? Come off mute.
Oh, I'm here. No, I just put it on mute so I don't respond to some of the things that are said.
Okay.
I'll put you on mute.
Okay. Well, all right. Here's my question. Was Adam capable before they ate the fruit? Was Adam capable of being abusive to Eve? Was he
Mm,
capable?
well, yes, he was capable, but he didn't do it because he was in alignment with
Okay,
God.
stop right there. See, that's where I got to stop you,
No,
because
that's what
now
he was
you're
following God's command.
okay.
That's what it.
Slow
Go
down,
ahead.
hot
Go ahead.
sauce,
Though.
slow down. If he was capable, and you agreed that he was capable of being abusive to Eve, then you cannot say indefinitely that he wasn't,
But I
because
can
you
say
don't
that.
know. No,
Oh,
hold on,
go ahead.
listen.
No, go ahead.
Because you don't know what happened up to that point except what the story says. Now, if you think that line for line in the story, I mean, you don't think there was any time that wasn't recorded?
Well, the scriptures don't give us it all, but what I'm saying is he was in alignment with God prior to him eating of the fruit of the knowledge of good and evil. And so that's what I believe.
Okay,
I
so
know y'all
let's run
disagree,
with
but
that. Let's run with that. That
go
goes
ahead.
back to
Go ahead.
what Thinker said. That goes back to exactly what Thinker said. Was Abraham aligned with the God?
Yes, but he still was in
Okay,
fallen nature, just like Adam, right?
okay. For
After he
some
did
reason,
the
hold
fruit,
on. For
after
some
he did the
reason,
fruit,
no.
then
For
he was.
some reason, hold on. For some reason, I think that you believe that evil did not come into the world till they ate the fruit.
I'm not gonna say that, but I'm gonna say that they was in alignment with God's word. His command was not to eat of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, and they did exactly the opposite of that, and that's when they failed. And so I'm not gonna say about
What did
evil
they?
not existing and stuff because
How can you?
scripture don't
uh,
say that.
Okay, listen to what I'm saying. There is no fall. We need to, first of all, you need to quit saying that, because that's ridiculous.
I'm gonna say
There is no fall.
when
There
sin
is no
entered
fall
into
of
the world.
man. Let's
I'm
run
gonna
with
say that
this.
when sin entered into the world, because that's what the scripture.
Sin did, oh, and I just asked you that. I said, for some reason, you believe sin was not in the world until they ate of the fruit. And
No,
you
you
said, well,
said
no, not
evil. You
necessarily.
said evil. I'm not gonna
Okay,
say evil wasn't, but sin did enter into the world after that, and then death came. That's what it's saying.
okay, so okay, let's run with that. Let's run with that. Uh Sin did not enter the world. Okay, so let's just say was did Satan exist before Adam and Eve?
Yes,
Okay, great. Uh did God you believe that the serpent was Satan, or do you believe the serpent was evil, or do you believe the serpent was bad?
I
D-
think it's an archetype of Satan. I don't know, like the scriptures don't say it's Satan, but I
Was
think
it bad though? Was it bad?
yes, yes, yes.
Okay, so it was sinful, right? Right? Are you there?
It's not. Oh, it wouldn't allow me to go on mute, but
Okay,
yes,
so it was sinful, correct?
yes,
Do you believe that the sinful serpent existed before Adam and Eve?
yes.
Great. Okay, so did God put the serpent in the garden?
I'm not gonna say he put them in the garden,
Well, the
but if
Bible
you
tells you that.
it tells you that the serpent was cast down onto the earth, a third of the angels along with them. That's what it's saying in the scriptures. So I don't
Okay,
really
then.
know the particulars
Okay,
about what you're
great.
saying, but
Okay,
based on
great.
the scripture, we just know he was cast down.
Okay, let's run with that. Let's run with that. You said he was cast down to the earth, right?
Yes.
Okay, great. So now, if he was cast down to the earth and Adam and Eve wasn't even born yet, so how can you say sin entered the earth when Adam and Eve ate the fruit? Sin was already there.
Well, it was about no, that was just judgment, but sin because we I believe that sin when sin came into the world, death entered into the world. No, I'm trying to break it down to you because it's like you're missing certain points in the scripture where it talks about sin and what sin equals. sin equals death. So the enemy, he was already cast down. I mean, either you have faith and you believe in these things or you don't. He was already cast down. He was already judged. But with
So
him,
let me, okay,
go ahead. Go ahead.
okay. Is it a sin to defy God?
Yes.
And the thing that defied God was Satan, right?
Yes.
And he was sinful.
Yes.
So it's kind of like baking a cake or making a cake, making the cake mix.
I get what
The
you're saying. I do
so
get
if the
what you're
sh-
saying,
hold on, you
but
know you
go
can't
ahead.
get
Go
what I'm
ahead.
saying because you study trying to separate it, and when I'm sitting up here trying to tell you
No, I
that
get it. I just don't agree with how you're saying it. I don't think that me and you align with what the scriptures say. I'm going off of what the scriptures say. I do get what you're saying. It's just I don't agree with what you're like trying to end it, like trying to make it out to be. But I do get what you're saying though.
well, okay then. So that's my point. So what you said was sin entered the world when Adam and Eve ate the fruit. No,
No,
sin was already there,
no.
and
What
sin
I'm
was
saying,
already on the earth.
no. What I'm saying is this: we was in alignment with God. Satan wasn't in alignment with God. You
He
get what I'm
wasn't.
saying? So Satan wasn't in alignment with God. No, because
Uh,
that's why he was cast down. Remember? That's what it said in the scripture. He was cast down. So he wasn't in alignment. But
okay.
God made us from the dust of the ground. He wanted relationship and
Okay.
said that he would coming down
Okay.
in the cool of the day. So
Okay.
that's when sin entered into the world for us. Now,
Okay.
evil, on the other hand, is yes, I will say that that came from Satan.
Why do
That
they
would
think
make
why
sense.
yeah, why do the in the cool of the day, this is why I be talking about when I say interpreting fucking words. In the cool of the day means God walked with us in the garden and we had picnics to them. Like in the cool of the day means that God
I didn't
walked
say
with them,
any
means
picnic.
that God walked with them in the garden, that God chilled with them in the garden. God had a relationship with them in the garden in the cool of the day. Just those words. This is what I mean when I say I need to understand the mind of a believer and how they interpret shit.
Well,
Exactly.
I'm finna get ready and go because I have to like go to work, but I'll continue to listen to you. And hopefully, as we, continue to talk, I can give you at least my perspective on the scriptures because that's all I'm gonna come from is the Bible. But in the cool of the day, what you just said, I don't think that he's coming down having picnic with us and all that different kind of stuff. But I have to go. But we can go
You
into that
said that
deeper.
that he had a relationship with them,
Yes, it
and
was
you
a
and in the
relationship.
quote, there is nothing in that story that says he had a relationship with them. Nothing.
No, it talks about how the relationship is him coming down in the cool of the day.
See what I'm saying?
That's the
See how they
relationship.
Hmm.
interpret that in the cool of the
Yeah,
day
So what
automatically
do you
means
think was
relationship. Like
happening?
what?
as though
I
it's not just
cannot.
talking about
That's
the time of
literally
day.
what it was. When he bit the fruit of the knowledge of good and evil, he said, "Where are thou?" It's a relationship. He was in alignment with God. That's basically like go back and read the book. You will understand what I'm saying. You may not agree with it, but you'll get my point and
No,
see
you're
what I'm
yeah. The
saying.
mind of the believer is an interesting place. It is interesting as fuck
No,
that
I'm just
in the
saying you
cool
may
of the
not agree
day.
with me,
Stop
but
talking
you'll
while
see
I'm
what I'm
talking. Dang, it's
In
just
the cool
interesting
of the
that
day.
in the cool of the day equals relationship. Don't eat from the tree. Or I mean, where are you equals relationship. That is crazy to me.
well,
Exactly, Bash. That would mean they still had a relationship with him after they ate. But y'all claim they did. Y'all claim that the relationship was severed.
no,
Like that is
no,
interesting to me.
I
Why
don't
are
say
you
that.
talking
I
while
don't
I'm talking? Hey, dang. Like I don't think you got. How can you have a relationship with anybody if you don't listen when they speak?
When I first came on this live, the first time I ever came on this live, all I had to do was say the thinker in the cool of the day, and now we're in a relationship.
Yep. And that's my point, right?
can I say
Just like
something?
words mean things. Words mean things, especially when they are put in a straight line to form a thing called a sentence,
Stupid.
right?
Can I
And
say
they are
something?
intentionally. I'm talking right now. Dang, man, go on. This is just. Ugh, I cannot. This is ridiculous.
Yeah, I think the funny part is he's
I,
so scripture based, but the scripture that he's referencing talks about how the serpent was cast to the earth and immediately chased a woman and her kid for her kids.
can I say something? Or
That's not what's represented in Genesis, but he's gonna
can,
add that to it because that's what makes him feel comfortable. So he's technically coming from scriptures, but he's not using them accurately. Like if
can
he
I
were
say something?
using them accurately, then he would know. Why the fuck do you think you can say something while other people are talking? Hmm? I thought you had to leave.
No, I just wanted to mention one thing before I
Oh,
got.
okay. Well, while I'm talking, you don't get to talk. Anyways, if he were actually coming from scripture, he would know that that doesn't line up. Because when Satan was cast down, he did not immediately go after, or when the serpent was in the garden, it did not immediately go after anybody's children because there were no children to go after. But in Revelation, it definitely talks about how this motherfucker went for a woman and the woman sprouted her wings and flew away. That did not happen in Genesis. But again, that's what happens when you take parts of scripture to try to reinforce what you think happened, as opposed to actually going by what it says.
Hey, can I let me tell you a theory, okay? I've been thinking for a while that Jesus was a woman. Okay? Just hear me out.
Okay.
I have not fleshed completely that theory. But I've been thinking that the Jesus character in that story is a woman. Now, when we go to Revelation and um, it says that the serpent in the garden was cast down and then immediately pursued the woman with child and sprouted his wings. I'm thinking that is in reference to the Lilith character that they wrote out, and that the child was. It says that the child was Jesus, but I'm thinking that that child was another female, and for some reason I feel like the character Jesus was actually a woman the way they demonized it. Like I don't know. I've been thinking about this
Mhm.
for the last couple of days. I haven't flushed it all the way out. It may be something that I throw away, but that's just what I've been thinking for the last couple of days. I don't know.
Interesting.
But I
Well, I
think
mean,
that demon character, that one with the wings, I think
mhm,
that's referencing Lilith.
I agree with that.
I've always thought that was Lilith. I've never thought that it was anything different than Lilith. I just couldn't prove it, so I never really spoke on it. But yeah, it sounds like Lilith.
Yeah, I can't prove. I don't know why. I do know why, and I'm gonna keep it to myself. But I do think that some of the characteristics, some of them, not the parts that were written later from a Roman lens, but the earlier versions of the text that talk about the Christ, I think that was a woman character, or either written by the hand of a woman. Some of
Mhm.
this feels like it was written by the hand of a woman. Um,
Hmm.
but yeah, go ahead, undefiled or defiled.
Sabrina the Carpenter is crazy.
Y'all said something to me.
Sabrina and the 12 Disciplettes.
Oh, can I say something before I head off? Can I say something before I head out?
I don't know. Can you go ahead?
So
All
everybody was
right.
quiet.
No, I
Everybody.
just wanted to make. I didn't want to speak over nobody.
While
Um,
everybody was quiet.
the one thing I wanted to
Everybody was
say is what thinker.
talking.
No, every time was about to say something, somebody would say something and they'll say I was over speaking. That's why I didn't want to speak until the floor was
That's
clear.
not
That's
an
it.
accurate reflection of what
What
happened.
thinker was saying, I do agree. Words have meaning, but we also have to say things within context. And when it's in the cool of the day, and when you read the context of it, it is implying a relationship. And so it's like to me, And even what the guy
Hold
said
on.
down on the bottom
Which
left,
words imply relationship? In the cool of the day. Which one? In
even what the guy, even what the
no,
guy
no, no,
said
no,
at the
no, no,
bottom
no, no,
with
no, no, no.
Revelations,
Hey,
he's
hey, hey,
wrong as
hey,
well.
hey, hey,
No,
hey, bro. No, that's not how it works here. You made a statement. Now I need you to prove it. Which
you want me to
words
get the
in
you
which
want me to get
words in
chapter
that
and verse?
sentence? Yeah, which
You want me
words
to
in
get
that
chapter and
sentence?
verse?
Which words in that sentence, Mister? I don't want to talk over anybody, but now all of
Are
a
you
sudden you do. Like when there's nobody talking, bellicose, since he's trying to be respectful. When there's nobody talking, you don't talk unless somebody says talk. But then when someone's talking, you can't stop running your mouth. That's just weird to me. But you want to tell me that in the cool of the day means relationship? Yes. I need you to point out the words in context that gives the context of relationship.
you want me to read the whole the chapter to you so that you can get a fuller understanding?
No, I want you to say in this word
That's not
in means
and
this, the means
that's
this, day means this, and because
I
of
mean
day,
this
this
is
means relationship. In the cool
you're
of the day refers to relationship in what linguistical way?
you're purposely misinterpreting what I was saying.
I don't
And
even
this is
think you need to be
dishonest
talking about. I
conversation.
don't think you need to be talking about interpreting anything. You are literally saying
No,
that
you're
those 5 words. You are literally saying
no, I
those
did not
words.
say
You
that.
are
No, I
saying
did
those
not say
words give
that.
the context of relationship. Yes, the fuck you did say that. You said those words give the context of relationship. I am asking you to point to the context in those words that mean relationship. Is it in? Is it the? Is it of? Is it cool? Is it day? Which one of those words mean
I mean,
relationship?
your question is stupid because that's not what
Oh,
I
my
said.
question. That's exactly what the fuck you said.
No,
That is what you said.
no.
That's exactly what you
Do I need
said,
to
man.
replay it back?
Yes, please. And you'll find out that all of y'all will be wrong.
Okay.
Who the fuck is all of y'all? Is El Joso
I I
Raybone?
Right,
Who
would
are
I
y'all?
would
right.
encourage everybody to pull the live back because that's not what I said. Not one time.
What
Oh,
did
okay.
you
How do
say
we do
then?
that?
What did
How
you
do we
say?
do that? How do we do that?
How you do what?
How do we pull the live back? How do we do that?
Oh, I'm new to TikTok. I thought that's something you can do.
Oh, okay. So sounds
Yeah.
like you
So
encouraging people to
I
do
don't
shit you
know,
have no idea
but
how to do.
yes, I thought you could pull it back just like on YouTube. Like you pull back the live or whatever
I'll tell you
and
what. You
see
go ahead and
what was
try to
said.
do it right now and tell me what you see.
You said what?
Try to do it right now and tell me what happens.
The purpose is don't
No, no, no,
take
no,
my
no, no. You
words out of
encourage you. No, no, no,
context.
no,
That's
no,
all
no,
I'm
no, no, no.
saying.
You encourage. No, 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 no. You encourage us to do it. You do it and tell us what happens.
All you do is want to argue, man. Like you come on, you don't
No,
even
that's not an
understand what I
argument.
was
You asked.
saying.
You told me to do a thing. I want to do it. Tell me how. Show me.
I don't. I just told you I'm new to you on TikTok. I don't even know much about this app. I'm just on here listening to her, and I just decided to get on. So I don't know. So if you told me we
Yeah, you
can't,
just saying
I
things.
believe
That's what.
you.
That's the point. You're just saying things. You have no idea what
No,
you're talking about.
no.
You
Just
can't do it on
saying that I
TikTok,
thought that you can
guy.
go
You
back on
cannot do it
live.
on TikTok, guy.
Thank you for letting me know. That's all I'm saying.
I'm just pointing out that you
You acting
say
like
things
I'm
that you
not.
have no idea
I can
about.
accept. No, I can accept correction. That's one thing I can
Wait, did
do.
you have
So
any
if you're
idea that you
right, I
couldn't
can
play it back
accept
on
it.
TikTok live? Did you know that?
I did not. I
And
did
then you
not.
told people
I'm
to do
new
that,
to
right?
it.
But you told people to do that, right? You
No, I
encouraged
thought
everybody to do
that
it,
you
right?
could.
You
You're
yeah,
trying
but
to
you
make an
encourage.
argument
Hold on,
out of
hold on, hold on,
something that I'm.
because you're not missing it.
I
Even
just
use the
admitted
fucking
to
words in
you
a
that I
sentence.
didn't
Shut
know.
the fuck up while I'm talking. You told everybody to do a thing that you cannot do on TikTok. You were speaking on something you had no knowledge of. That has been a recurring theme in the words that you choose.
I have a lot of knowledge on the scriptures, which you don't.
That's interesting. That's interesting. That's very
You're
interesting,
talking
actually.
about Revelations and trying to equate that to Genesis. Everybody know that's not even talking about the exact same
When was
thing.
the serpent cast out? When was the serpent
The
cast
serpent
out
was
then?
cast out in the beginning, but it's
Yeah,
not talking
what
about.
scripture says that? Yeah, what scripture says that?
I do agree, words have meaning, but we also have to say things within context. And when it's saying the cool of the day, and when you read the context of it, it is implying a relationship. And the words have meaning, but we also have to say things within context. And when it's saying the cool of the day, within and when you read the context of it, it is implying a relationship. The context words of all meaning, but we also have to say things within context. And when it's saying the cool of the day, and when you read the context of it, it is implying a relationship. It's saying the cool of the day, and when you read the context of it, it is implying a relationship. It's saying the context cool of the day, and when you read the context of it, it is implying a and when it's saying the cool of the day, and when you read the context of it, read the words around it. Stop just reading in the cool
You
of
can't
the
even
day.
not talk over
Context of it,
yourself.
it is
You can't
implying
even
a
not talk over
relationship.
yourself.
Because y'all trying to miss.
You are shut the fuck up. You did say it. You said you
We
didn't
can't even.
say it. And as I asked you, show me in context with those 5 fucking words
You're
where it
misinterpreting
implies
what I'm
a
saying.
relationship.
You misinterpreting me on purpose.
You don't even know what the
She
We
fuck
played
can't
it
have a
back
interpretation
conversation.
means.
verbatim.
You don't even
You
know what that
you
means.
you inviting Christians on here, but you not even having an honest conversation,
You
dialogue.
She
ain't
None
even
of
played
honest,
your
y'all.
she
motherfucker.
played
You
your
said
words
you
back.
didn't say it. You said you
No,
didn't say those words, and you said it. I played it back over and over and over and over, and you still fucking denying that you said them.
I said in context. I said in
I'm asking you
context.
to show me the fucking
Do you know what
context.
context
I'm
means?
asking, motherfucker, I don't think you do. I'm asking you to show me the context of those
You
5
want me?
fucking words. Show me the context of those 5 words to show me where it implies a relationship. That's what the fuck I asked you. But you said you didn't say that.
And I hope you get written up for being late.
I was saying that in context, that's what it's talking about, not those
Show me
particular
the
words.
context. Show me the context of those words in the
What
cool of the day and how that applies a relationship.
I literally have to go, but can I come on
Oh, that's
later
what the
and
fuck I
have
thought.
that for
No,
you?
you just full of shit. Hell no. It's full of shit.
Yeah, the literal only place in the Bible where it references the serpent being cast out is Revelation 12. And in Revelation 12, the serpent comes to earth and does a bunch of crazy shit that's not represented in Genesis. So if you ever say that the serpent was cast down before in the Garden of Eden, then you're saying that Revelation 12:9 happened before humanity. That's what you're saying. So while you feel like you might be right, you're fucking wrong. That's not what the book says.
The way y'all like, I don't like y'all. Y'all lack the ability to hold yourselves accountable. You came up here, you said some stupid shit. You were not able to back up the stupid shit that you said, and then you blame everybody for you saying stupid shit.
Yeah, too many of these conversations end up going nowhere because y'all don't want to be accountable for the words you use.
Nobody misinterpreted shit. You need to stop using the word interpretation. You don't even know what the fuck that means.
Right.
Shut the fuck up. Take your ass to work. If I was a petty bitch, I swear I hope you get fired, but I don't hope that shit because I don't know if you got kids to feed. But take your motherfucking ass to work. Why the fuck are you back in my request box? Go clock in. The hell is wrong with you?
I don't know why Mershad, who's been here so many fucking times, thinks we just gonna let him type in caps. Automatic entire live view of
Yeah.
dumbass. Automatic. Fuck you, bitch.
We
Like
got
it's
about the same time.
crazy. Like the thing that irritates me the most is how they do fuck shit and they literally will blame other people for the bullshit they do. And that's what this religion does to the mind.
Absolutely.
Like we had a guy on stage tonight that literally said the evil that God will allow his consecrated ones to do. And then tried to say we were the wrong ones because we didn't see raping women on the day of the Lord as holy.
Damn. Wow. And just actually said that.
Yes.
Wow.
Wow.
Then he said it's his faith that allows him. He said he just goes back to
Yikes.
faith. Yeah. And then was like, you have the context. You know the context. Well, I don't understand why you don't have faith. Motherfucker, because I read. I
Have
don't
faith that I
need,
what?
right. I don't need faith to blind me and make me see raping women as good.
Like, there's a reason why we don't have that as a punishment
Right.
because it's unwarranted. Like, what?
And then another guy came up. This is the first guy that came up. He said he's deconstructing. And he wanted to talk about Job's wife. He said that Job's wife didn't suffer. He said, I saw that and I was like, huh? He said Job's wife didn't suffer, only Job did. I said, so who
Huh?
carried the kids? Right. So I had to walk him through who carried Job's kids. So he was like, oh, yeah, the wife. So then he was like, but she still didn't suffer. And then he said that everybody in the house suffered when the kids died. He was like, all his kids didn't die, but Job and the wife and the kids. And then I guess the wife heard it, heard from the kids, from some of the kids die. You guess, motherfucker?
Also, he did kill all the kids. What are you talking about?
Exactly. But the fact that he refused. He said she was wicked, so she didn't hurt when the kids died.
What?
He
That nigga
said,
resurrected children and said,
he said, he literally said, this ain't his God. This is a slave master God. Okay. But
"Oh
he
wow,
said Job's wife was wrong because she told Job to curse this God and die. I said, first off, let's establish how you are seeing the word curse. Like, how do you understand the word curse? I said, do you think that she put a spell on this God? He was like, no, she can't do that. I said, okay, so what does curse mean to you? He said, say something bad, like fuck the God. I said, but isn't that what you're doing? When you've renounced the God, you've said this isn't your God, you said the God is a slave master God. I said, it's the same thing you're doing. He said, oh, no, I'm not. I said, wait a minute. You don't like her.
hmm?
You're shaming her because I said she didn't say curse God to die in the story, but let's say she did. I said, you're shaming her because she had the bigger balls than you to say fuck this God. And you're just saying, oh, he a slave master God. He ain't my God. Y'all doing the same damn thing. He kept saying, no, I'm not. No, I'm not. What? How you gonna hold this character to honoring this God and seeing this God as holy when your motherfucking ass don't? Is it just because she's a woman?
I guess shit. Like that's quite literally the only difference here because it's not like there's well that yeah there's no other distinguishable difference between them in terms of who would feel grief.
Like I said, you're basically saying fuck this God, and you renouncing the God, and you deconstructing from the God, and you making the claim that the God is a slave master God. You are saying fuck this God, and he was like, no, I'm not. No, I'm not. What?
I mean, in actions you are.
Exactly.
You might not explicitly be stating that, but if you was on my team and now you talking about leaving, nigga, you saying fuck you. What?
Thank you. That's why I said you hate her because she had bigger balls than you to actually say it. Then he called me a bitch.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Yes. Some people, when they say they deconstruction, they deconstructing the term Christian. They not really necessarily deconstructing Christianity.
Yeah, well, he said that this ain't his God. He said this. He said that I don't worship this God. This a slave master God. Then why are you holding to this? This don't make no fucking sense. Like if you see the God as a slave master God, and you think the God is evil, why are you like why? It common sense would say that you would understand Job's wife telling Job to curse the God if you think the God is evil. Like it does. What the fuck? That doesn't make sense. And it's like you just want to demonize a woman And I
Yeah,
told him, I said, the way you're talking lets me see into, if you are married, how you treat your wife. Your house is
yeah,
your house. Your money is your money. Your kids are your kids. She has nothing. She's nobody to you. She's a slave. She's somebody that cooks for you, cleans for you. Like the way that you're talking, your wife is your property. And her feelings don't matter. Her desires don't matter. Because you can't even see how a character in a book would hurt from losing kids. You only see the man, and a man of a who worships a God that you think is evil. That's fucking wild to me.
right. And you would demonize that woman for saying, in your worldview, for her for saying, leave that God, even though
And
you yourself think you can leave that God.
thank you. Like what?
Interesting. And not even really.
That's why I say the demonization of women in this book. The women are either the devil or Jesus. Either
Yeah,
either way, they're both demonized and crucified. There's no like
yeah. I
it's
think that you
it's too
don't
heavy.
necessarily leave. I don't think that you leave the God actually until you start to pick out the misogyny and like actively work against that, because it's too many motherfuckers that get up here and want to claim no affiliation with this God and defend every fucking story on this board fervently, no matter what their relationship status is with this God in particular, whether they have one or not. And yeah, I think this God is the God of patriarchy and fucking late stage capitalism. Like, I really do. Like, until you wrestle with that, I don't think you leaving that motherfucker for real.
Because I think a lot of men that deconstruct but still hang on to these patriarchal ideals deconstruct because they see themselves as the God. They no longer need the God belief or the organization because they don't want another man's hand over them
Hmm.
and authority. So they deconstruct from that. That's the thing they feel like is choking them out. But they stick to the patriarchy because in the patriarchy they are the God. And they love that.
Yeah.
It's similar to supremacy culture. When white people deconstruct from Christianity, who are still racist and still see themselves as superior, they deconstruct because they no longer need the idea of the God that made them chosen. Because in it they can see that white supremacy has made them superior, so they don't need the God anymore. That's why they can deconstruct from Christianity and still be racist as fuck.
Hmm.
It's insane.
You ever think about how Israel is basically like Saudi Arabia, but just with like more slavery options?
I never thought about that. No, tell me more.
Yeah. 'Cause I mean, people demonize Saudi Arabia or the UAE to be more specific, to for the fact that they bring in foreigners to work pretty much as slave labor, like on a contract, the indentured servitude part. And they'll talk about how, we shouldn't be supporting them because they treat themselves very well, but they treat other people horribly. And, the whole point of the nation is to keep the capital within themselves and, have other people work to build and maintain their nation. And uh, like I don't think people realize when God lays out in Leviticus, how you can have indentured servants and slaves, and when He talks about how you can go to foreign nations and take slaves, or if they offer themselves to you, then they can just chill as your slave or whatever. Um, but like it's the same exact structure wherein the Israelites treat each other fairly, and everybody else gets the fucking shaft. And like do exactly, Dubai is a great example. Like they have all this wealth that they keep in house, and they open their doors to other people to come, but They're not there as a citizen. They're there as an other to do the menial tasks that they do not want to do themselves. And you know what I mean? Like that's the only thing that I can envision with how the setup for Israel was supposed to be in terms of how the rules are set up. I don't know if they actually thrived enough to get to that point, but I mean, it's what that was. It's the eventuality of what that was going to be, right? Like a bunch of people working for free to build a nation, and you know, the only people that really benefit from it are the people that are, you know, lineage of in that area.
Yeah, I get it. What you're saying now, that makes sense. Yeah, it's crazy.
UAE is more overt about it. I mean, America does have qualities like that, sure, but I mean, they literally have indentured servants over there with the promise to pay, but I don't even know if they really do that either.
You said with the promise to pay.
Yeah.
Um, so
Oh, the person on stage. So I was like, oh, okay. Well.
so are you there?
So,
Okay. I think maybe it was an accident.
is that a. Oh. Ooh, I almost turned my camera on. My bad.
Gene,
I'm going to write letters. You
hey,
telling
did
me
you come
about
up on accident? Gene, did you come up on accident or on purpose?
how to the donut. You got
I'm gonna guess
cereal.
this was an
Yeah,
accident.
that was an accident. Now I want a donut.
Me too. I should have bought me some, but I got 2 big boxes of honey buns.
Let's see if I can catch my sister before she come back here.
I might DoorDash me some from Krispy Kreme. Um, the fucking Bible, like, was it the source of the What did you think that was? Again, are y'all okay?
They told me to tell you no, they're not okay.
No, ask Jesus. Ask the Holy Spirit for him. Y'all should be able
The,
to. Y'all shouldn't have to ask us for shit. You got the Holy Spirit. You
that's
gonna come on
crazy.
stage and you gonna swear up and down that we can't understand because we don't have the Spirit. So use your magical powers.
The name of the book is in one of the fucking questions. Like you don't have discernment.
Exactly.
You can't.
exactly.
Right.
What?
You
One
know
of the
they don't even
questions.
know. They don't know what if means. This
Right.
one person in the comments just has been for I don't know how long asking that same question over and over again. What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean if? What do you mean if Adam was like? They don't know what that means.
Right. It's crazy too because you can ask them something like, "What if you won $1 million?" They could immediately, boom, I do this, that, the third, blah, 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 blah. They could really, really live in that one. But what if Adam was abusive? I have no idea what you're talking about.
If you want me to defend the point, bring your scary ass on stage. Nobody's gonna have a whole fucking conversation with you from the chat. Get your Holy Ghost boldness and get on stage.
Yeah, I like how Fee asks them a lot. whether they want to believe things that are true. I always find it funny because they typically say yes, but like it's demonstrated that that's not the case when they communicate. Like they'd much rather feel right than be right. They don't
Yeah.
take the time to investigate what's actually true. They'd much rather feel right. Like that's as good as being right to them.
And the crazy thing about it is that when I tell them that the reason why they react the way they act to that statement is because they see themselves as Adam. And in their mind, Adam is a God, Adam is still divine, they will deny that shit. They will deny it and
Absolutely.
ignore their actions, ignore how that statement is making them feel. Adam is your God because you've been told that that is where you came from. They feel victimized when they see that. I can only imagine a religious man scrolling by and seeing that statement. I can only imagine the anger or the feeling that they got, like the jerk that they got when they saw that.
Mhm.
They automatically became a victim.
Yeah. It's interesting to me that they're so ready to cape for the man that ruined the world.
That's what I'm saying. How are they holding this reverence for the man that supposedly caused them to be born in sin? It does not make sense to me. It's so fucking contradictory. How do you see this character as divine today when the character is responsible for the so-called fall of man?
Right. He could never be abusive.
The dissonance is wild.
And the funniest part of it all is the question has a fat ass in bold if as the second fucking word.
But still, I told you what they were saying to me in my comments that is blasphemy. And then one guy put a meme with a fist like he was punching me and said, "Are you questioning God on the What If Adam Was Abusive song?" I said, "Where?" I
Hmm.
said, "Is Adam your God? Like, where am I even mentioning your God in this story?"
Not gonna
They
lie, that
think
sounds like something one
Adam
of
is
my aunts would
God,
do.
huh?
I said, not gonna lie, that sounds like something one of my aunts would do. That's insane that someone earnestly did that.
Yeah, a big ass fist too. Like, are you questioning God? Like, are you serious? And then saying I'm
You dummy.
blaspheming. The song says, "What if Adam was abusive?" Not what if Jehovah was abusive.
Does the song even mention God at all?
Other than what if God's plan was Adam playing God in my brain?
Yeah, still a what if. That's interesting.
Adam is God to them, and they think they're God. Adam is their God. They think they're Adam in the story, and they think they're God to everybody else. This is why they're the husband. The word for husband is Baal, is Lord, because it's like he's her Lord. He's her God. He's the
Hmm.
Lord of his servants, right? The way they refer to themselves is there's a big God, then there's Jehovah Yahweh, and then it's them. There's the Most High, Jehovah or Yahweh, and then them. That's how the story is. That's how it's written in the story. The Lord, Lord, Lord. I mean, Lord, Lord,
Hmm.
God, Lord.
Jamal, the answer is Ezekiel 23:20.
And they get very violent if you don't see them in that way. Like, despite all of their like ills, their illness, you're supposed to look at them like they're divine. like they're holy, like they did no wrong.
Mm, I might not be as high as I used to be, but I'm still higher than you.
Yeah. Think about like okay, so in the story with Job, Job's wife's story was stripped down to one line: curse God and die.
Hmm.
For the intention of honing in on she's wicked. That's all. His wife was wicked. She was his down. She tried to be his downfall. Right. She could be used by the devil. She's wicked. And then Job, what they teach about Job, not what they wrote about him, because they did not change his story. And I think they didn't change it because they didn't fucking understand it. In the Hebrew language. But what they teach or interpret about Job is that he was pious, he was faithful, he never complained.
Hmm.
He went through, his troubles, and he just maintained his faith. Reading the story, one, the God tells the Satan that Job is blameless in the law, that he has integrity, and he's upright. Nothing to do with faith in him. None of that. There's never a he trusts me, he has faith in me. None of that. It's about him being obedient and being a man of integrity. And that I don't even think they know what integrity is. But being a man of integrity and being obedient to the law are the things that the God brings up to the Satan. But the way they interpret it is it's about faith, because they only have to care about faith. Their actions don't matter today. They can be the most horrible people, but as long as they believe in Jesus, they're okay, because Jesus' blood covers their sins. Right? They're sinful people, but Jesus just puts a blanket over and you can't see their sin. There's the blanket of blood that Jesus puts over says holy, even though underneath it's dirty as fuck. They're disgusting people, and that's what they focus on, right? Having that type of faith with Job. But the story says that Job was, when the God ripped open Job's kidneys, which according to the Bible, the kidneys was the seed of uprightness that the judge that the God judged. And when his kidneys were ripped open, kidney disease was found.
Hmm.
Disease in ancient Israel equals sin. So
Hmm.
if you read the story in context, Job was not sinless when his kidneys were ripped open, when
Hmm.
he was judged. He wasn't sinless, but they didn't change that because they didn't understand that shit. But what they preach is Job's wife evil, Job faithful, despite the fact that the story is saying that he did complain. He called the God unjust. He said the God closes his eyes when unjust shit happens, and he blesses the wicked. Like Job accuses God of all kind of shit, but they still say Job never complained. They still say Job was upright, that Job was faithful, because ignore all the rest of that shit and just believe what the fuck we tell you. That's how I
Interesting.
see the whole thing with Adam.
So either it's the case that I misunderstood the whole redemption process via sacrifice, or something was off there, because you would think a man that sacrificed so much, he even sacrificed for his kids on the off chance that they did something and they didn't even realize it. You would think a man like that would be covered no matter what he did. I mean, to an extent, of course, but i- if he was cut open and found to be riddled with sin, were the sacrifices doing anything?
So the sacrifices wasn't to get rid of sin; it was just to atone for it. There wasn't an expectation for them to never sin in ancient
Hmm.
Israel. There, it
Yeah.
was just for atonement and upright. Uh, like righteousness didn't mean what it means today. Righteousness meant following the command of the God.
Hmm.
So if whatever commands the God had given Job, if Job followed them, then he would be seen as righteous.
Hmm. Yeah. I guess my thing is when it says it covers you, like that's literally what, like it doesn't cleanse you, it just covers you. The
Well,
atonement.
Jesus's blood does. The animal sacrifices, it just atoned. It didn't cover their sins. Is that what you're at?
Interesting.
So like in ancient
Well,
Israel.
so given that context, which is kind of a stretch, but given the setup for Job, if you cut out like cut into the kidney of a believer today, would it be riddled with sin?
What do you mean? Says probably, because Jesus's blood doesn't get rid of their sin. It just it it's meant to atone it, right? It's meant
Hmm.
to atone for their sins. It doesn't make them sin free. It just allows them to be purified, right, and no longer guilty for their sin. That's what the animal sacrifices did. It purified them. It didn't make them sin free. It, like at the end of the year or whenever, I think it was Yom Kippur, when they would have like the Day of Atonement, and the men would go up and buy their animal sacrifices, and they would atone for their families. That's how it went. The women didn't go up. The women and children were not allowed to go up to offer the sacrifices. It was the
Hmm.
men and
Hmm.
the younger older boys, and they would atone for the whole family.
Hmm. Interesting. Interesting. So basically, they're like the European queens, just kind of caking shit on the top, not necessarily dealing with the problem.
Yeah, yep. That's basically all it did. What we see today, right? Like with
Hmm.
believers, they go up, they get baptized, they pray, and you don't necessarily see a change in behavior across the board. There are some
Hmm.
who take it seriously and believe that they have to, their works have to match, and that
Hmm.
they're not just saved by um their repentance, that there needs to be a change. There are some that believe that, but the majority, from what we've talked to in here, we can see that there's no expectation of a change in their behavior or a change in their thought processes. They just have a uh, agreement with Jesus, this covenant with Jesus, that if they sin, they can ask for forgiveness and they're forgiven. And as long as they believe that he is God, that he died on the cross, that he rose again on the third day, they're good. And it doesn't matter how they behave.
Hmm.
But it's interesting how, despite what the story says about Job, everybody believes that Job went through and never complained and that he just stayed faithful. Like they're not taught what the story actually says about Job. And then they're taught the opposite about Job's wife.
Hmm.
The same thing with Delilah and Samson. The Samson, he was a divine, miraculous birth for a specific purpose of cutting down the Philistines after the God had sold his precious people to the Philistines.
Hmm.
He wanted them back, so he created Samson to be an assassin to kill Philistines. And because he's divine, no matter how much fucked up shit he does in this story, he's seen as divine. Like you you can only see Samson as divine because he's chosen, he's created by the God. Delilah, she's not his wife. He had a whole ass wife that he left at home. She's not his wife. She was of another nation, of the Philistine nation, and they say, "Oh, she betrayed him because he loved her." And so she betrayed him for her own people. And so because she wasn't willing to betray her people like Rahab or Jael did, she's seen as a demon, as a wicked woman.
Hmm.
Because you got to see the Israelites, you got to see the chosen, you got to see the Christians as good no matter what the fuck they do. And you got to be willing to join them. You got to be willing to call them good in order to be clean, in order to be purified, in order to not be wicked. But if you call, if you say that what they're doing is not good, if you go against them, you're wicked, even if you have integrity.
He went to go hawk down a woman on the op side and was surprised that she wasn't for him. And for some reason, they expected that loyalty from her. Like we're reading the story of how this guy goes to the ops to find a woman that does not want him, and that she betrays him. They find it a reason to demonize her as though that was not an insane thing to do. That makes
Which
sense.
is, think about it. She had integrity the whole time. She
Hmm.
never lies to him. She never says to him, "I love you too, baby." She never uh leads him on. She tells him, "Hey, tell me where you get your strength, so I can have you bound up, my boy."
Hmm.
Every time she tells him explicitly why she wants to know his secret, and he ignores it because he's infatuated with her, and he's trying to win her over.
Hmm.
So once she realized the third time that he's lying to her, because after every time he tells her, she tries it immediately
And his
after.
dumb ass keep giving. Yeah.
Right.
Waking up with dudes and shit in the place. I'm like, you thought? Try
Yep.
again.
Yeah, exactly. And then she goes, "Man, why you say you love me? You don't love me. Ain't no way in hell you love me. You keep lying to me like that, bro." And he goes, "All right, I'm gonna tell you the truth."
Yeah, that's true.
How is that
I
her
mean,
fault?
yeah, because considering her perspective, I'm just gonna put myself in her shoes real quick. If a nigga that can kill 1,000 dudes with the jaw of an ass come rolling up to me trying to get all intimate and shit, I don't know, man. I might feel pressured to not be killed by a nigga that can kill 1,000 men.
Right.
I don't know. And the fact that she played it, the way that she did, I feel like that's a smart move. Like, I don't know. I wouldn't try to fucking fight against a guy that is literally has superpowers from God. I wouldn't do it.
Well, they look at it like she was offered 1,000 shillings. I think like uh, a, I don't know how many men came to her. It was a lot of them. It was a group of them that
Mm,
came to her and offered her 1,000 shillings apiece. I would have taken the bag too. You killing
absolutely.
my
That's
people?
restitution. It's a
Right. You killing
restitution.
my people? Hell yeah. The fuck? I'm not an Israelite. I'm not of y'all. Yeah, I'm gonna do it. You got a crush on me too? Hell yeah. Like, how is she wrong?
Right. And the way Samson's character is laid out in the book, when he when he snaps, his power is amplified, and he snaps a lot. And I could not imagine Samson in a union wherein he does not snap at the woman. Like he's just a ticking time bomb. The motherfucker is unhinged, and y'all worship that shit.
Like, it's so crazy. Homie tied 300 foxtails together. What the fox do to you?
Let alone 300 of them.
And set them on fire. Like animal abuse, and y'all, he was God's man. He abused animals.
Who the fuck even thinks to do that?
A sadistic motherfucker. Somebody that was
Yep.
created from the same motherfucker that created humans for the purposes of burning them in eternal fire for eternity. That same mind.
Yeah.
But and then think about it, they say that a serial killer typically starts off doing what before they move to humans?
Fucking with
Harming
animals.
animals.
Yep. Yep. This shit is evil as fuck.
Samson the Ripper out this motherfucker.
But you better call it holy. You better call it holy. Is it uh N- Nicoya?
Nekoyaya?
Nekayaya?
Nikoya? It's just a black box for me.
Maybe they're not gonna connect. Nika Yaya. That's how you pronounce it.
Mm,
Notice the dudes in the chat that are scared to come up though. The ones that was tagging me and you notice they haven't hit request. The ones
I
that's
have
claiming that I'm lying. I think
completely
some.
out of your depth. You just
Yeah.
need to be taught.
hmm I think some of these men are like they. There is this expectation for men to be strong mentally, emotionally, and physically.
Hmm.
And I think a lot of them lack the ability to be strong mentally. When I say mentally, I mean intellectually. And they lack the ability to be strong emotionally. So where they lack there, they make up physically, and they become violent people.
Mm,
Because I think violence lives in ignorance.
mm,
Think about it. Who's typically on our stage advocating for atrocious shit? People with a very low level of intellect.
hmm.
That's why Donald Trump says he likes uh, the unintelligent people, the low IQ people, because they
Hmm.
will advocate for the dumb shit that he does. They're not they're not going to ask questions. They're not going to be smart enough to understand that he's telling them to their face that he's about to fuck their lives up and everybody around them. He likes that. It's similar to the God. When Bash talks about his theory that Yahweh says, "Hey, you can be my friend if you let me kill my son and call it good. If you let me kill my son and tell everybody that is good, we can be friends.
Hmm.
If if you let me convince Abraham to sacrifice his son and call it good, we can be friends. If you let me genocide an entire group of people so I could take their land and call it good, we can be friends."
Hmm.
That to me is Donald Trump, the MAGA thing, the MAGA people.
Yeah, you're not lying.
And in this movement that's cause I feel like this movement, the CK thing that they're doing,
Hmm.
I feel like they're trying to do it to replace MAGA so they can have something going when MAGA falls. I feel like they're running side by side, even though
Trying to get
they're
the
masquerading
yeah.
as like Donald Trump is helping them or they're helping Donald Trump. But I feel like they're side by side. I don't think they're the same. Do you?
I
Yeah, it
think
feels like a
that
backup plan.
yeah, I really do feel like they were like because I mean clearly the Republicans don't have a force behind them. I don't know if they were gonna push Charlie up or make him, I guess, like the gatekeeper of the Republican Party or whatever. But I feel like they had plans for him because he could rally the most amount of people with the same kind of rhetoric. You know what I mean? And there's a lot of theories as to why he was eliminated. But uh, I don't think that everybody that was banking on him to kind of help usher the world into possibly a post-Trump era. I don't think that they were counting on not having him be a part of that. So this
I think they
memorializing,
were. I think he was more valuable to them deceased than alive. And I think it's a part of the plan. Where Jesus says, "If I be lifted up, I draw all men unto me." I think that is instruction.
mm,
Yeah, I think he was.
mm,
Yeah, I think that he would not have been reached as many as he's reached so far if had he still been alive.
I guess.
He yeah, like a lot of people didn't even know who the fuck he was until that happened. And then when they saw that happen, their human empathy just automatically made them attach themselves to it. That was gruesome. And they attach themselves to it the same way they do Jesus. How dare you say you don't worship Jesus? He died on the cross. He suffered for you. Do you know what he went through for you? It's the same damn thing.
Hmm.
And when Jesus say, if I be lifted up, I will draw all men unto me. Jesus is saying, if I'm martyred, then I will get more followers. That will draw
Yeah.
more people. It's an instruction. It's a guidebook. Like it's a plan. If you need this, do this. They had think about it, like they had those bills that they were submitting. They already had them. The book that was written before it even happened, like the
Hmm.
request to put his face on a coin a couple of days later, like they already had a lot of these bills that they were trying to push through the Senate too fast.
Yeah, that's fair.
Like I don't know. I just feel like he was more valuable deceased.
Which is ironic because they don't have like they don't have anybody now. Like they have to work with a dead guy's image, and I don't know how long they think they've conditioned these people to have sympathy for, but it
Oh,
can't be that long.
his wife is pregnant. Now it's the holy baby.
Yeah.
They know what they doing. They know exactly what they doing.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, though, people can't see it. Yeah, they already started calling him MLK. Yeah, she's pregnant. Mm-hmm.
You know what, like 8 weeks or 9 weeks or something like
Yep. Yep.
that.
Yep.
Magically, I think she got pregnant and then said, "All right, you can do it now." I'm not convinced that they didn't take him out, but I know that there's a lot of different angles to look at, and we
Hmm.
don't necessarily know for sure until we get everything lined up. But I do think that they took him out. Just give him grace to
You
maybe
said
they
that's a
didn't.
rumor. Oh, she said it's a rumor. Oh, they said she said it's a rumor. Was it AI? The funeral was a trip. Like
I didn't even see anything from it.
I don't know. That's why I'm trying to see Stoic. No, not AI made her pregnant. There was a video of her announcing it.
Yeah, JD doesn't like women.
I thought he was married.
He likes couches.
Hey, you never know. Ain't no telling. Y'all, the guest box is open. It says she prayed that she was pregnant when he died. She said she prayed that she was pregnant with her baby with Charlie Kirk's baby when he died, but she has confirmed now that she is not pregnant.
Mm.
Yeah. What? How does that even what?
Mm.
She prayed that she was pregnant when he died? How, who?
I just want little Charlie bumping around inside me.
She said we wanted to have four, and I was praying to God that I was pregnant when he got murdered. I was like, oh goodness, that would be the ultimate blessing. What? Who's that? Who says that?
How is what she said worse than what I said? What the fuck?
What?
Ooh, what a blessing. It really completes the chapter known as his life. They really just buttoned that up for us real nice. I agree, Ruby.
That's a weird thing to say. Wow. Hmm. I was watching a meeting from the Heritage Foundation, and they were telling in the speech, they was like, all of you in here are married, and thank God for Charlie Kirk's billboard. Uh, if it were not for that, you wouldn't be like basically talking about the nuclear family. And I'm like, all these old people in here married, and you saying Charlie Kirk's billboard is what made them have successful marriages, and the billboard been up a couple of months,
Right.
but the people in there clapping and saying that the reason they have successful marriages is because of Charlie Kirk. Like, how do you allow somebody to gaslight you into that? You old as fuck. First off, you've been married for I don't know how long, and you're crediting that to Charlie Kirk.
Right. That's so wild. They worship
The
symbols. Like that's it. That's the only thing I can think of.
the
They don't
gaslighting
even
is
care.
crazy. They don't. They don't. Cause how do you let yourself be gaslight like that?
Yeah. Some lies that they tell, it's just like, okay, I can see where you could fall for that, especially, given the circumstances, blah blah blah. But for a grown man to tell a group of elderly people that their marriages lasted as long as they did because of a billboard that came out a couple months ago, like the other years have just meant jack or shit. Like, come on, dude. You lived those years and you didn't know anything about this motherfucker. What are you talking about? They just like symbology.
Yeah, but they're gonna convince. They've already done it. They're gonna convince these people's minds, and before you know it, we're gonna have a Charlie Kirk day. It's gonna be like they bitched and complained about Martin Luther King Day, but they're going to have a Charlie Kirk Day
Oh yeah,
if we
they're
don't
gonna
already
try to
have one.
dance. Yeah. I feel
Hmm.
like Trump might do it in like a 11th hour of his leadership type deal,
Yeah.
just as a fuck you to the nation. To be honest, which it's
Yeah.
funny because I feel like you get uh, similar conversations if you replace Adam for Charlie. Like, I feel like it
Oh
wouldn't
yeah.
change anything about what they're saying.
No, they would come in here. They probably would be even more angry
Yeah,
if we said what if Charlie was
yeah.
Hector.
Hello. How are you guys?
Good. How are you?
I am good. I'm Hector and I am from California.
No, so I don't need to know where you're from.
Oh,
I think you
sorry.
should keep that. Yeah,
No,
I don't
I
think you should
just
be telling
figured,
people that.
a lot of people like to
No, I
like
Have
do
to
you
just need to know
stopped
your.
talking?
No, 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 it's okay. I just need to know your name. I mean, your age, and if you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you are deconstructing or an atheist.
um, no, yeah, I'm definitely a follower of Christ.
And how
And
old are you?
I am 30, 30, about to be 31.
Okay. And which one of the topics did you want to discuss from the post?
Um, Honestly, I was curious about the what if Adam was abusive.
Yeah. Let me ask you a question. When you saw that, what was your first thought?
My first thought was why, more than anything. It's
Yeah.
like
Why?
why,
Like, why was that your first thought?
like Like, why is that question something that comes to someone's mind
Yeah, but
when you hear
why
that?
not? Why not? Like Adam was a human. Adam is responsible for the fall of man. Why not?
Mm, because I mean, if you really go through especially Genesis and that particular moment where where God essentially told Adam and Eve that they would essentially be banished from the Garden of Eden. The reason why it happened was because woman was like I don't I'm not trying
Yeah,
to say in an
let's say
offensive
she ate
way,
the
but
fruit. Hold on. Let's say she ate the fruit because Adam was abusive and she wanted to get away from Adam. The tree would kill her and she looked at the tree and she's like, "Okay, fuck it, let's die." And let's
all
say she
right,
ate the fruit to get away from Adam. Okay, why not Adam
but
being abusive? That's what I need to understand.
but where in the Bible does it say anything about
That's why it
Adam
says
being
if.
abusive?
That's why it says if that's a hypothetical.
Okay, okay, I
But the
see.
same man that you believe is responsible for the fall of man because he disobeyed your God, you're having difficulty even just entertaining the possibility of him being abusive. And I just want to understand why.
I just feel when it comes to being abusive, like there has to be a lot more involved before you can actually say that someone is being abusive.
Okay, why are you having difficulty with entertaining the thought that Adam could be abusive? This is the same man that you believe is responsible for the fall of men. The same man you believe
Because
disobeyed your God.
like I said beforehand, I don't believe that Adam was the one that was
I
the
understand.
fall of
I
man.
listen.
But
Hold on. Did Adam disobey your God?
he did.
Okay,
But
hold on. Adam disobeyed your God. Adam got the command. He disobeyed your God. Did Adam participate in the fall of man? Yes or no?
participated, yes.
Okay. So the same man that participated in the fall of man that now makes you a wretched human born in sin, why is it difficult for you to entertain the thought of him being abusive? Is he still holy to you?
No, but understand this is you can't uh, uh assume that someone was abusive
That's why it says
because of
if. That's
certain.
why it says
I know, and
if. No, no,
I
no, no,
know,
no, no,
but
no, no, no. I don't
that's
want you
why I
to.
can.
Hey, I don't want you to go. I don't want you to talk about that because I'm not saying Adam was abusive. There's no point in
No,
you
I know,
going
no,
there.
no,
Hold on.
I
Hey,
know
hey,
that.
hey,
No,
hey, 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 hey. Hold on.
I understand
Listen.
that,
Hold
but
on. Listen. There's no point in you going there because I did not make a definitive statement about it. Okay. What I want to understand is how this affects the mind of religious men, and why it seems that you all still see Adam as this divine figure, even though the story says that Adam was a human who disobeyed your God.
all right.
It's almost like y'all
Well,
see Adam as a god.
all right, hold on. I guess let me point on that topic right there real quick because um no person that is a follower of Jesus sees Adam as a saint or as even, the person that really grew Christianity to where it is.
Didn't say anything about him growing Christianity to where it is. Why are you adding that?
Because I feel that that's an important thing to add
It's
too.
not because I didn't say that.
I know you didn't
What
say
I
that, but
asked you
that's
was, do you
something that
still
what I'm
see
saying.
that? No. What I
No,
asked you, no, no.
I don't see
Stop. Can you stop talking while I'm talking? Dang, why do y'all all do that? I did not say that he grew Christianity to where it is. What I asked was if you still see Adam, or if you see Adam as this divine figure, although he is responsible for the fall of man. That's what I asked. No, nobody wants to hear a bunch of bullshit that we're not talking about. Y'all can do that in your own circles. That's why y'all don't get anything done. You're on mute, Hector. Can you answer? Do you see Adam as this divine figure? Like this holy figure? Like talking against him is blasphemous?
Hector, I sent you an invitation about 45 seconds ago to unmute.
Oh, I'm sorry. I
Did you hear
I
the question?
really apologize, but no. Um,
You didn't hear the
I
question?
no, I did hear the question. I don't see Adam as a divine figure. I don't see him as someone to look up to. But if I can interject with my own opinion for a second.
As long as it's on the topic. Like I don't
Yeah,
if you
no,
bring
no,
in things that we're not
no,
talking
okay,
about, you
okay,
can't
no,
talk at the
no.
same time I
This
do,
is this.
okay? You cannot talk at the same time I do. You asked if you can interject. I'm giving you permission to, but within parameters. Stick to the topic. Don't bring in something that we're not talking about. Okay? Just make sure it has to do with what we're talking about. Go ahead.
I understand that. All right. So yeah, no, I don't feel Adam is any kind of saint. Like honestly, Adam is more a message as what not to do more than anything.
So if that's the case, then why does it seem like there is this impossible um it seems like you're saying it's impossible that he could have been abusive in the garden prior to eating from the tree.
I wouldn't say it's impossible, but what I will say is that there is no actual evidence, no actual proof. Like there's no way to actually show or any reason to believe that he was abusive when he was in the Garden of Eden.
There actually is extra biblical resources in Jewish tradition in the Talmud that does give a lot of reasons as to why Adam would have been abusive in that garden.
But how much is
But
that
I'm sorry,
reason?
you hold on.
Sorry,
You and I
sorry, sorry.
cannot talk at the same
I
time.
apologize. Yeah.
Thank you. But aside from that, it doesn't give a lot of information into their day to day life in the garden or their personalities in the garden. What we do know, and this is why the phrasing says if, and why I put if in capital letters, so that you all wouldn't do what you're doing now and take that as a definitive statement, and you would understand that it's a hypothetical, right? What we do know about the characters in the story is that they were humans, they were mortals, and mortals have the ability to talk, they have the ability to feel, to have emotions, to get angry, sad, happy, frustrated. They have the ability to hit because they have arms and legs and feet, right? And so we know that they are, like, if they're mortals and they could do these things, uh, that there is a possibility that Adam could have been abusive to Eve, Eve could have been abusive to Adam, right? Their bodies did things.
Mm-hmm. I'm listening.
That's just using logic. right?
Hmm. But you also know that.
Are you eating?
Sorry, yeah, I am snacking a little bit. I apologize for that. I didn't think it was that long. But
Yeah, some of us
you
have a
also,
thing and we can hear it clearly.
I apologize. But you also know that there is that thing in us humans that we have to have some sort of other sources to actually be able to back that up.
What?
And
What are you talking about? Things in humans to have other sources to back what up? What are you talking about? You're still trying to say there's no evidence in a hypothetical. There are no evidence that these characters existed. Like that focused on evidence for mythological characters is wild to me.
well, that's the thing though. To you, they might be mythological.
Where's the evidence for them?
Well, if you read through the Bible, if you read through the
What's the
Torah, if
claim?
you read through actual historical
Yeah, where what historical
evidence,
evidence? Yeah, give me the resources for them then. If you want to focus on evidence, give me the historical evidence for Adam and Eve.
all right. Well, the historical evidence. Let's see. I guess you're right on that one. There is no actual like pinpoint. Oh, these people existed moments in history, but if you look through the actual evidence of the Bible that shows where these places existed, where
We're not
these
talking
places
about
might have
places. We're
been.
talking about the characters. We're not talking about places. We're talking about the
Well,
characters in the
like I
story.
said, like I said to you they might be characters, but to others they are actual people that lived.
Okay, cool.
And
But you keep talking about evidence. There's no evidence of this and no evidence of that. And you're saying in every human, there is a source of to back something up. You
all
want
right,
to point to
all
there's
right,
no evidence that Adam was abusive. There, like you don't have a lot of information about Adam in the story. You don't, and that's why it's a hypothetical. And which is why I pointed out that the story says that they were humans. They're mortals with bodies. Mortals have emotions. They have arms and legs and feet that they use as weapons. They have a tongue and a voice box and lips that they use as weapons.
all right. So then, can I can I rebuttal your question and actually throw it towards yourself? What
Rebuttal.
evidence?
What question?
What evidence or what makes you think that
I just told
Adam?
you.
No,
I
okay,
just
but
told
no.
you why.
But in your mind, okay, you said that there's a possibility that Adam could have been abusive, but what
I
actually
said
makes you
Adam or Eve. They were humans. They could have been abusive to each other. But the
so
question is, what if Adam
you
was
think that
abusive?
just being human would have just automatically made
No,
you
it
an
gives you the
abusive person?
capability. No, you have the capability.
All right, but have you read the Bible though?
Yeah, what does that have to do with
Because
anything?
Bro, you have no idea
in
what
the
you're talking
beginning
about.
there was no actual hate, like no, there was no aggression or anything
Where
until
does it say that?
read the beginning.
Yes, take me to it. Take me to the beginning where it says there was no hate or no aggression.
Sorry, are you still here? I might have cut off a little
Am
bit.
I still here?
No, I cut off. That's why.
Take me to the scripture that says in the beginning there was no hate, no aggression.
All right. Well, I can't go off of the app, or else it'll
I
disconnect
mean,
me.
it's which verse, which chapter? I mean, Adam and Eve are in 3 chapters. Well, 4. Is it in chapter 1, chapter 2, chapter 3, chapter 4? Which chapter is it in?
I can't tell you exactly the chapter,
It's not in
unfortunately.
either. I do read this. I read it in English and I read it in Hebrew. It's not in either.
But where does it say anything about anger or hatred?
Are you okay? Are you okay?
I don't know if his brain doesn't work or if he's intentionally not using it. Like that's the only thing I can't figure out at this point. I know he's like not grasping anything about this conversation, but I don't know if it's on purpose or not.
Honestly, I don't think that he realizes that the reason he can't grasp it is because he does see Adam as some divine figure. He just won't
Mm,
admit it.
yeah.
That's the dissonance that I'm noticing. They don't realize that they still see Adam as this pure holy figure.
All right. I'm gonna have to stop you there because right there you're literally spreading misinformation. So,
Wait, what misinformation did
Nigga,
I
go take a
spread?
nap.
all right, my boy, you don't gotta go and use fucking vulgar language. I'm sorry, excuse my
No
language,
problem.
but
No problem, bitch.
all right, yeah. See, that's what I can't deal with. But I'll stay
Oh,
on
excuse
here.
my vulgar language, bitch.
Well, I'm excusing it because it's sorry.
Yeah, I saw.
But do
Again, I
you
apologize,
realize
bitch.
you cursed first, Hector?
No, I did not. I mean,
You did.
Wow.
I cursed when I first said that, and I apologize for it
Yeah, but do you
right
realize
after.
you cursed first, and then now it's, oh, I can't do this? Like, is he? Are like
No,
you curse and then he's
all
not
right.
supposed to
No,
respond to
no, no,
that?
no, 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 no. You can go back and clip all this shit.
You just cursed again. He said nigga. You said fucking.
What
He
the
didn't
fuck?
curse. You did.
All right,
You
no,
cursed
Damn.
no,
first.
Damn.
no. All right, I'm done with this bullshit.
Yeah, I bet you are,
Stop
dumbass.
tripping.
Bye, whore.
He said, I cannot. He cursed first. And all of a sudden it's no, I didn't?
I'm not gonna stand for this. I'm three tired.
That is crazy. That's what I mean when I say they don't realize that they do see Adam in that way.
Yeah,
They will deny it. They'll deny it, but they cannot and will not entertain or grasp the idea that because Adam was human, it is possible that he could have been abusive in that garden. It's possible that Eve could have been abusive because they're
yeah,
humans. But they won't let themselves say that about Adam. The same
yeah,
way they won't say anything bad about God. They don't see it. Adam is their God to them.
yeah,
Adam is like their God. Or like their mama. Because they believe that Adam is their beginning. You know how some men are protective about their moms?
wow,
Yeah.
wow. The best mom in the world because she's a dude.
Yeah. Yeah. Hector, I don't know why you back in the box. You dropped down. We don't do that. You dropped down. The way you left was very immature. So there's no point in you coming back.
Yeah, we don't do that person shit.
Yeah. Uh, you just say shit, don't you?
You talking to me?
Yeah, I'm talking to you. Like you put in the comments, I'm projecting. How the fuck I'm gonna project male emotions? I'm not a fucking male. If I'm talking about men, who can accept or entertain the idea that Adam may have been abusive or that Eve may have been abusive. How the fuck is that a projection? Y'all just say shit.
Okay,
And that's the shit that irritates me the most because y'all cannot engage in an authentic way. Y'all are disingenuous as fuck. And if anything, you are the one projecting because you don't like what's coming out of my mouth.
No.
And you've been in here enough. You've been in here enough that you know I don't candy coat shit. And
that's
if I say something, I'm gonna back up what the fuck I say. You know that.
that's why I love it here. I love it here.
Yeah,
I
but you
love it
talking
here.
shit. You talking shit in the comments set the tone for the conversation that you and I are going to have. And you know that.
I like it. I love it.
Also, I'm just gonna let Oso
Mm.
fucking have your ass.
Nah,
Cause
come
you ain't finna
on,
get a nut
man.
off me.
Don't do
Nope.
me.
Yeah,
No,
come on over here to daddy.
no. Honestly,
You talking to daddy. Pick one.
I've been on your page.
That's
I
cool. You
kind
talking to
of
daddy. Pick one.
I've been on Thinker's page,
Pick
and
one.
that could have been
Daddy say pick
some.
one.
I don't rock with you like that, bro. If it's not
And yeah,
Z
okay,
or
well, if you're
Ink,
not here to talk to daddy, then you can leave. You're not talking to Thinker.
I'm not that desperate. Bye, Thinker.
Okay. Daddy says bye, bitch.
I swear I think some men come in here because they want me to cuss them out.
Yeah.
And he said he'll say this.
He absolutely wanted that. The mere fact that you can't have a conversation about something that you allegedly feel so much passion for, you can't have it unless it's with Thinker. Come on now. You just want to be ignorant as fuck so she yells at you because that makes you happy. It makes you feel seen. Well, guess what? When the life is over with, you still stuck with your lonely ass existence. No one gives a fuck about you.
Shit is crazy. Hey Drift, what's up?
Hey, what's up, Thinker? Um, I'm atheist. I was actually just trying to have the conversation about what if Adam was abusive because I wanted to explore it a little bit more, like
Okay.
genuinely. Before when I came up, I was talking about it, and I was saying how if it was before the apple, he would know it was wrong or whatever. But now I'm thinking, well, would the story of the Bible had been the same or changed at all? If Adam was abusive, and I'm thinking it would have stayed the same because it seems like that will be the case in setting the tone for the rampant misogyny in the Bible and how his children or one of his kids was behaving. So
Absolutely.
um, if Adam was abusive, we would see a lot of the same shit we see in the Bible today.
Mm-hmm. And then
Uh,
if
yeah,
if Adam is made in the image of this God, we see the God has wrathful tendencies. The God is very abusive. He tells the Israelites that he's going to rub their face in shit. That's abusive as fuck. When he's talking to them and he's mad at them and he compares them to whorish women and he says, "I'm going to let the nations around you gang rape you and pull your skirt above your head, and they're going to see your nakedness and they're going to all take turns with you." That language is very abusive. And so if the God has an abusive personality, why wouldn't the male that he forms from the dust in his image mimic that? Why would
right,
he be better than the God?
right. And then anybody beneath Adam that came from Adam. We got Cain, and then we got the horrific stories after about the things and the way that men have treated women, or even if Eve was abusive, like just humans to each other, period. So it seems like it will be the same way it is now. if this was the case. And I say if because that's how you got it there. But it seems like there's more evidence for it than against it.
I agree. Um, are you noticing as I have these conversations with religious men that come up, the dissonance in being able to even entertain that just the hypothetical?
Yeah, it's like they
What?
they they run for it. Like where's the evidence that he was? That's not the question. And it seems like people don't understand what a hypothetical is. It's like the brains can't be exercised in that way.
Yeah. And we typically see that type of dissonance when discussing the things that the God does. When we talk about the God condoning slavery, or the God allowing David to not be stoned for committing adultery and premeditated murder, but causing David's son to pay for David's sin um, with his life, and the dissonance they have in that. I'm seeing that same dissonance when discussing just the hypothetical of Adam being abusive in the garden. And that's what's making me think that they still see Adam as this divine figure even after holding the belief that Adam sinned and disobeyed their God in the garden and is responsible for the fall of man. And it's like, is Adam the God to them, or does Adam represent them? Like, I'm trying to figure out what Adam is to them, that it carries the same weight almost as the God in these
Yeah, I never
discussions.
understood that. I never understood that either. Even when I was a believer, I didn't see Adam as this divine thing. I saw him as imperfect. Matter of fact, the reason that I'm born into sin is because of Adam. So why would I see him as anything more than just a sinner? And um, it's crazy because people hold that belief, and it just never made sense to me. There's other characters in the Bible that I would rather be like, I guess, kind of, but Adam wouldn't be my number one choice anyway. Like I wouldn't want to model, myself after somebody, who didn't know right from wrong, or and I'm shocked that like if Adam was abusive, I think they would have ate from the tree of life too,
Hmm. Yeah.
straight up, because that's like a power trip that you can't beat, like immortality.
Hmm.
So like I think this, well, maybe the story would have been a little bit different if he was like this abusive tyrant. Maybe he would have just said whatever. I'm not going to even follow the rules of God. Like after learning good and evil, he just straight up went rogue, maybe, and
But
just
think about,
yeah,
that's why the God runs them out of the garden. He chases them out of the garden violently. Like the Hebrew context gives that he's violently chasing them out of the garden. And what if it's because the God knew that the next thing that Adam would have done is rush towards that tree of life and became immortal and been this, violent, immortal being.
yeah. That would have changed the story, right?
Yeah.
100%. I
Yeah.
wonder if that like would have been passed down through his children, or even if God wouldn't just destroy the earth right in and there. But
Interesting, interesting.
yeah, that's why I think this question it's a good brain exercise. There, it's a way to get you thinking, thinker.
I'm glad you enjoyed the thought exercise.
Yep, yep.
And you didn't lose your shit. It's funny how atheistic men can have this conversation and not fall apart, but those that have the rock crumble just at the thought. It's interesting.
Yeah, because when you play with their worldview and they have nothing else but that, it's just they don't know what to do or how to deal.
Yeah, you would think that if you were in a battle with someone and they knew you worshipped a god, that could be used as a weapon against you, don't you think? Like to either make you weak
And it's funny,
The
one of their best verses, no weapon formed against me shall prosper, unless it's talking about my God.
yep,
Blasphemy is something they can't handle. So
yep.
they need to figure that out.
Somebody said something about the Holy Ghost. Like there was a guy on my stage one time. He said that I was blaspheming against the Holy Ghost, and I was speaking in tongues. I was playing like I was speaking in tongue, and he couldn't take it, and he got scared and ran. Like he literally he was coming off mute, and he was scared as hell, and he said, "Oh, I gotta go." He said, "I can't do this. I gotta go," and he left. And somebody can just do something like that, and it's gonna bring you to your knees. It's gonna,
Your lightning strike gonna hit him through the phone.
yeah.
Right. It's, I'm so glad I figured out a way to get away from that, because it's like having your whole life be controlled by a Bronze Age sex manual by a bunch of
Hmm.
illiterate shepherds. It's so stupid to me. I just couldn't. I couldn't. And then when I debate Christians and stuff on the Bible, that's you don't believe in God anyway. Well, I'm just granting you this so I can just show you how ridiculous it is. Uh, it's, it's a bad deal all the way around. It's an abusive relationship to willingly hold yourself in. Period. And more people need to realize that. I think like explaining that to people that the entire relationship with this God is abusive. Period. Love me or I punish you forever.
Do what I say, or I punish you forever. If I tell you to kill, kill. If I tell you to steal, steal, or I'm gonna fuck you up. That is abusive as fuck. Put yourself last. Don't
You're
come
not
like
worthy.
literally, yeah. Like in the wilderness after he, when he got him out of Egypt, they're in the wilderness about to die of thirst, and they go to Moses and they ask Moses for water, and he's like, "Dude, why do you question Yahweh?" And they're
Hmm.
like, "We question Yahweh. We just asked for some water."
Right.
And they get in trouble for asking for water, or they're hungry, and he doesn't want to hear them complain about food, so he sends them a bunch of quail and overfeeds them and kills them. That's abusive as fuck. That's like an abusive parent getting mad because the kid is like, I'm hungry, and then the parent goes and stuffs the child with food to the point of them getting sick just because the child was hungry. That's
Yeah.
literally what he did. That's abusive.
I think the question should be changed. Straight up hit him with it. Adam was abusive. Prove me wrong. But then you will really piss some people off.
Yeah.
All right. I was just coming in to run that thought experiment because it seems like nobody on the Christian side is able to do it. And I really wanted to see like what you guys think.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. That was such a palate cleanser. I appreciate you, Drift.
Yeah, you got it.
All right. Have a good one.
You too.
Absolutely, Mariah. I agree. Big Blue, are you in the box on purpose or on accident? Hey, Stoic.
Back to back Jason. Oh shit.
Yeah, I know. I know. So no insults today, man. You had a rough afternoon. You had a long afternoon. Um, as to the topic, like when you really think about what if Adam was abusive, the only way I can see it, I don't know that Adam or Eve would have been able to know any other way with what they were dealing with. I think that when abusive, I don't know how to look at it through any other lens than my own. We define that through our modern lens. And certainly when we look at Yahweh, there's nothing that he was doing that was supportive or loving. It was, for me, it was always to gaslight. It was always to set up, and it was not to give any clear direction, which I think is just indicative of abuse.
Yeah, I agree. I don't see how the human, if he's created in the image and his spirit, they believe his spirit, his ruach, although it doesn't say that, was breathed into the man. I don't see how he could be anything but what the God is.
Yeah, and to that point, like even if there are moments of love, aren't they just perceptions or illusions of love? If again, like I feel like maybe I'm getting my own thoughts jumbled up, but at the end of it, like there can be moments of what we view as love, but for me, love is very much a verb, and this God only serves to obfuscate. So
It's
yeah.
interesting what believers see as love, though, because the moments of love in the text would be him going to getting them out of Egypt so that they could be his slaves and become his mercenaries. And then he punishes them or curses them to the wilderness for 40 years for being scared uh, and questioning, whether they can win a war after being enslaved for so long, go into Canaan, where Egypt occupies at the moment, and fight the people there. And he's like, fuck y'all scary asses. And he curses them to the wilderness for 40 years and damn near starves them. But it's love because he rescued them from slavery. It's interesting what they see as love here. I don't know.
Yeah, I think that again, if you want to look at it, you can call it whatever you want, and I don't mean you thinker. Obviously, I mean that the people that embrace this as their belief system, belief structure, they're constantly centering themselves within this the focus of this book, and 90% of the time not even reading the book, 95% of the time not even knowing what it says, and again, I think it really just speaks to the state that we find ourselves in with dealing with abuse on a day-to-day basis, and not being so gaslit that you don't know how to call abuse what it is.
Yeah. Or they do know it's abusive because some of them have abusive tendencies and they just don't want to acknowledge it. But I agree.
Yeah, almost certainly. Again, it's a lot of times with men specifically, as you said, and the comment earlier with white people that deconstruct from this and still, or maybe lean into their racism, or are just they deconstruct with it because, as you said, they realize that they don't need it to maintain their position of quote unquote power or quote unquote authority. And that's definitely something I'm interested in continuing to further deconstruct on my end. But it's yeah, it's many other people are left in this abusive relationship, and again, I'll stop rambling, but I greatly appreciate you providing the space and continuously showing up and basically asking people to open their minds and critically think.
Well, thank you so much for coming up, Stoic. I appreciate you.
Okay, thank you all. See you later.
All right, have a good one.
Bye, Stoic.
Hey,
Regal, are you going to come up and explain how cursing them to the wilderness for 40 years and starving them is love? That was weird. You see where they comment and said it is?
Mhm.
Yeah, that's weird. How is that love? You're a logical. Oh, you're a brain ninja. Well, why don't you come up? Well, when I asked how is that love, you said it is. Where were you referring to? Noe, what makes you think that I'm gonna bring your crash out ass on stage? You never say anything when you come up here except for crash outs. Oh, you was agreeing with something else that was said. Okay. Noe, why would I bring you on stage? Like every time you come up here, you just start shouting slurs and shit. No one feels like babysitting a racist. Fuck you, Noe. The answer is Noe. Nope, not bringing you up. It's a waste of time. Also, have you heard Delilah's song yet?
No.
I don't look. I posted it yesterday, and then I was okay. So look, I posted three of them in the chat, and I asked the people to choose, and they chose the one that I'm gonna play right quick. But I also there is a remix that I think I'm gonna release also. But this is the one that they chose. I was gonna play it yesterday, but y'all had a very interesting conversation, so I said this might not be the right time to play this. I'm like, I'll wait.
Now I'm his justification. I didn't know that man a damn thing. When a woman says no, that's exactly what I mean. Pursuit got caught up, but you vilify me. Girl, please, girl, please. Just because a man thinks you're cute doesn't mean he has a right to you. Let me tell you what happened. I never lied. I told him what I wanted to know, and every lie he fed me. I tried, I didn't hide it. He thought with his little head kept giving me grace. Had a whole wife at home, but crave another woman's space. I didn't like him, a womanizer, a wolf, a natural heartbreaker. So when they offered me a bag, he became my money maker. And his wife was a bonus, 'cause she benefited too. He left her alone so long, she went and got herself a new boo. He was a victim of himself, his own infatuation, overconfident as hell. And now I'm his justification. I didn't know that man a damn thing. When a woman says no, that's exactly what it means. See, pursuit got caught up, but you vilify me. Girl, please, girl, please. Just because a man thinks you're cute doesn't mean he has a right to you. Listen, you say Delilah betrayed him, but forget I came from a different nation. I wasn't his emotional support system, my people were my obligation. You say, well, she was wrong, 'cause she knew he loved her. His love was lust, and none of it included my trust. He escaped my attempts, not once, not twice, but 3 times. Yet he kept coming back, I guess that's why they say love is blind. 'Cause in his mind I was willing to be a traitor, even though I never touched him to betray him. But you'll hear about Jael later. Yeah, you praise her. Let me make this real clear. I never say yes, he just never listened. A boundary isn't broken, 'cause a man refused to pay attention. He heard what he wanted, believe what he imagined. Turn my silence into promises that never happened. You call me the downfall, the setup, the betrayer in the story. But my loyalty stayed true to me. That's the real poetry. Samson didn't fall to Delilah. Samson fell to Samson's ego, and somehow that's my fault. Girl, please. He was a victim of himself, his own infatuation, overconfident as hell. And now I'm his justification. I didn't know that man a damn thing. When a woman says no, that's exactly what it means. If you got caught up, but somehow you vilify me. Girl, please. Just because a man thinks you're cute doesn't mean he has a right to you. I didn't ruin him, he handled that himself. But you needed a villain, so you pick on the woman who just agreed to help. They call me the danger, but forget he chased me first. Ignore his choices, inflate his virtues, and paint me as the worst. Funny thing is, I never claimed him, never promised, never vowed. He stepped into my life wide open and walked out, cut down. So write your story, spin your legend, sing about his fall. Just make sure you tell the truth. I didn't take his strength, he handed it over all on his own. And if that makes me the villain, girl, this is more about him than me. Yeah, that's my real story. Girl, please.
Wow.
You want to hear the remix?
Hmm.
Okay, this is the remix one. Uh, yeah, this is the remix one.
Shout out Gene for becoming a super fan.
Thank you, Gene. Okay, so this one I'm thinking about uh putting out only on the album, like when we do
Hmm.
the album.
He was a victim of himself, his own infatuation, overconfident as hell. And now I'm his justification. I didn't know that meant a damn thing. When a woman says no, that's exactly what it means. He pursued, got caught up, but you vilify me. Girl, please. Just because a man thinks you're cute doesn't mean he has a right to you. Let me tell you what happened, I never lied. I told him what I wanted to know, and every lie he fed me. I tried, I didn't hide. He thought with his little head, kept giving me grace. Had a whole life at home, but craved another woman's space. I didn't like him, a womanizer, a wolf, a natural heartbreaker. So when they offered me a bag, he became a money maker. And his wife was a bonus. Cause she benefited too. He left her alone so long. She went and got herself a new boo. He was a victim of himself. His own infatuation. Overconfident as hell. And now I'm his justification. I didn't know that meant a damn thing. When a woman says no, that's exactly what it means. He pursued, got caught up, but you vilify me. Girl, please, listen. You say the lie like betrayed him, but forget, I came from a different nation. I wasn't his emotional support system. My people were my obligation. You say, well, she was wrong cause she knew he loved her. His love was lust, and none of it included my trust. He escaped my attempts, not once, not twice, but 3 times, yet he kept coming back. I guess that's why they say, love is blind. Cause in his mind, I was willing to be a traitor, even though I never touched him to betray him. But you'll hear about Jael later, yeah, you praise her. Yeah, you praise her. Yeah, you praise her. Yeah, you praise her. Let me make this real clear. I never say yes, he just never listen. A boundary isn't broken. Cause a man refused to pay attention. He heard what he wanted, believed what he imagined. Turned my silence into promises that never happened. You call me the downfall, the setup, the betrayer in the story, but my loyalty stay true to me. That's the real poetry. Samson didn't fall to Delilah. Samson fell to Samson's ego, and somehow that's my fault. Girl, please, hell no. Was a victim of himself. Overconfident as hell. Overconfident as hell. Justification. Only you didn't know that meant a damn. When a woman says no, that's exactly what it means. He pursued, got caught up, but somehow you vilify me. Girl, please. Just because a man thinks you're cute doesn't mean he has a right to you. I didn't ruin him. He handled that himself. But you needed a villain, so you pick on the woman who just agreed to help. They call me the danger, but forget he chased me first. Ignore his choices, inflate his virtues, and paint me as the worst. Funny thing is, I never claimed him, never promised, never vowed. He stepped into my life wide open and walked out, cut down, beat rocked out. So write your story, spin your legend, sing about his fall. Just make sure you tell the truth. I didn't take his strength, he handed it over all on his own. And if that makes me the villain, girl, that says more about him than me. Yeah, that's my real story. Yeah.
Wow. Thank you, Looker.
That shit was fire.
Thank you, AG.
That markedly better. So much better. Like the other one was good, but that one was just like the music accentuates the words in the second one. Like it really.
You like the second one better?
Mhm.
You're the first person that said that. Everybody in the Discord said the first one they liked better.
Well, they're not music producers. and neither am I. But um, no, I like the second one better.
Hmm.
It's got more
Interesting.
funk, and the music accentuates the words. Like it drops out when you need to hear what it needs, but it doesn't like completely drop out. You know what I mean? Like it reduces itself so that you can more clearly follow the story, but in a way that accents it and not necessarily just kind of becomes non-existent. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Plus, it's kind of got a little nostalgia feel to it. Kind of feels like a reminiscent of the early aughts type shit,
Yeah.
that funky pop.
It definitely takes you back in time. I
Hmm.
think I think yeah, I'm just gonna let it be like a special, like a surprise on the album.
I can dig that.
Yeah, because I did the voting yesterday, and I put the video out yesterday of the first one.
So y'all hear the lyrics better in the second one too. Okay, cool.
That's interesting. That is interesting because yesterday everybody was saying the first one.
The first one is my favorite. I like the second one to twerk to is crazy.
What was they say?
The first one was their favorite, but the second one is their favorite one to twerk to.
Yeah. Yeah, if you are a believer in the God of the Bible, y'all be deconstructing, or an atheist, the guest box is open. Chatty, you said it was an accident. The first one is your favorite. Yeah, I'm gonna do both, but I'm gonna do the second one since it lost yesterday, and I'll just make it
Mhm.
a remix. But I was saying that they asked me to do Ruth's song, and I was like, I don't know that if they're ready for Ruth.
Mm, mm, mm. Mm. I mean,
Yeah,
on the one hand, it's like so much engagement, but on the other hand, it's just like, it's not the engagement you want.
right. Because I think I don't know what they think I'm with. Right, other than the truth.
Right.
Like, the Ruth ain't what y'all think.
Yeah, they definitely not ready for that one. So,
Yeah, I don't think they ready
yeah,
for
I don't
Ruth.
know.
Yeah, that would be controversial like a motherfucker. Like they just released a movie with Claire Huxtable in it called Boaz or something. Did you see that?
Uh-uh.
Yeah, it's a new movie. What is Claire Huxtable's name? What's her real name?
Felicia Rashad.
Yeah.
Felicia Rashad. Yeah. Hold on. The movie is called it's called Ruth. Oh, it's just called Ruth and Boaz, and it's on Netflix. Of course, it's the target audience is black women, and
Hmm.
it's I wonder if Tyler Perry is the producer of it. I don't know. Is Tyler Perry making? Somebody already asked this question. Yep, it's Tyler Perry. Fucking course. Oh, I'll do it
That's
just because it's Tyler
crazy.
Perry.
Boaz is named Boaz is played by a guy named Tyler Lepley. There's a whole lot of Tyler in this shit.
It's
I
just
know
further
Tyler Lepley.
indoctrinating women and black women into waiting on their Boaz. Like it's pissing me off. It's pissing me off.
A talented singer leaves the Atlanta music scene and starts over in a small town, Tennessee, where she finds love and a new purpose but can't escape the past.
I don't watch anything Tyler Perry.
Yeah, I'm glad he didn't write it. It's probably better than what it normally is. He
Oh,
just
he
gave
didn't
them
write
his
it.
money. No, he just gave them his money. Him and Devon Franklin. What's the girl? Oh my gosh, she's married to Kang right now. Everybody's name is escaping me. But yeah, he just gave the money. Apparently, I hope, because normally when it's him, his name is everywhere, and he don't have nobody else connected to it.
Jesse Smollett is in it.
Jesse
Apparently.
Smollett is in this movie.
Yeah, apparently all that shit that happened was actually like he wasn't lying or something.
No,
Yeah.
yeah, I
Did
know
you watch
that.
the
Yeah.
documentary?
I did not.
It was so good. Yeah, Megan Good is her name, but the documentary was so good.
Wait, Joyful said Jesse Smollett isn't in the movie.
No, that's Tyler
I mean, he's
Lepley.
listed in the fucking. You got to take that over
Is
Google.
he?
Google said he in that motherfucker.
Well,
Uh,
they lie to you. Nah, he not in this.
Maybe Google thinks Tyler is Jesse Smollett.
Yeah, they might think Tyler Lepley is Jesse because they have
No,
similar.
it's Tyler and Jesse listed separately.
What in the
Oh,
world?
that's
Unless he makes an
interesting.
appearance and he's uncredited
Let me
on.
see who all in it.
I'm
But
not saying y'all wrong being the ones that have actually watched it. I'm just saying Google has him listed in the fucking people.
let's
Babyface
see,
is in it.
Nigel, Brene, Jermaine Dupri, Greg Allen Williams, Christopher Broughton, Tyler Lepley, James Lee, Kenneth Lecrae, Soraya. I don't see Jesse Smollett in the cast.
Antoine Mills.
Uh,
Yo, Antoine.
Oh, you
who?
know what? You know what? Never mind. Don't even. I was bullshitting. This is in the people also search for.
Okay.
That's on me. That's on me. That's on me.
Walnut is in it. I don't know Walnut. What am I talking about?
I don't
I'm
know.
sitting here
Cece?
looking at people reviewing the movie, and I can tell these are believers because they love to say that they love the movie, but they can't really tell you why.
Because a lot of them are waiting on their Boaz. Like all this did was just indoctrinate them into the story. And the crazy thing is Boaz was a beard. They're waiting on a beard.
Mm.
And like, Naomi was in love. Ruth and Naomi was in love with each other in that story. Um, and yeah, it was a lavender marriage, and it's this movie just further, and the fact that it's geared towards black women, it just further indoctrinates black women into this whole I'm waiting on my Boaz uh belief and hope. And it just, when I saw it, I was like, ew. I can't tell you how many women I know that have been single for 11, 12, 13, 14 years waiting on Jesus to send them their Boaz.
Oh, I see why they like the movie. This nigga shirtless on the roof fixing this.
That's
I see why they like it.
the trailer. That's the trailer part they
Yeah.
show. Yeah. But then like too, this is a hope that some women have, and I don't know that I want to fuck with that right now with a Ruth
Mm,
song. You know what I'm
yeah.
saying?
Yeah.
I don't. Yeah, I don't know that that's worth it. But they keep asking me to write Ruth, and I'm not gonna write a lie. I'm not gonna. I'm just not. So I think Ruth is one that I might have to leave alone because like the only thing Ruth is actually her story is actually doing is this, right? That I can see. I don't see that it's causing harm, so I don't see a reason to fuck with that. I don't know. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Yeah. It's a catch 22.
It is a catch
Mm-hmm.
22. It's a
Damn if
catch
you do,
22
damn if
like
you
all.
don't.
Yeah.
Mm.
I
Because
did
I also
hear.
do see it as a way to, I think it would give lesbian women a voice to let them know that they were represented in this story and written out. Like there, it is a fucking catch 22, like a motherfucker. I don't know.
Hmm.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Well, it's voices of women in the Bible, so
I got a question. In the movie, do they talk about the fact that Ruth has to marry the next of kin and not Boaz? But if nobody picks her up, then he can get her off the waiver wire. Do they talk about that part in the
I
movie?
haven't seen the movie.
I know I'm talking to the people who
No.
Oh,
But did
did
they
they mention that?
address? Okay. Yeah. Did they address the fact that I know this isn't in the Bible. I think it's in some other text. Probably it's extra biblical. That Boaz died shortly after they got married.
or that Naomi adopted the child that Ruth had, and they raised the child together. I don't know.
Yeah.
I guarantee you they left all that out.
Yeah.
I
Every time
guarantee
somebody
you.
said they're waiting on their Boaz, I say, I hope you get a life insurance right away, a life insurance policy right away, because he ain't gonna be that long. That's your Boaz, bro. But you
Oh no.
Bro, ass ain't no Boaz.
shut up.
He was a Boaz. Mary Magazine.
That's
Yeah.
good.
Yeah. That's hilarious. Um. Yeah. I don't know. Mm. Oh, that's what it's about. She's running from her past, and she meets him. What does that have to do with Ruth?
Nothing. They just stealing the name.
To indoctrinate black women further into this idea that they need to wait on their God to send them a man that looks like that can put a roof together, and glisten. Like all it's doing is further indoctrinating them into that. Tyler Perry gets on my fucking nerves with that shit.
Yeah. Yeah, from what I can gather, it's definitely nothing biblical going on other than the names. And I guess the fact that like Felicia Rashad is playing the Naomi role, but not necessarily to the book. Which honestly, you know how when movies come out that are based on books, and the
Yeah,
people that read the books are just like, it's not like in the books. Like they changed this, this, and this.
Hmm.
yeah.
I don't even
It's
think they
made on
notice that.
people. On people.
Yeah, I just think that would be a hell of a shock right there, especially to women who are already dealing with loneliness and shit. I don't know.
Mhm. I wonder if it would be more beneficial or more harmful for them to reconcile with the fact that maybe that's not the best way to have your hopes and dreams.
Learn that through a song on TikTok.
I mean, it might open them to the idea of wrestling with that.
I mean, it might yank them up out of it because it is a album for women. You know, women
Right.
voices. It might yank them up out of that though. And then they might be open to, because I think when women are indoctrinated into the waiting on my Boaz thing, it's it's saying you can't trust yourself to choose the right man, so you got to wait on Jesus to send him
Mhm.
to you in some
Hush.
miraculous way, huh?
We were both saying, mm-hmm.
Yeah, and it stops them from trying, or you know, even failing, because relationships, you don't know until you date.
Yeah.
um but also, like, a lot of the women that are waiting on their Boaz have been in relationships, and they at this point in their life, they should be able to identify red flags. But
Right.
they've been conditioned to not trust that they can. They don't trust themselves to make good decisions now, or at all when it comes to a partner. And they're afraid of choosing the wrong man again, so they just wait until until some pastor or somebody says that's him, that's your boy.
I'm gonna beat you up, man. Nigga just
Huh?
casually farting in his sleep.
Oh. David.
Hey,
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. How you doing?
I'm good. Can I get your age, please, and let me know if you are a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist?
So 33, and yeah, I'm a believer. I'm a Christian.
Okay. And which topic from the post?
What if Adam was abusive?
Go ahead.
Yeah, I think he probably was.
You want to say why?
Just, when you think about the things that transpired according to the Bible, I would have been a bitter man. He tried to blame her, but, his excuse wasn't acceptable, because God holds a man accountable.
I'm talking about
Hmm.
before he ate from the tree.
Yeah, I'm talking about after.
I'm talking about before.
Was he abusive before?
Hmm.
Nah.
How do you know?
I mean, he was real trusting.
How do you know?
I mean, when you go according to what happened, so God told them don't eat this particular fruit, and that if they eat it, they would die. But we know what happened. The snake deceived Eve, and she deceived the man. So
Where does
I
it
would.
say she deceived
She
him?
just sorry, that was knee jerk.
I mean, she
Where
told
does
him. She told him what the
what did
snake
she
said,
tell
and he
him? What
listened
were her
to it.
words? What was her words to him?
I mean, I can't tell you verbatim. I can tell you what the scriptures say
Where does
though.
it say she said anything to him?
Well, it says she ate it first, right?
Mm-hmm.
Some of this you got to fill in the blanks.
Uh, it, well, first off, let's deal with the words that are there.
Okay.
It says he was with her. He was right there with her when she had this conversation with this servant.
No, it doesn't say that. You can't add
It
to it.
does. It does say that.
No, it doesn't, ma'am.
Wait a minute, didn't you
It
just add to
literally
it?
does.
The crazy thing about it is that I was getting ready to make a bet with you, because if it doesn't say that,
I don't gamble.
I um then you don't gamble at all, like not even with me dropping your ass if it does say that.
I mean, you can do whatever you choose. I'm just saying, I'm not somebody who gambles, but it doesn't say that. I think
It
you
does.
can't twist it to your own rationale. Like she was alone and isolated when that happened.
Except the
The
crazy thing
Bible
about it
definitely doesn't say
is,
that.
Yeah, well, it
right? The
doesn't say
crazy
what you're
thing. I'm
saying
sorry.
either.
Hello. Do you not hear me talking? The crazy thing about it is that you're telling me what I can't do while you are doing exactly that.
Yeah, but I'm a man, so I'm
I
the
don't give
one
a
who.
fuck.
I'm just
I,
saying.
I don't give
Oh,
a fuck about you
misogyny
being
just
a
entered
man.
the chat.
The crazy thing about you being a man is that you have a thing between your legs that I can fucking kick. You have a thing between your legs that I can cut the fuck off. And that makes you weak. I don't give a fuck about you being a man. Your God put the most sensitive thing on your body, unprotected, dangling. You being a man
Oh,
means
sorry.
what? Hmm?
What?
Like what?
He said,
Wow.
I ain't never even thought about that. Let me get out of here.
Wow. Mm.
He going to sleep with a cup on tonight.
Yep.
Like what the hell? Gives a damn about you being a man? That's what the fuck?
You can't add to the text like I did.
What the heck?
I'm a man. They
Jamari.
can say, yeah, but I can make you a eunuch. He said, "Oh,
Right.
Right. That's what.
okay.
That,
Goodbye."
Like they forget that. I think a lot of women forget that too. Like, bro,
Now
that
y'all want to go around and drag and tucking and shit. You feel me? It makes sense now, don't it? See?
they really believe this book. They believe that women are subject to men because this book says so. You know how many times that dude been in and out of the request all night?
Who?
That guy that was just on stage.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he will
yep.
request, hop out, request, hop out.
Mm,
Yeah.
uh, mm.
What did he expect? What type of response did he expect to that though? That like for him to run, what type of response did he expect from that? I'm a man.
Oh,
Okay,
okay. You got it. Sorry,
teacher.
sir.
Why we got the same voice right now?
Especially because you are a woman, so you don't have to do it.
I know, right? That was so bad. I'm like, what am I doing?
Y'all, the guest box is open if you are a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist. Mm-mm.
No, no, no,
I
no, no.
know. Me too, Mariah. Me too. And it's unnecessary. Like this whole power battle is it's just fucking unnecessary. And then like if it's not natural, so you got to go around paying $15,000 to go to alpha male camps and remind yourself or convince yourself that you are a man and that you deserve some type of respect from women. It's that unnatural. It's ridiculous.
The only thing I'm mad about that camp is that I didn't think of it because that is a nice little hustle that man got going on.
Yeah. The the fact that people are paying $15,000
$15,000.
to push other men around screaming, "I'm a man, damn it." 15 G's.
Mm. I wonder what his staff gets paid.
Ain't no telling.
Hmm.
No, Sean, I don't want to change the topic to men being gaslit. We're talking about women right now. Men have not been gaslit by the church. Well, yeah, they
It's just
have,
not the
but I don't
focus
want
right
to talk
now.
about it.
It's
Yeah,
just not the focus
they
right
have. Yeah, they just not the focus. I take that back.
now.
I take that back. They just not the focus. Well, maybe another day. Maybe another day. Not right now. It's about the women right now. Faye, are you in the box on purpose or on accident?
It's pronounced P.
This is Faye.
Can we read the verse about Eve being alone? Yeah, as soon as that guy comes back and tells us where it is.
Faye, are
Second
you in
Genesis
there? Are you
chapter
in the
2.
box on purpose? What do you say, Elsa?
Second Genesis chapter 2.
Second Genesis is crazy.
That's
Did you
the
hear that Dinah
supplementary
was
chapter.
Job's second wife?
Dinah was Job's second wife, huh?
In the Testament of Job, there is an apocryphal text. Job's second kids came from Dinah, Jacob's daughter.
Huh?
Right? What? That is the response I've been looking for all night. This is my third time saying it. Nobody freaked out the way that I did. Like, what the fuck?
You didn't hear my loud gasp
That
when
has
you said it?
No, I didn't
implications
hear
that
it.
are.
Yeah, as soon as you said it, I
Fucking
said,
game breaker. That's how big enough you gotta
Right.
be. That breaks the
There
world
go
if
this,
that's
there
true.
go my motherfucking nerd. Since I've been waiting on y'all motherfuckers all night. Yes, that shit is crazy. No, Selena, I didn't hear your gas, but it wasn't loud enough.
yeah,
This
my
is what
bad.
I fucking
I'm sorry.
expected. Cause
I
what?
was in the room with my sister, so I was trying to not be loud last night. I was trying to be real quiet. So when you said it, I said, and then I went back.
Oh, yeah.
My
Like
bad. Yeah, I was
it's
like,
some crazy shit.
Because that
yeah, that shift has paradigmed. Couldn't even,
Which
can't.
which means, remember, I said we don't even know if Job's wife had the kids. It could have been a concubine, and then the
definitely,
fucking apocryphal text says that they were Dinah's kids. So so his first wife, I can't say her name. Her name is or Stitis. It's
Yeah,
Steitis. I can't pronounce it.
did
So
this?
apparently she did not get. She didn't have more kids. The kids came from Dinah. 7
Which
boys, 3 girls. How do you
mm,
pronounce
as
that?
soon as you said it, as soon
Stitis?
as you said it, I
Stitis?
looked it up. Yeah, as soon
all
as
the
you said
same.
it, I looked it up, and I was like, I was sitting there like, because I was reading the
It's
pieces of
crazy,
it,
ain't
and
it?
I said, oh my god, yeah.
It's crazy. It's crazy. Like what? Bro. First off, Dinah gets raped and then she has to have 10 kids with Job. Like y'all just took her character from that to that and then just said fuck Job's. Like women in this book, they're they're minor characters for the main character, the man. I swear.
hmm
I swear. Cause she goes from being raped to that. Like that's crazy.
That's, I mean, what it further proves that like these are all just like the people weaving stories together, whether they fit or not. Uh, Prime examples throughout the entirety of the book, even not having to go outside to the rabbinical teachings. But Job does not feel like it's in a time that's anywhere congruent with when Dinah was alive. Job
Right.
feels like a time lost in between, like fucking um, what's the old fuck Methuselah and like I don't know Abraham.
It
Like it just
does,
feels like
doesn't
a,
it?
you know what I mean? Like
Yeah. But there's a in Jasher though, he's plotting against the Israelites. And so the belief is that Yahweh wanted to fuck Job up anyway because Job was plotting against the Israelites to have them cut down while they were in Egypt. There's a story about that in the book of Jasher. So
that's
if he was
interesting.
plotting against the Israelites in the book of Jasher, then he was alive when Jacob would have been alive, right? And so but it does feel like Job's story is like pre-Israelite. That's what it gives because it's influenced by the Babylonian tale, the righteous sufferer, which was pre-Israelite, like centuries before. But also it was written the apocryphal text of Job, the Testament of Job was written 1 BC to, or it was written between 1 BC to 1 CE. It's
Mm-hmm.
about maybe 35 years before Jesus would have been born. I mean, Jesus would have died. Maybe 2 or 3 years before Jesus would have been born. Yeah, there's an apocryphal text called the Testament of Job, and then Jasher is also apocryphal that talks about Job, um, as well. But it's interesting.
Let's not get too friendly with the caps, though.
I swear this feels like I was telling them last night. This feels like sheep wives instead of like Real Housewives of
Hmm.
Atlanta, Real Sheep Wives of Jerusalem. That's what this feels like. Um, Zab. Zab. Okay. All right. I'll let you go. All right, y'all. Let's see. Let's get to 9:30. And see if we get a conversation going. If not, we'll call it a weekend. Also, we'll be live tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. Eastern.
That's the plan.
8 a.m. Eastern. If you are not following, also make sure you go on ahead and do that now. You okay?
Men's
I
with
too will
Tins
be
Live is
live
next Saturday.
tomorrow. I will be a live tomorrow.
You said
A
you're gonna
Live?
be live? What did you say?
No, a live, a live. I will be a
Tomorrow?
live,
You
a
said
live,
tomorrow?
alive. Yes, my
What
plan is to
time?
be alive tomorrow.
Oh,
Whenever the Lord wake
alive,
me up.
girl.
Y'all know I ain't
Girl.
going live. Y'all know I ain't going live.
That's blasphemy. Tomorrow, I
What?
promise. Listen, um, yeah, the Men's with Tins Live is gonna be next Saturday. I don't
Next
know. Maybe
Saturday?
we need to, yeah, maybe we need to um write things down and have a less confusing format.
Okay. Hold on, y'all. I'm doing something for my daughter.
You good?
Y'all, come on, get a conversation going. Come and talk to Oso. I'm up here like y'all. The more silent it get, the more my ass gonna be over here stimming. Who who is this in your
I
picture?
feel like I need to go back and read that story. How the fuck are they putting Dinah in
Oh, my niece messaged me. She heard Maddie saying Nani. She's like, "Who is that on your panel? She want a Nani freeze?"
that? Selena, were you here for Maddie's Hour?
I was in and out.
Mm.
I'm with family because it's our siblings trip weekend.
Where
And
are
we
y'all
real
going?
loud. We in Charlotte.
That's what's up. My brother sent me recordings of my dad preaching yesterday, and he was like, "Brace yourself," and I was like, okay." So I click on it, and I hear my daddy preaching, and he's talking about how God wants the best for you, and whatever God promised you, He's gonna give you. And I had to hurry up and close the fucking phone. I was like, "Hell no, I cannot." It's like, nope.
Oh,
The irony is, it's not true.
That's why I said I can't. Like I can't listen to it because of especially like what happened. Like I was like, nope, I can't. But my dad didn't know it was true. When he was alive, he believed it
All right.
until like right up until he died. Mm, I'm trying to get the code, love bug. It's not sending me the code.
Um, oh, well, that might be why.
Hmm. Why am I not getting the authorization code? Can somebody let Anastasia up? Also, can you talk to them until I get this done for her? Oh,
Yeah,
there it
for
is.
sure.
Thank you.
Uh,
Ay, mi gatito, miau, miau. Ay, mi gatito, miau, miau.
so, anyways, if you want to come up to have a conversation, if you're above the age of 4.5 months old, um, if you're able to converse.
Is school out today? What's today? Yeah. Wait, is today
Mm.
Friday?
I
Why you
don't know.
gotta go to your
She
brother's
looked like she lived
grandson?
in Russia, so I don't fuck if I know. That was a Russian. That's what that was. Um,
Hmm. I haven't. Here, type your PayPal in. Just
interesting. Interesting.
where do I?
Mm-hmm.
So would Joe be after Shechem?
Would y'all be what?
Would Joe be after Shechem?
Shift. Yeah, that you talking about the one that raped her?
The one that she married after that?
Well, that's because he raped her. You talking about the guy that raped her?
Was it Shechem?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. And then they killed all the people. Yeah.
Hmm. Yeah. You're welcome, baby.
Mhm.
You're welcome.
Mhm.
It's okay. Why you looking like that?
I mean, honestly, it is birthday in
That's
here.
what
It's
mom.
not like they talk about it after that.
That's what mama's for. Yeah. I love you too. What you say?
I was just saying it does leave it like after they killed Shakim and all those dudes, like she's not really talked about again, I don't think. So
In
I guess
in
that
the
leaves the
in the
entire rest of
Bible.
her life. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And then the crazy thing is, Jacob gets mad at her brothers for defending her because he cares more about the covenant that he's trying to build in Canaan and his reputation in Canaan. And
Hmm.
so he curses Levi and Reuben. Um, he curses Levi um, on his deathbed because of it. Like, what kind of message is that sending?
It's sending the message that the the particularly vile ones that come up to defend the atrocities love to say, which is that they're trying to build up a nation, man. When you're trying to build up a nation, you gotta do what you gotta do.
I'm gonna play the song just because.
I just gotta ask, does he realize that he's calling himself semen?
I don't think so. Oh my god.
I need to know. Do you know that you're calling yourself semen?
Hilarious as fuck. still want to know why this song made him so fucking mad.
Excuses.
And I'm shocked you came back after that.
That's the silence you make. He had a reason, there's an explanation. Is it not what you think? Our stories were horrific, so you don't talk about it, you skip it. Say the truth is too ugly to admit it. The concubine could decline, never asked if I wanted to go. And even if they asked the question, could I even say no? Oh, lost daughters and lots of daughters learn early that men are worth protecting and women are worth offering. Ancient or modern, the silence is harmless. Speak up for yourself and all of your daughters. We weren't fast, we were scared. Nobody ever asked us, not one of them cared. We heard him say, take my daughter instead. And instantly started running in our heads. I know that fear, I wasn't asked either. I was taken, pushed out by a decision, handed down by a leader. They say we chose the cave, but could we really choose anything? How can choice exist when silence is the only language you're allowed to speak? They said I deserved it because I wasn't faithful, that I should have been better, that I should have been grateful. It's strange, isn't it, how they overlook the facts, call it fate and ignore the impact. I'm good, I got it, faith and ignore the impact. I'm good, I got it, faith and ignore the impact. I'm not ignoring our stories, not speaking up, not asking why. It shaped the world you live in, and nobody wonders how or why. It was a different time, is one hell of a line. As if time could erase what happened to bodies just like mine. We had less rights than you do today, but the same bodies, the same pain. When our bodies were sacrifices or tools for men to gain. Do they really think we never cried? That we went along with pride? 'Cause that's what the stories tell them, and that's how the stories lie. Lot had daughters, but so does every age. And silence repeats itself when nobody turns the page. There were daughters beside me and daughters after me. Every time you ignore our stories, you teach another generation how to stay quiet and call it dignity. Lots of daughters and lots of daughters. We learned early that our fear was faith and our pain was ours. And it won't save your daughters. If our stories make you uncomfortable, good, that means you finally heard us. It's a little excuses. That's the silence you made. He had a reason, there's an explanation. It's not what you think. Our stories were horrific, so you don't talk about it, you skip it. Say the truth is too ugly to admit it. The concubine couldn't decline, never asked if I wanted to go. And even if they asked the question, could I even say no? Oh, lots daughters and lots of daughters learn early that men are worth protecting and women are worth offering. Ancient or modern, the silence has harmed us. Speak up for yourself and all of your daughters. All of your daughters. told out loud. You're not too sensitive, you're not misremembering, you're not doing too much. You're finally noticing what they taught you not to name. And if our silence ever taught you anything, let it teach you to refuse it. For lost daughters and lots of daughters, speak up. Your voice is the part of the story they can't erase.
Oh, that song
This
makes him mad. Do y'all see that?
Hmm.
Interesting. Interesting. And every time he come in my space, I'm gonna play that bitch. That song makes you mad.
Hit dogs holler.
Hmm.
I'm so mad.
I don't know, Miss Jam Hill. I'm trying to figure that out my damn self.
Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm good. How's everyone?
Doing good.
Doing good.
I just came up to say to you, thank you. I listen to your live. Uh, really, every chance I get, I look for you, every morning. Sometimes I shadow listen. Sometimes I do come on into the live and try and interact. But I just want you to know that for those believers that will approach you with an open mind, you actually give us food for thought. And you have been instrumental in kind of redirecting my study. I listen to, like some of the things, like these things you have on the prompt. And, because they are hypotheticals, you're just asking questions. You're not making definitive statements. You're just giving people food for thought. And it has helped me, I guess, to kind of like refocus my studying to develop a better understanding and look at things from a different perspective versus just being what you've basically been told to believe and taking it for granted. And so I just really wanted to come up and just say thank you. And if you don't know the impact that you have on people, I just want you to know it.
Thank you, Miss Jam Ham. I appreciate you for sharing that with me. And especially like with being a believer and open minded, and just even being willing to go back and look at, the text and what you've been taught to believe and just look at it from a different perspective. That's pretty big, and I appreciate you for sharing that.
Well, that's all I wanted to say to you this morning. I don't have. I mean, everything that you have on your prompt, not in disagreement or anything. All of it to me is food for thought, and it just causes me to kind of redirect my focus and really look for truths.
Well, I
That's,
appreciate you, and I hope you have a wonderful day.
I hope y'all have a wonderful day and a good weekend and happy holidays.
Thank you. Same to
You as
you.
well.
Okay, bye bye.
Bye
All right
bye.
now. I think it's funny that Mr. I'm a man and I love men so much so that I named myself Seaman is screaming that you want the women to be the head and you're just jealous.
The fact that he has to do that is so crazy.
You named yourself after the juice that come out the head. You're not the head.
That is so interesting. And the crazy thing about it is in this book, the seed, like the man doesn't have the seed. Like the seed is in the woman. You are fucking fertilizer. And y'all thought so much of yourself that when the God curses Eve, the God curses Eve like she is the ground that the seed goes in and fertilizes it for the plant to burst through the ground. That's why he says, in pain you shall bring forth. That's why he says, in thorns and thistles will bring forth. Because her curse mimics the agricultural curse that Adam gets because they thought the man carried the seed. They did not find out until 17th century CE that you are fertilizer. They had no idea. They thought you carried the child. You don't. You can't be Israel's seed because Israel had no seed. That's how dumb you are.
Yeah. And toss that in some salt and pepper and fucking eat that.
They literally thought that the men carried the child. That he was putting a whole child in in the woman. And she was just the flower pot. His semen fertilizes her seed. You don't have a seed, friend.
Yeah, that's like saying the bumblebee is the seed for flowers.
When you think about it, the thing between your legs is a water hose. It's a fucking water hose. Like what?
Mm.
Wake up in the morning, I piss about 14,000 babies.
The fact that you don't even like, bruh, you spray. You don't have a seed. Right, literally yeetus. Exactly. Like you done named yourself Israel's seed. Get it together.
Hi guys.
How old are you?
I fuck your mom.
You must be about 16
Bitch.
years old.
Fuck off.
Is this your first time saying fuck?
Fuck off, bitch.
I'm come in your pussy.
You don't even know the language you're talking shit in. It's crazy.
Fuck off, Ты, сука, по-русски общайся нахуй.
He said
Do you
in your
speak Russian
pussy.
нахуй?
Well, speaking in a scripture language is gonna help either.
Russian the best country. Пиндосы
Oh, you came up
ёбаные.
here because I was shitting on your friend, huh?
Fuck
Fuck
off,
Russia.
нига ёбаный.
Fuck Russia, bitch.
Сука, приедь в Россию, мы тебя, сука, с братками, сука, опустим, блядь. Fuck off, bitch.
I hope Ukraine pull up to your house with them goddamn drones. So
Fucking
what the heck?
women.
You like my penis.
And you like Ukraine's drones, right? Like how that's fucking
Russian the
y'all up
best
right now.
country,
I
ёпта.
swear
You
you
like
be.
how that's fucking y'all up right now?
Fucking, сука, нигерс.
Huh? Huh? You like the little point system they got to take y'all little bitch ass out? You like that? You like how they made killing y'all a video game? You like that? Huh?
Yilda.
Y'all so big and bad. Y'all so big and bad. Y'all used to a goddamn video game.
You want my dick?
They are giving the
Bitch.
motherfuckers virtual currency to kill y'all.
Fuck
Just to
off,
get
нига
more
ёбаный.
drones to kill y'all. That's crazy. Y'all picked this
Ебаный
fight and
нигер.
are losing
Давай
terribly.
на русский,
Is
блядь.
that why you're
Сука,
upset?
по-русски общайся. Do you
Is
speak
that why you're
Russian?
upset? Do you speak Ukrainian?
Ukraine?
You Ukraine? That's the last word you're gonna
You
say when that drum
crazy?
come to your ass?
Do you speak Russian?
Hmm?
Do you speak Russian?
I speak drone strikes.
Fuck off.
Obama was my favorite
Why
president. I
fucking
speak
your
drone
mom?
strikes. Obama was my favorite president. I speak
Obama.
drone strikes.
I swear, I fucking love your ass. Oh my gosh.
I got shit for anybody, nigga. Pull up.
Oh my god. Oh man. He said I speak drone strikes. Oh my gosh. Y'all, the guest box is open.
I was trying to come off mute, but my sister being so loud right now.
I think Xena goes live in like 22 minutes.
22 minutes? Yeah.
In 22 minutes. Are we done for today, or is there anybody else?
Will there be one?
Will there be one?
Do it for Mother Russia.
Hey, Jarian.
How about that?
Y'all, I was not gonna come up, but also that's why I'm scared of your ass. Drones. You got drone strikes. You love drone strikes.
I ain't say I got them. I just said I speak the motherfucker.
Okay. I was like, oh my God. But I wanted to come up because I'm just trying to sell your EP. I listen to it all day, every day. I'm making it through this really difficult project right now. And when I say it gives me life, especially that if Adam was abusive, like the bars are just to dissect that song. We need to just take one live to dissect all of your music. It is so powerful for me, and it's so empowering as a woman, because you give those women a voice that they like. It's like they are finally being considered to speak their truth. So I just
Thank
wanted
you,
to thank you for
Jarian.
that.
Thank you. The way you broke down the analysis of each song on the album in the article that you're writing, I was floored. I was
Thank
floored.
you.
I was honored. I was like, damn, I wouldn't want anybody else to write this shit but Jerry. Because, like, man, I can't wait for people to read.
Yeah.
Like, my favorite part of the article is your breakdown of the songs.
Yeah, my
And
editor was like, "You cannot break down every single song, Jerry." And I was like, "Yes, I can." It's like, it's gonna be 10 pages. I was like, it's my magazine. It can be as many pages as I want it to be. It's so, the words are so powerful. My friend calls herself what's the word she says? She puts words together differently, acronologist. So she uses acronyms in a different way. And I just the way you draw the picture, like I want to go whoop him up. Adam, he didn't even know he was stupid or abusive. He didn't even know it. And how many times in anybody's life, I've been coupled with for a very long time. And sometimes you just look at your partner and be like, are you even thinking? Are you even? And that was Adam. He was just like, well, she made me do it. And that's abuse. Like that is abuse. Like completely blame her. It was, and the gaslighting, just everything. I just I could go on and on and on, but if you all have not downloaded it, please go download the EP. I know it's on Discord, but on whatever streaming thingy app, you have to. We have to, especially if you are a woman. Well, I didn't mean to say it like that. Especially if you want to be empowered. It is so much, it's feminine at its core. I love it. I love it. I feel like I want to be Jamie Foxx in the movie Beyond Dream Girl. Goddamn, it's a product. I just want to sell, sell, sell. So if you a nerd, I mean, and you have gotten anything from Thinker. You got to go download the EP wherever you listen to music. Go and stream and play it loud at work. And when you at a stop sign, let your windows down so other people can hear it.
Thank you, Darren. I appreciate that.
Yeah. Well, y'all have a good old morning. Hopefully, Zena will be on soon, so I'll be trekking over there. But y'all have a really good today, and think I really appreciate everything that you're doing for this community.
Thank you. Same to you.
All right.
All right.
Have a good one.
Seaman, Israel Seaman, you should probably learn to when to use the correct form of to. You're missing a ball.
It didn't drop you.
You're missing a ball is diabolical. Pun intended.
Diabolical. Yeah. He said, this is the stupidest thing. He said, y'all leading us to the bottomless pit. But motherfucker, I thought you was the head. How the fuck is if you the head, how the fuck you being led anywhere, dumbass?
Also, are we making you reconsider God or something? Like, how are we,
Sounds like
like,
it.
logistically, what are we doing to lead you away from God? You got this strong anti-position. How are we leading you away? Interesting.
They just be saying dumb shit. But that I'm loving the fact that you are uncomfortable as fuck with that song. I'm loving it.
Somebody call McDonald's.
Ba da ba ba ba.
You missing your fry cook?
Yeah, it took a second. You saw that,
Yeah,
right? It took a
I
second.
sent it. I sent it. I sent
Yeah.
it.
Look,
Everybody need to be
yesterday.
commenting. Shout out Thinker right now.
Yesterday, somebody said something about Mary J. Blige, and I caught my brain doing an assessment trying to figure out if Mary J. Blige exists at the same time as it was some machine, some type of technology, but I can't even remember what it was. But in order for me to put the two and two together, what they were saying, I I observed my brain doing a process of elimination and checking the information against something else. Does that make sense?
Hmm.
And I was like, what the fuck? Like, why did I even picture that or think that? But it was my brain doing its checks and balances.
Hmm.
And it was a surreal. It was interesting for me to catch my brain working in that way. Does that? I don't know how to explain it, but it's kind of like seeing the machine work.
You're
Or
aware of the processes that you kind of not necessarily take for granted, but don't
yeah,
naturally or not naturally necessarily like think about doing while you're doing it.
yeah, yeah, yep. And I know I saw it yesterday, and I was like, that's interesting, cause
It's like
like it
when
was
you're aware of you making yourself breathe almost. Like it's just like I know I was doing it, but it feels weird to know that I'm doing it. Like
yeah,
to feel that I'm doing it. Yeah.
yeah, yeah. Chris,
Is that your asshole?
are you snoring?
Is that your sphincter? You should probably get a prostate exam if it's that tight. You certainly look above the age of 45, which apparently that's what the number is getting pushed to. 45 for prostate exams, but you definitely up over that age. So
Yeah, these are adults, unfortunately, Missy TP. They don't know how to defend their Jesus, so this is what they do. This is Israel seed.
do you have fiber in your diet? Your asshole sound overworked. You know we can hear you like fidgeting around and shit, right?
But how lame of a human do you have to be to do that? Like one, you possibly can't have a job, right? You can't possibly have a job. You can't
All right,
possibly have a mate.
all right.
Like you got to be a pretty lame human being to do that.
Some might even say an incel.
Yeah, I think so. I agree.
I vote incel.
Yeah, especially like to waste your time doing it.
Yeah. And it's really funny when you do all that noise and you real life have to catch your breath because that was exhausting for you. So you're just kind of sitting here listening while breathing heavily, but not as a bit. You're just actually breathing heavily. I think that's really funny too.
And you say he kind of favors Santa Claus. This is sad. Unless you are ready to tell me why the fuck that song made your ass run the way it did, I don't know why you in my request box. Yeah, I want to know why the fuck that specific song got your ass acting the way you acted. That's what I want.
The reason why that song got me acting the way it acted because you was a bitter ass female. Ain't
Cool.
shit. Want everybody to be around you. It ain't about shit. Ain't
You
got no
must have
mind. Think
touched
for
a little
yourself.
girl.
You just fucking bitter. And then you got this old hoe ass
Okay,
dude
cool. You must have
also
touched a little
talking
girl.
shit like he about that
Shut.
life.
Okay, cool. Shut the
Bro,
fuck up.
I'm about that
Nobody
life,
gives a
bro.
damn. Nobody care. But you didn't act like this before that song dropped.
You
You
know,
didn't act like this
fat
before
dude
that
you
song
got on
dropped.
the
You must have touched a little girl, or you must have raped a woman, because this motherfucking song done turned something on in your fucking head, motherfucker.
I ain't raped him.
You done touched a
Yes,
little
you did.
girl or something, because this motherfucking song done made your
Man,
motherfucking ass. Yeah, motherfucker. This ain't your first time in here. You done been on this stage more
fuck you,
more
your
than once. You
song,
done been
and
on
that
this stage.
panel,
You
and
done
what
been
the
on this
fuck you
stage more than once, and that song turned you into something else, motherfucker. And I want to know what the fuck you did.
fuck your song
How
Yeah,
long did you?
you a
as a fucking
motherfucker.
record label.
You're an
I'm like
abuser,
Tupac.
aren't you?
I'm like
You
Tupac with
you an
you.
abuser,
Fuck
aren't you? You're who the song is about, aren't you?
fuck you, your song,
You
and what you said.
yeah. That song done hit a motherfucking nerve on that ass.
Cause your song ain't
Yeah,
shit.
that song done hit a nerve on that ass. That ain't it? Ain't it? This song about you, ain't it?
Your song
You
ain't
in the
shit. Y'all
Epstein
just mad.
files?
Y'all just
You in the
mad cause the
Epstein
This
men was
files?
song
put in
about
place to
your
lead.
ass.
Y'all just mad cause the men was put in place to
This
lead.
song this
And y'all
song
supposed to
about
sit
you.
y'all ass down. You just mad.
As dumb as your motherfucking ass is, as many times you done came in here and sat on this fucking stage and said the stupidest shit, this the shit that make your ass motherfucking run? This the shit that make your ass act like this? Bitch, this song about you.
Got you,
Excuses, that's the
knucklehead ass.
silence you make. You had a reason, there's an explanation.
You won't even.
Is it not what you think? Our stories were horrific, so you don't talk about it, you skip it. Say the truth is too ugly to admit it. The concubine could decline, never asked if I wanted to go. And even if they asked the question, question, could I even say no? Oh, lost daughters and lots of daughters learn early that men are worth protecting and women are worth offering. Ancient or modern, the silence is hard. Speak up for yourself and all of your daughters. We weren't fast, we were scared. Nobody ever asked us, not one of them cared. We heard
Listen, that song, this is kryptonite to his ass. He ain't that's the second time. He ain't never ran from this stage. That's the second time, and each time has been during this song.
we chose the cave, but could we really choose anything? How can choice exist when silence is the only language you're allowed to speak? They said I deserved it because I wasn't faithful, that I should have been better, that I should have been grateful. It's strange, isn't it, how they overlook the facts, call it fate and ignore the impact. I'm good, I got it, faith and ignore the impact. I'm good, I got it, faith and ignore the impact. I'm not ignoring our stories, not speaking up, not asking why. It shaped the world you live in, and nobody wonders how or why. It was a different time, is one hell of a line. As if time could erase what happened to bodies just like mine. We had less rights than you do today, but the same bodies, the same pain. When our bodies were sacrifices or tools for men to gain. Do they really think we never cried? That we went along with pride? 'Cause that's what the stories tell them, and that's how the stories lie. Lot had daughters, and so does every age, and silence repeats itself when nobody turns the page. There were daughters beside me and daughters after me. Every time you ignore our stories, you teach another generation how to stay quiet and call it dignity. Lots of daughters and lots of daughters. We learned early that our fear was faith and our pain was ours. Lots of daughters, and it won't save your daughters. If our stories make you uncomfortable, good, that means you finally heard us. It's only us. Oh, yeah. Excuses, that's the silence you made. He had a reason, there's an explanation. It's not what you think. Our stories were horrific, so you don't talk about it, you skip it. Say the truth is too ugly to admit it. The concubine couldn't decline, never asked if I wanted to go. And even if they asked the question, could I even say no? Oh, lots of daughters and lots of daughters learn early that men are worth protecting and women are worth offering. Ancient or modern, the silence is harmed us. Speak up for yourself and all of your daughters. All of your daughters. We never had a choice, but you do. Your story deserves to be told out loud. You're not too sensitive, you're not misremembering, you're not doing too much. You're finally noticing what they taught you not to name. And if our silence ever taught you anything, let it teach you to refuse it. For lost daughters and lots of daughters, speak up. Your voice is the part of the story they can't erase.
Can I just ask one question?
What's up?
Why would God send you out in the world to be His prophet, and you literally got a face that was thrown together? No consideration. None of the features match up. I don't know. Like, there are so many things wrong with your face, right? If you look at his head, it has his head, not his hair, his head has a slope up to the right. Eyes is not on an even line. Nose is not on an even line. Mouth is not on an even line. Hair is not on an even line.
Oh my
Your face is literally thrown together, no thought. And God, this is what God said to me. He must have known I was going to tear your ass apart. He must have known that.
Oh my gosh. That is hilarious. He spent too much time in the birth canal. It's crazy.
That's why her face so oblong.
Oh my god.
Hair used to be a perfect circle.
Oh my gosh, y'all are a trip. She
Changing
called me
your name to
Batman.
Israel Seaman is crazy. Slow changed his name to Israel Seaman.
Who did?
Slow did.
Oh my gosh.
With the emojis and everything.
Oh my gosh. Israel Seaman is crazy. All right, y'all. She called me Batman. Are you in the box on purpose or on accident? Y'all, I think Xena is about to be live in 1 minute. Oh, who sent that? Thank you, Christina. AG. Okay. Hey, AG. How are you?
I'm good. Hi, Thinker. Hey, panel. Hey,
You.
so, oh my God, you
Damn,
guys
she.
had me dying so hard I peed a little bit. I ain't gonna say it too much,
Watch out now.
but
That's all you kids now. Hold on now.
I know, huh? But I got so much to say in such a little bit of time. Thinker, your pen game is out of this universe. I swear,
Thank you.
it is so amazing that it's ridiculous. I
Thank
don't
you.
know how you come up with it, and that's just amazing. But I wanted to try to give a shot at Job's wife suffering too and was done wrong because I don't hear enough people talking about it or maybe not even thinking about it or considering it. Um, for me, with that one, I couldn't imagine bearing or having so many kids. And when God and the devil made their little, well, when God made the little agreement, you had to lose all your kids. And I don't know if each one passed at a separate time or all together, but to bury so many of your children, that had to hurt. And it takes me back to my great grandmother who bore 21 kids.
Whoa.
And all the dark ones by the slave master were fed to pigs. So it touched me a little bit just to think about that in that aspect of it. And then
Wow.
she had to watch her husband suffer and take care of him. So what a almighty God that's supposed to love her too, watch her suffer as well. But the
Mm.
misogyny and everything says that no, he didn't even care, didn't even think about her. And no one actually thought about her. And then the worst part is at the bitter end to sit there and blame her and put some fault on her. It's absolutely crazy.
No, that is fucking horrific. Um, Goodness gracious.
Matter of fact, I'll put her. There was a family reunion a couple years back, and I'll put just the cover page of her in the Discord later.
Okay.
And then just before I go, the last thing I want to say is, hopefully our Russian friend is still here. So I'm gonna say Sosima Hui, Nepsi Hui, Sokablat.
I love
So
how diverse we are in this motherfucker. That's what I do.
yeah, in high school I dated a Russian girl, and she taught me all the bad words. So there we go.
Nice.
Right.
It came in handy.
There you go.
So I appreciate you guys. Your pen game amazing. Also your humor and comedy, and Miss Connor, just how straight, direct, and cutthroat you are. I love it all.
Well, thank you so much, AG. I appreciate you
I'm
too.
nice. Just kidding.
Let me down. I can't sing.
Easy, man.
All right. Have a good one.
You too.
Thank you for the $50 super chat, Leroy from YouTube. I appreciate you. Thank you, Marduk, for the $19.99 super chat. I appreciate y'all so much. Y'all, it is time to say goodbye. Xena is live. Wait, is she live yet?
Checking. She wasn't a second ago. Maybe that's changed. Checking. No.
Oh, wow. Really? She's usually on time.
I mean, she has been rather under the weather this week, so.
Oh, okay. Well, damn. I know. Um, we don't have anybody else coming up. I would stay on until Xena comes. But I don't know if she's late. She might not come on today. But we'll be live. Also, we'll be live with Oso tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. and then back tomorrow afternoon at 3:30 p.m. So I hope y'all enjoyed the rest of your day. It was a pretty interesting night. It started out kind of rocky because we had to do 3 fucking restarts.
Damn.
On each platform. First, YouTube was echoing, so I had to do 3 restarts on YouTube. And then after I got YouTube fixed, TikTok started acting up, so I had to do 3 restarts on TikTok.
Damn.
Yeah. So, but we made it through the night. Because after that 3rd restart, I said if it don't work this time, I'm saying fuck it. But it worked. Yeah, and we made it through the night. Central Standard Time. Central. All the live start Central Standard Time here. Also, is Eastern, 8 a.m. Eastern. Xena is Eastern.
Eastern.
Yeah, Xena's Eastern.
Max said she's not going though.
Oh, she's not coming on today. Oh, ooh, what y'all gonna do? Who's going live? Oh, so you wanna go live?
Man. Man. If I go
chill
live
with you until I go to sleep.
huh?
I do gotta get some sleep though, because my son got a basketball game tonight, and I gotta make sure that I'm rested to go to his game tonight. But
For sure.
No.
Fuck it, I guess.
Okay, go ahead and go.
All right.
All right, we'll give it a second. Let Oso get his live up. Nigeria student ambassador, go visit Oso at his live. If you're not following Oso, make sure. What is Oso's handle? El Oso Ray. I think that's just his handle, El Oso Ray. If you're not following us on YouTube, Art Thinker, ARCH Thinker. You can listen to all the replays of the lives. Share the live out to people that you know. Get more people in here. Taharka is live. Essence goes live. Essence. Who the fuck is Essence? Who is Essence? Empress goes live. She's probably live now. Who else? Minnie Kwan. Birdie is awake. Who else will be live right now?
Fluff.
Fluff is live right now. Dreamy is live right now. I still.
And if you want to be famous, Chicago is live too. Y'all want to be famous.
Empress goes live in an hour. Oh, I thought she goes live at 9 a.m. Open Book is live right now. Okay, so there's a lot of lives, but also is getting ready to go live. If y'all want to chill with the bear, Kate is live right now. Okay, I'm gonna chill on Oso's live for probably about an hour until I get sleepy. But I do gotta some things I need to take care of right quick. Is the bear live? Is he up yet? Still waiting for him? Okay. You said he better be eating honey buns? I'm about to go eat some honey buns. That sounds so sexual. I'm gonna go eat some honey buns. I still say it the same way. I'm just gonna eat some honey buns. That's all I can say. I don't know any other way to say that shit. I'm about to go and eat and chill and get some work done right quick so I can get some sleep. So I can go see my son play basketball tonight. I haven't got to see him play this season yet. Huh?
I said W son, W basketball.
Yeah, I haven't got to see him play this season yet, so I'm excited. Oso is live, y'all. I'll see y'all in a minute in Oso's live. Love y'all so much, and I'll see y'all tomorrow afternoon. Thank y'all. Thank y'all so much.
My
Bye, y'all.
family's so loud, y'all. I'm sorry.